Well, hello everyone, and welcome. Thanks for joining us today for the final day of the WoT7 number 8. Just like yesterday, I'm being joined by my co-caster. How is it going, Bounter?
Yeah, it's going very well. It was a very nice and interesting day yesterday. Hopefully, we'll see some good games today, especially the last game of the day, the big drama. But yeah, let's get right into things.
Yeah, the tournament bracket. Like you mentioned, we finished the day yesterday. Phoenix against Goodnight Nomi, and maybe a bit of an upset because Phoenix was up 3-1 and lost in the tiebreaker. But on the top of it, you have Opor and Olovnitsi, convincing victories that are going to be battling in the first match of the day.
Yeah, the Polish derby is always it only slightly outshines the Czech derby, but it's always the most interesting games. Oppo versus Holovnitsi should be quite good, and in the lower bracket,
CSA against Goodnight Nomi. I mean, both of the teams played pretty convincingly yesterday. Goodnight Nomi, good showing against Phoenix, recovering, and CSA, convincing and comfortable victory over Valor. So, definitely four teams with a good level today to show up.
yeah, it should be some really nice games. I'm very excited to actually see match 6. I want to see CSA's performance against Goodnight Nomi. They've surprised in the group stage. They've surprised here. I voted for Valor to win over CSA, but as you mentioned, CSA are that team that can kind of surprise and do some kind of interesting strats that can throw a team off. So should be some interesting games today.
On top of it, Banter, we also have the community predictions ready for the first match of the day, Opor against Lovnitsi. Those two teams, the players know each other, they play together in the 15-15 format in the Inville clan, and the community predictions are super close.
Yeah, 51% to 49. Opor just edging ahead. I mean, they, as we mentioned yesterday, they were the ones that won the WoT7 number 7. They beat Holovnitsi out in the finals, but again, we're expecting very close games, and the community predictions show that.
Yeah, definitely. Saying that, we also have Twitch drops prepared for you guys to pick up. We had some yesterday, today again, and today on top of it, we have a 2D style Banter.
Yeah, the 2D style, it wasn't available yesterday, is available today with the Twitch drops. You need to make sure you select them. It is the Strength of Spirit 2D style. Very beautiful camo, so hopefully you guys can pick that up. And as well, today as well, monthly Twitch drops that you can spend in the in-game store.
Good stuff, good stuff. Now, Bounter, I guess that's enough from the two of us, and that's the time for the casters to introduce the first match of the day. Let's hear what Kian and Daki have to say. Guys, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome with both of us. I'm being joined here by Daki, obviously, and we are in for a treat of a game directly from the get-go. It's going to be Opor. I think that's Polish for resistance against Holovnitsi. Does that mean peasants or something? Anyway, both teams from the clan of Inville. And it might as well be the grand final, to be honest, because let's be real, both of those teams have shown signs of weakness yesterday, but in the grand scheme of things, they did convince in the upper bracket matches. How do you think that one's going to go, especially in the context of the community predictions basically being split right down the middle?
I feel like Opor had a bigger and stronger showing yesterday, Kihan, than their counterparts of Holovnitsi. Holovnitsi looked more beatable than I would say Opor. Opor just solid all round, while Holovnitsi had these few rounds where it's like, not too sure. But overall, both these teams showing good performance and great preparation coming into this tournament. However, I'm going to stick with Opor because I just feel like they look more convincing to me.
Yeah, indeed. Now here the map pick and bans, Murovanka being banned out by Opor, Tundra being banned out by Holovnitsi. Then we, for the first time of the playoff stage of the tournament, we are actually going to see Himmelsdorf. I'm looking forward to that a lot because, let's be real, in between those two teams, that must be a cracker of two games. Then we go into Prokhorovka, Cliff being taken out, Mines being picked next. And should we go to it, which we very well might in between both of those teams, we would see Ghost Town as the tiebreaker.
So Ghost Town as tiebreaker. Map pick and ban, not really a surprise here. Moro is this kind of map where you're expecting a 1-1, and Holovnitsi had a good showing on it yesterday as well, so Opor's like, let's not do that. Then Holovnitsi moving Tundra, getting Himmels, Proko, Mines, all kind of maps where, outside of Mines, I would say, where you could 2-0 your opponent, to be honest.
I mean, Himmelsdorf as well, one of those maps where you could go 2-0 because the sides are not really favored on Himmelsdorf. I feel like it's a very balanced map, so if you are just straight up the better team, then Himmelsdorf obviously a map that you would want to pick to get that immediate advantage. That being said, I do see them quite evenly matched in between the both of them. We were seeing the training room there. One of the players is reconnecting currently, and then we should be hopping into the game. What do you expect? Like, obviously, both of those teams, they know each other very well. They play together in 15v15. They probably trained against each other. What additional layer of complexity does that offer to the teams to play against each other?
Well, I saw in previous tournaments with Piotr in the lineup of Holovenitsy, though, that at some points they had a really good read on Opor, on what, for example, Ketsai wanted to do, and then we saw those just reads of what does the Opor want to do. We counteract this. And maybe Holovenitsy has more of that in the story, where they just like kind of predict the gameplay that's going to happen and just counter it with their own stuff. However, I think Opor should be more experienced by now as well to realize that Holovenitsy might try and just counterplay them. So it's like counters against counters. It could be something, it could also be nothing. I mean, I think it will just come down to individual skill really in these matches, because the tactics should be evenly matched. Should be. It's not always the case though. So I think it just comes down to who's firing on all cylinders and who's just ahead mentally.
Exactly. Now, Himmelsdorf in particular, we saw a lot of very, very aggressive openings by the defending teams, namely those pushes directly taking control of the rails with the 1-2, possibly even with double 50B, just, you know, enabling yourself to get those long-range shots into what possibly might be a push by the attacking team. Do you think we're going to see a lot of that, or do you think the meta, especially in the light of the AMX now being in the state that it's currently in, being different?
Oh no, Opor is definitely the kind of team to take something aggressive in the beginning of the game. But here are the caster predictions. They're rather one-sided. Kian and Insane with a tiebreaker win for Opor, and me and the man Banter himself going with the 4-2 for Opor.
All right, so every one of us, surprisingly, going here with one team, because let's be real, both of those teams are very, very evenly matched. I guess Opor, since they won the past tournament, is getting slightly favored by the teams of the casters and analysts here. That being said, though, I think we're about ready to jump into the lineups for game number 1. And my god, that's a lot of French tanks here. Holovenitsy coming in with double B. Then we have 4 M454s and Yuzek playing the S-Conk.
Yeah, and then Opor with the double 50B, triple AMX M4, and double IS4. Insane is probably the happiest man he's ever been. Finally, Vive la France is odd stream.
Exactly. The amount of French tanks, while it's not over 9,000, it is a lot of them. We do now see the defensive opening here by Opor, sending both of the IS4s down to the lower part of Himmelsdorf, while all of the French tanks are going to set off to conquer the hill. Meanwhile, though, Holovenitsy sending double B and double AMX M4 to the hill as well, sending double AMX M4 and S-Conk to control the courtyard, and that is a very split opening here by Holovenitsy.
Yeah, and you can see the double 50B, Orchek and Rishek looking for Sokar, but I think Sokar is going to be just fine getting behind that position. Bark is also taking a window, and there's a little bit of a trap here. Double 50B and an AMX M4 there, but look at Opor. They have not 1, not 2, not 3, but 5 tanks that are going to meet 3 for the side of Holovenitsy, and there's going to be Conrad spotting out Mentos there, and Mentos does not look like he wants to push up further. Panther Fury, in the meantime, looking for the AMX of Sokar in the middle.
Yeah, Sokar taking quite a bit of damage from the M4s on the hill. Now Conrad's gun being shot yellow by Mentos here. He's not going to be too worried about that one. Sokar, though, he might be in a bit of a bad position. Same can be said for Yuzek, who also just took 1k damage for free. And Opor right now taking the firm HP lead.
Opor is just chilling at this moment in time. I mean, they did already some damage, significant even, you could say, at this moment in time. Never is unspotted, so he cannot get shot at this moment in time. And the 50Bs are starting to pressure towards the 8 line. We could see the IS4s from Opor adjusting accordingly as well, and the double 50B even coming off the hill to support their comrades in the 8 line, because they know that Holovenitsy does not want to just sit like this, because it's a losing move to just sit like that. So Barkus is pushing up, Tisek is watching, but already DJ is there, Ketsa is there, Rishek is there as well. I don't think Holovnitsi will find anything over there.
Yeah, exactly, especially since the M4, yes, it's got 296 AP pen, but against a side-scraping IS-4, that's not really gonna help. And we now see Barkus bowing out of this one, just, you know, driving back to not take more damage. And the fact remains, Opor, up until now, has not taken a single point of damage. Meanwhile, multiple tanks by Holovnitsi have been, especially Yuzek, have been taking damage here. So far the opening looking very, very good for the attacking team. That being said, though, obviously, time in favor of Holovnitsi. We just have to see. Right now, I think Opor is still in that stage of the game where they're gathering information, trying to feel out the weak points of the enemy lineup, trying to feel out the weak points in the enemy setup, like where can you attack, where can you get those opening picks, where obviously the HP advantage helps. But I think that initial stage of the game, at least for Opor so far, hasn't ended.
I think Opor is just like trying to feel out what they can do, but they're gonna think. I think Sokar here is the weakness. I don't know if they know that he couldn't have left, but if they do realize this, then he's the biggest weak link that you could ever look for. He's one man by himself in G3.
Now Yuzek taking another big hit by what feels like Pan's Fury down to 1300, so they're not going to be happy about that one either. The M4 possibly even able to overmatch the hull roof of the S-Kong, since he's very far above him right now. And Yuzek, I mean, yeah, he can keep peeking there, but he cannot afford to take more damage. And what you mentioned about Sokar, he's very, very split off here, and now we see the team of Opor sending a little hit squad here to feel out the waters, never exchanging spots with DJ here. And Sokar, he's not going to be happy once he sees the double B.
Yeah, but now DJ spots Sokar out, he does take one. I think that should spring a reaction here for Opor to potentially go take out Sokar. Ooh, big hits though coming in on towards this. That was even through the window there, I think, from one of the tanks in the further back on the 7 line. So DJ, they're getting punished for this, and it does seem like they're not wanting to go for Sokar.
At least not right now. We do have to keep in mind that Opor, they do have 3 tanks still firmly committed onto the hill. So right now operating with only 4 on the lower side here. They could take out Sokar still, but the problem is that the tank never in D4-5 in that window. He's going to spot all the crosses, even on the K line, if through the 5 and 4 line here. He sees all of that. So right now, that is why we see the double 50B not committing in yet, because they would get spotted and exposed for this one. Now Orzek driving through, does get spotted, never unable to react in time. I think, yeah, both of the 50Bs now getting spotted. And now the alarm bells for Sokar should start ringing here, as he would be the first one on the chopping block.
Yeah, but Sokar is smart and realizing this is immediately pushing into DJ to maximize his damage potential. And you can see the 50Bs just chasing him around the corner. He wants to do at least one more. I think he even bounced that one. Oh yeah, no, he had one more. He gives it on towards Orchek, so maximizing his potential. Right, the rest of the Holovnitsi team is just driving down the 8 line. You can see here Opor following them, kind of leaving Mentals and Yuzek behind, chasing. But look at that hit squad that is moving on towards Tisek in the IS-4. That is 3 French tanks that are going to delete this man in a mere matter of seconds. As Tisek in his IS-4 gets found, it's going to be Opor that has to make a reaction now, because they were up in HP, but it's all even at this point, and they think that Mentals is again the player that is going to be under pressure. As Ketsai, Conrad push around the corner, Mentals down towards the 558, a possible one-shot, and you can see the French tanks driving left, right, everywhere. Orchek, Rishek, DJ pushing one towards Never in the meantime, and so far Opor here seems to have an issue, in HP as well. Rishek trying to get up, and Never with the body block, the body slam into the wall, and that's going to be Rishek in a world of trouble.
Exactly, but while all of that is happening, Conrad and Ketsai actually pushing on towards Yuzek, the Super Conqueror that was very low from the get-go. Monster also in the courtyard, dropping down towards the one-shot. Finally, Yuzek and Monster both get found, and suddenly Opor down in HP, but up in guns here. 4 versus 3 tanks right now, and Opor, they have 1.5 minutes to finish off this game if they want to be the first one on the board.
It's not looking good for Opor anymore, because 1 minute and 30, DJ is definitely going to lose the engagement against Never. Never can just literally shoot him through the roof, through the cupola. It's going to be pretty easy for Never to pick this up, and you see he just does that cleanly. And now they have these 3 tanks to deal with, but they only really need 1 or 2 resets anymore, and they're going to be coming from the left. Barkus, Piotrix, I think they realize Fury, Conrad, Ketsai also realized Barkas instantly resets Ketsai though, and now Piotrix with his full 50B clip is gonna have to make something work here. Barkas down towards the one shot. Piotrix is trying to clip out to the best of his abilities, drops Conrad towards the one shot and never to pick it up from the back lines. And Opar here had such a significant lead. Ooh, Fury even whiffing a shot, but it does not matter anymore at this moment in time as Opar fallen to pieces.
Opor, indeed, it did look very, very good for a long time in this matchup here. They were able to generate HP advantages, but then Holovnici just pounding, finding those engagements, and now we see Piotrix, a very healthy autoloader, still 2k plus HP. He'll be able to go in and just clean the enemy team up by himself. Yes, he's going to take a shot or two in return, but yeah, Holovnici sort of recovering after a rough start, where a lot of their tanks got found in, well, I guess bad positions. But in the end, I guess Sokar, the target to get pushed on, was sort of a bait because it just enabled Holovnici to find favorable engagements everywhere else on the map. Ooh, nice shot by Ketsai here, but it's not going to save him because the time just ran out and the defending team with the first win here. Holovnici up 1-0.
Yeah, and really, you're talking about this bait, but I think it's more Opor leaving tanks in a position where they can get isolated. Like, T-Sec in his IS4. Not sure where he's supposed to go. So, like, normally they get Sokar, and T-Sec should be close enough or somewhere where he can be supported, but in this case, he was all by himself.
And here we see the damage numbers, obviously, those M454s right there at the top of the board. And yeah, T-Sec, he was able to get 3 shots out, but I think one of them he did onto Barkas in the 8 line in the banana. So realistically, once he got pushed, he did 2 shots of damage and just died for free. Meanwhile, Sokar able to do 1700, and I really did like the microplay that Sokar did there as soon as the 50Bs got spotted, that he did push onto DJ in his other IS4, basically just staying alive as long as he can, providing as much damage for his team as he could. So good individual play by him, even though he did get like picked up because he was isolated, but that is probably not his fault. But it's not a player's fault if they get picked up, if they're isolated, if they were sent there from the get-go. So I mean, he maximized the amount of damage that he did. Good stuff by him.
I really think this was Opar's round to lose though.
Yeah, I mean, at the start, the HP, what the hell?
It should never be recoverable almost after Sokar's dead, but again, with leaving T-Sec there by himself, and then the guys coming from the hill, they were a little bit indecisive as well if you think about it, because first they were driving down the 8 line, and then they realized that it's 250Bs and an AMX and they're not going to catch them, so they turned back to the camp. That took a little while, but also like Never's body slam against Rishek is a game changer there, because if Rishek gets to survive in the 50B, I think Opar still comes ahead and wins that game, but he just like slammed Rishek against the wall, and Rishek couldn't go anywhere. So minus a full 50B for that.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously we saw at the end that these full 50Bs, if they haven't been touched yet, then even in the endgame scenarios, normally you want to focus out the autoloaders, but if the single shooters are low, you want to get rid of those first, and those 50Bs will just do the clip and then run, and just do another clip later. So I have to agree with you, the 50B dying there for almost free because, well, he got blocked from running away was definitely an important part of this round. That being said, Opor, yeah, like they looked super strong coming into this one, and then suddenly it all started falling apart when the tanks driving down from the hill didn't immediately find someone to push on. I think that was the biggest issue.
Well, we'll see if Opar can recover from this, because, you know, they just got schooled a little bit by Holovnici how to come back from a rather dire situation. And, you know, for the sake of their match, they want to actually, you know, come back here.
Yeah, let's take a look at the lineups though. Once again, French tanks ruling as Holovnici bringing out 1B triple M454, 1277, 1 S-Conk, and Monster playing the CS.
Monster playing the CS, and then Opor, the all-French
Vive
lineup.
la grande nation!
Yeah, Vive la France. Insane to say, currently singing the French national anthem while drinking un café with the double 50B and the 5 M4s.
Exactly. A pretty straightforward lineup. I like it because with a lineup like this, you're just creating easy engages, easy win conditions for yourself. If you don't have a lot of different tanks that are supposed to do different roles, if you just take one brawling heavy lineup, the only thing that you need to do is basically get up close and personal with the enemy team. As soon as you are able to create that engage, then it's all looking good for you. Holovnici on the other side choosing a bit of a different lineup, and we can already see how that basically stacks up against each other. Monster there with the CS able to generate a lot of information right from the start, but we'll have to see how that little hit squad with the double M4 in the 8 line is actually going to turn out.
Yeah, Monster in the CS here now realizes has to go into the courtyard. Not spotted though! That's so crucial if you think about it, that he did not get spotted for this. Monster's just driving around to shoot him out. Now he gets spotted out. He's going to take at least a shot for this. Big shot, but look at Mentos Piotrix on the flank already. They need the rest of their team to come in here. Monster down towards the one shot immediately. The CS does get found, but there is the push down the 8 line. DJ is now in a horrendous situation. He does do the right play. He does push forward. His teammates desperately trying to get in position to cover him, but that's going to be Piotrix just peeking in the window, and DJ realizes he is down and out, and this one, the Ignite's coming out for as well on towards Ketsai. DJ trying to body block. Engagements everywhere as DJ and Ketsai are falling on the left-hand side. You can see Yuzek in the meantime having a similar fate in his Eskong, but so far so good for Holovnici. But you gotta say though that Opor still has those 5 brawling tanks compared to like that CS that Holovnici has.
Also, Yuzek finally getting found here, and yeah, Monster, he's also on a one-shot, so if he takes one more, then the amount of guns would be even again. Holovnici right now in the HP lead, Tsek investing a bit of HP just to be able to cross over, and now Monster, he's keeping his gun in the game, he's making his gun work, so good stuff for him as, yeah, the dust settles a little here. Both teams probably in a sort of awkward engagement, didn't expect to really find the enemy there, but Monster does get found by Conrad, so all of a sudden the amount of guns is dead even again. Slight HP lead though for the attacking team of Holovnici.
Yeah, that was not the play from Monster there. That was not the play. Conrad does not miss these. I mean, Piotrix is going to be camping. Tsek is going to peek up to spot. That's good. I like this. He's going in the window to try and spot the 50B crossing, but he did not achieve his goal. Piotrix did get across and spotted. They should realize though that they might have a 50B waiting for them. And now Conrad pushing up here against Barkis and Sokar. I don't know if this is an engagement that Opar can really win. I mean, Barkis is going to peek around the corner, try to peek around the corner, but there's Orchek waiting already, gives him a big one immediately. So there's a double 50B here in support of Conrad. They're relying on him to make these crucial penetrations, but so far it just seems Barkis getting the better of him as Conrad missing again on towards Barkis. So that engagement not really going in the favor of Opar right now. Piotrix does get spotted out. Panzer Fury is going to be relocating there to deal with this 50B. Obviously, a 50B can't clip out a EMX M4.
Piotrix now does get spotted in his 50B. Tsek taking a crucial shot by Mentos, actually. And the thing is, Piotrix cannot commit onto Panzer Fury. He doesn't have the clip potential to kill the enemy tank that's still full HP. And Barkis, YOLO, and Sokar, they can't really peek here. Piotrix taking one shot by Tsek. Unfortunate low roll onto the M454, so it doesn't take him out of the game. But Sokar, Barkis, and YOLO, they cannot really peek there because they know that that double 50B would be there to punish.
Yeah, but the issue for Opar is here that they have to make rotations. Even Mentos is coming through the courtyard now to close out the kill on Tsek or to pressure Panzer Fury. And as soon as they realize one of these 50Bs is gone, as soon as Risha gets spotted out, that is going to be disaster for Opar because those guys in the corner will just press W combined with Mentos, because Mentos and Piotrix, they are going to kill Panzer Fury.
Ooh, good kill onto Tsek here by Mentos. Does get spotted for it, obviously, but that is one gun gone here, and now the engagement in the end line seems to have started. Holovnici pulling the trigger first, Conrad down to a one-shot, but now Orzek in the 50B was able to clip out, and from the other corner, the second 50B is also starting to engage. Rishek here does put crucial shots into the enemy M4s, does go down towards a one-shot though, and Piotrix from the other side is able to pick up Conrad.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Opar in round 2 here either, as Fury tried to make a play, but he got shot down, unlike the movie, as Orchek now pushing down the 8 lane, and Holovnici here with that CS, getting all the info in the beginning, doing that quick 0-line push behind them through the 8 lane, combining from two sides, getting DJ, getting Ketsai, and at that point, it was already not looking too good for Opar. They got Monster in return, but
still, it was a pretty close fight. You can see Barkis, Sokar, and YOLO, all of those M4s that were in the 8 line where actually on a one-shot, as YOLO does pick up a ready check to make the score 2-0, but to be honest, if those crucial or more connections come into those one-shots, if they are able to take the guns out of the game, then all of a sudden it does look quite different. Yes, they did have like 3.7k HP at the end to spare, but if those one-shots are not able to put in that damage anymore, then we might have a different game on our hands, but yeah, that's all theory crafting. The reality right now is that Holovnici is looking ever so strong here. 2-0 after Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, and I think also what it comes down for in the last game as well is that Holovnici is free to do whatever they want. They have that extra gun, and they can use Piotrix and Mentos as just like a moving around the map kind of squad. Because the double 50B from Opar always is stuck watching 8-line.
And yeah, here you can just see the damage numbers. And the thing is, yeah, I talked about it at the start of the game that sort of, you know, the side with all French tanks, they had sort of the easier execute for their win condition, but obviously the caliber of players that we are facing here, Holovnici with their more versatile setup, able to just counter that by getting the information and creating the engagements they needed and just keeping their one-shots in the game. That being said though, after Himmelsdorf, now we're heading into Prokhorovka, completely different style of map. What do you expect? Like right now we see Holovnici being up 2-0, now Holovnici coming to their map pick even. We saw so far on Prokhorovka pretty passive openings by defending teams, but that doesn't necessarily need to be the case.
No, I feel like Opar might be one of those teams that does try to challenge the middle on their defense to try and force an engagement. But then again, it depends, you know. We still have to see how the meta settles with the M4, with the Minnow, if it like really means you can play way more passive than you could before. Because it wasn't that easy in the past to play defensive in Proko, because of the fact that, you know, you always have to kind of watch both camps. If you focus only on one camp, you lose the other camp, etc, etc. If you go over the rails and they go hill, it's really hard to push. So there's a lot of factors to take into account. So between these two, I wouldn't be surprised if Opar tries to challenge the middle. Because they're that kind of team that you could come out with these aggressive style tactics.
Now the map video already telling us that we're not far off game number 3 here. Yeah, Holovnici just looking better than Opar here, proving at least so far all of us casters, analysts wrong. Just, yeah, have to say it how it is. That being said, obviously Prokhorovka, different style of map. Maybe that one suits Opar better, even though Holovnici picked it. We'll find out now. And setup-wise, a lot less M454s now. Holovnici coming in with double IS7, double 277, one S-Conk, one CS, and Mentos, whipping out the T100 LT.
T100 LT for Mentos. On the other hand, you have Opar with Ketsai in the T100, then Fury in the S-Conk, Konrad DJ, the IS7s, Orchak, Rishek, Tisek, the dynamic trio. They're gonna play the MX M4.
All right. So now opening-wise, we do see Holovnici sending the T100, most importantly, towards the middle, and then we have every single other tank going towards the eastern part, or to the eastern side of the rails. The T100 obviously going to give a lot of information. Needs to be careful though. Those M4s on the move, they do still have pretty good accuracy, even if you don't take a vertical stabilizer. So yeah, he does do a good spotting run. He finds all of those M4s, and obviously he has to bail now. He can't sustain staying there.
But it does give good info for Opar. Like, okay, Mentos gets all the spots, but this also means that Ketsai just runs it down 1-2 line, right? He just keeps going, runs it down 1-2, gets the info that there's nothing there, which immediately means that the entire Opar team is going to be on this rail already before they're able to push off the hill, because this is going to take a long time for Holovnici, and you can see the white tanks on the map already dispersing back towards the 5-6 line rails positions. I think this will be hard. I really think this will be hard for Holovnici to actually deal with.
Yeah, we do see the rotations coming in now. The IS-7s getting pulled towards the middle, while the M4s more towards the north here, possibly able to punish the cross that Holovnici is doing here right now. So far, Sokar not spotted. YOLO and Barkis are also able to make it across. Is Sokar going to take a shot here? Nope, he does make it over safely. So, yeah, I guess positions getting traded. The eastern part of the map. Ooh, nice shot there. I think that was even on the move by YOLO into one of the M4s, but Barkis taking the brunt of the damage for that cross. It was still okay, though. They now have control over different parts of the map. Monster in his CS still basically on the hill, on the overlook, able to support wherever needed, able to suppress the tanks in sort of E5, E6, so that they don't overpeak. But now Holovnitsi, we have to see how exactly they want to start engaging the 2-cap, because in the end they need to get someone on cap. I don't think they can force an engagement and come out ahead where they start trading against the M4s and the IS-7s as well as the Super Conk.
Yeah, the only issue I see here is that Getsai is by himself, and he has no support, and Mentos is like, you know what, I fancy a little bit of Getsai in my life. With Getsai just about in the nick of time, actually, escaping what could be dead, because if you look at the minimap, he had nobody in support. And I think the issue here for Opor right now is that Getsai is alone. And the secondary issue is that if the CS would rotate from the hill and, you know, repressure, that it leaves everybody else of the Opor team in a forced repush situation.
Yeah, the thing is, though, if Monster rotates off the hill, then no one is there anymore to punish the peaks in the middle. Now, Mentos does not see Ketsai leaving here.
Opor is grouping, though, Kihan. Look at the north. They're grouping.
Sending double IS-7 towards the north here. There is one tank they could push upon. And to be honest, there is, I think, double 277 behind him to punish. But if you actually manage to overpush with 4 tanks, the Super Conk even leaving the middle right now. If you manage to overpush there with 4 tanks, then get safe and start engaging the 277s as well, that could be good for you. Yuzek, though, also driving towards the middle with the Super Conk. Now YOLO putting one into Ozek, and immediately we do see the overcommitments happening by Opor, taking a lot of damage, but look what's happening to Sokar here, down to 668. DJ Wheat now committing in Conrad as well. It's just overpeaks everywhere, and Sokar is going to be the first victim of this push.
Yeah, but that double 277 is actually in a pretty strong position for this. In the meantime, Holovnitsi is retaking the south side of their own rail. Ketsai gets spotted out in the T100. DJ Conrad are not going to really be a factor in this. Rishak crossing over towards 1-2 line. I just don't know. Ketsai is important here. He needs to somehow survive in this 1-2 line, but I don't think he will. He's going to have to face off against Mentos, the 1v1. He's not making it out. Monster's coming as well. Amorak damage on Mentos, though. Mentos doesn't seem to have a repair kit. That is amazing for Ketsai. He might be able to do something here against Mentos, but there comes the CS, and now Opor. Yeah, they're up on a lot of HP, but they still need to make this work properly, because now Ketsai is going to go down. They have the I7s and A8 who are now starting to pressure slightly back up. I mean, Ketsai is still alive, but then they do lose 1-2 line control for this.
Yeah, exactly. Monster is now just going to come in. Yeah, he does take one more shot by the Super Conqueror, but he's not going to care, as now he's going to be able to get unspotted and just put shots into the sides of the AMXs that are in the middle. That being said, Yuzek has been trading away a lot of his HP here against T-Sec, and now Mentos obviously is going to try to spot out whatever else is there in the 1-2 line. Monster at the moment cannot really commit in, and now Rishek does get spotted by Mentos, already taking damage. I think Monster is doing a good job sniping, and even Mentos there with a shot into Rishek, and now with the outminding everyone, just driving into the 3 line, but finally he does get spotted, and Ozek puts in one shot, putting him on a 1 shot.
Yeah, I don't think this was outminding. I think this was outminding himself, actually, more than anything, as Mentos does escape behind, but Yuzek in the meantime fell as well, Kihan, which exposes Piotrix to Fury and T-Sec, who are just gonna keep peeking and peeking on towards that I7 until he is no more. And with Mentos being spotted, they're sending just one M4 to come and kill him. I mean, Rishek is down towards a 1-shot in the meantime, but the HP, it's a major deficit here. Rishek is even going to survive while Piotrix goes down. That leaves 3 guns against 6. It's not a situation where you really recover from.
Yeah, and also the HP starting to tell the story of the game here. The same goes for the guns. 6 still up and available for the team of Opor, and only 3 remaining for the attacking team of Holovnitsi. And those 277s, they can't really take the engagements. The IS-7s actually have more HP. That being said, DJ does get ammo-wrecked and doesn't seem to have a repair kit available either, but that's, in the grand scheme of things, not going to matter, as Ozek is already there from the backlines to provide the backup. And then we only have Monster left after Barkis falls. And Monster probably did have sort of a field day farming the tanks in the middle, but it's only one CS. He can only do so much.
No, Monster does outspot Rishek. He bounces.
What?
Rishek also bounces.
Some penetration issues by both of those teams here. Monster does pick up Rishek in return, but yeah, obviously 1 minute 15. He doesn't have the DPM, he doesn't have the HP, he doesn't have anything going in his favor, and we are going to see Opor putting themselves on the board here, even though Monster is still surviving. The scoreline is going to be 2-1, still in favor of Holovnici though.
Still in favor of Holovnici, but this is what Opor needs. Picking up that first round here. Good read from them as well. Good reads from both teams, actually, if you think about it. I mean, Katsai was indeed isolated by himself in the south. That much is a fact, right? We can all conclude that that is true. But in return, they also realized Katsai was alone, that there was the threat of him getting repushed, rotating by the CS rotation. The only thing that's like, I don't know why Sokar is this close to the rails if they're going to be repressuring the south with the CS. He would survive slightly longer, wouldn't make that much of a difference though.
Yeah, also, I don't know how the Super Conk in the middle died so fast. Like, normally he should be pretty safe there and can punish, but all of a sudden he was on one shot for what felt like no reason, and he didn't have a good impact either. 962, only 2 shots of damage, so not quite sure what happened there. And yeah, obviously Monster, he got to farm a lot in the end, but at the time when he got to shoot at the enemy tanks unpunished, that was the time when basically, well, the game was over anyway.
Yeah, it was over at that point. Even if Mentos just ran away and they killed Rishek, it's still not possible. After Yusek dies there, and there's no cover anymore for the I7 on the middle, they just peek him and kill him for free, and then at that point, you're down so many guns. Time's running out as well. You have to start killing people that are just trying to sit in hold downs. It doesn't really work.
Yeah, and also the 277s, which at the end had the bulk of the HP of Holovnici, they were already in a committed fight against the IS-7, which they couldn't force to a point where they would immediately win to free up those guns to be used later on somewhere else, because, well, realistically, they were losing that engagement as well. So, yeah. Opor now recovering, it feels like. We're going to have to see if that trend continues in the second Prokhorovka that's about to happen. But yeah, it's nice to see that both of the teams can actually beat each other, because realistically, Himmelsdorf, that was, yeah, Opor didn't look good there. Or it was just Holovnici reacting and playing so well.
Well, my prediction is still in the running, so I'm good.
Same here, same here.
Yeah, I said 4-2, so everything is still possible.
You need to, oh yeah, you need the Opor 3-0 clean sweep now. We'll have to see. From what we've seen so far, I wouldn't call that likely, but maybe you just went full 5-head on the prediction and outmounted us all. All right, that being said, we are about to go into the fourth game here in between Opor and Holovnici in the upper bracket final. And once we see the lineups, we'll be able to say what's actually going to happen.
The lineup says everything on Prokhorovka. What kind of game we're going to see.
Ooh.
And Holovnici has double, but a CS, a 268, and triple S-Conk.
2684, very interesting choice. We don't see that often. And for Opor, we have triple IS-7, 1 S-Conk, double CS, and the T100. So Holovnici, I would call that a very very old school lineup, actually. With that double bat, that used to be meta like years and years ago. Obviously the CS, the only sort of new tank there in there, 2684, yeah. That suggests some sort of, we want to push 1-2.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, the 268 is good for holding 1-2, but pushing down is like always a bit risky. You can see the bats are on the offside on the 7, with the CS of Mentos probably taking the hole and then never pushing down 1-2. It's interesting. We're gonna see how this works out. I'm very curious to see the double bat in action here, because they are playing against a pretty heavy lineup.
Exactly, and now Mentos here probably going to be in a bit of trouble as he is in the ditch right now. Is he going to make it out without taking damage? He is. That being said, obviously he did take 3 ramming damage by someone already. But yeah, Monster now getting spotted in his bat chat. Piotrek still unspotted though. Yeah, Opor needs to be very aware of this double Batshot threat, because that is basically what Holovnici wants to create. To basically have both of those Batshots pouncing on one tank, just take him out, get out of there, and then just refill your clips. Yuzek, in the meantime, has been taking a bit of damage in the middle, though, and now never in the 2684. He's spotted, and we'll have to see how far he's able to continue down the 1-2 line without taking damage. There's only really Tsek who could punish, and Ketsai already starting to run with his T100.
Yeah, the issue for those tanks in the middle, those Eskungs in the middle for the side of Holovnici, is that CS on the hill of Rishek that can put fire onto them. So he's also flanking already. Though there is a timer here on this move, it needs to happen fast. Now Monster and Piotrix get spotted out. Ketsai and Tsek, they're going to be in a bit of trouble here. They haven't penned the 268v4 once. Tsek now getting spotted out. He is going to be running into the corner, dodging some shots from Piotrix and Monster, but you can see the damage is stacking up pretty well on these tanks here. I mean, Ketsai is going to go down. Tsek still needs to fall, but the middle is really important here. What happens in between that? Because Holovnici might be killing Tsek, but I feel like in the end of the day, everywhere else on the map, they should be losing.
Exactly, Tsek now is going to die, but now the double Batshot actually is on reload, and you can see the 2684, it's Amorak, so it cannot provide DPM either. And now we see the overpush, the repush by Opor into the middle of the map, trying to sweep through all those red tanks, while the 3 tanks on the 1-2 line are still out of the game. Now Yuzek or Sokar actually starting to burn, that's not gonna help either. But Opor right now, they seem to be running a bit out of steam, they're not able to generate kills as of yet. Sokar, though, second fire does finally die, and now Bark is overpushing, doesn't want to be shot by DJ either.
Yeah, Rishak here needs to shield Conrad, to be honest, to keep him alive, but he's not going to be going for that. Conrad's going to be playing with the wreck, which is a good move from that I7. Peeks out slightly too far and does take a shot of damage. Now Rishak tracking Barkus, DJ trying to survive. Mentos actually made it out of the hole there. Good kill from Barkus. Another fire from Rishak. Now DJ getting pushed on by Piotrix, by Never, and it looks like Holovnici, who had their moves pretty open from the beginning of the game, they were and should know what was happening, are just taking it downtown the whole way.
Yeah, exactly. And now that the IS-7's gone, Rishek is left with figuring out how he's supposed to win that 4v1. Quick spoiler, he's not going to do that. But yeah, Never finally having his Amorak back is probably going to secure the kill here, as he does. And now Holovnici, with a sort of old school strategy with double bat, you love to see it, able to secure their third point, their future match points here. I'm a fan of those tactics, I have to say, but let's be real, that was quite a big gamble.
That should just not work, yeah. There's no reason why Ketsai should get caught there. He saw them coming from a mile away, at least a 268v4. So he should never be caught there. He should just be like shooting the bats from like K2 or something and running away. Also, Mentos somehow escaped from the hole when getting pushed by an IS-7. Not sure what happened there either. They should be able to clean up. They should be able to clean up the middle in return for this.
Yeah, they should have been able to, but I
How
think
does Fury do 400 damage?
741. What am I supposed to tell you? But yeah, those Batshots, they really showed what the power of the Batshot can be in Prokhorovka with those clips. But in the end, I do agree with you. That was a big gamble that we just saw happening. I would say going into this game previously, I didn't think they would be able to pull it off, but they did. And then they had this very, very healthy Batshot still able to come in onto the IS-7. I think that was Conrad still able to fully clip out there. And also beautiful stuff by the people that got pushed, that basically focused out the low HP targets, so there would be less guns to shoot at the reinforcements coming from the 1-2 line. That being said, though, both of the teams splitting, Prokhorovka 1-1, and now we are headed into Mines.
Yeah, but Mines is the one map where I said it's more likely to be a 1-1 than it is to be 2-0 for either of the two teams, right? Which worries me a bit.
Yeah. I mean, if you are an Opor fanboy, definitely, then it should worry you here. As, 1-1 split would mean 4-2, so you would be on the correct scoreline, but for the wrong team for your prediction. But I do agree with you. Mines historically has been a very tough nut to crack if the defender decides to basically pull a hard camp off. then again, Mainz has this sort of weird interaction in between defender and attacker, because at least for the first engagements, it's actually the defender that is sort of the one that's dictating how the game's gonna go, because they have the choice of, do we go for that immediate middle commit, or do we go for a full hard camp? And then the attacker actually needs to respect that, and they need to, first of all, read the enemy lineup, try to guess what they're going to do, and then they have to decide, do we contest the hill right from the get-go, or do we try to punish the 1-2 line cross?
Yeah, but contesting the hill as a defender can also be a very rough thing, because you can lose full 1-2 line control, so it is a big gamble there. And I don't think that Opor is in a situation where they can really afford these kind of gambles anymore. So, you know, I want to see them be a bit more...
Conservative?
Yeah, that would be the term.
Alright. So, match point for Holovnici here. Obviously, whatever team loses here is going to be able to still try and rectify it in the lower bracket final. That being said, Holovnici coming into this one with double M4 54, triple 277, 1E5, and Monster playing that cheeky TVP.
Yeah, Monster in that cheeky TVP matching up against a T100 for Opor though, with 4 M4s, an I7 and a CS, so...
That looks like a camp, to be honest.
Yeah, the T100 kind of says that, doesn't it? Because you can only really play 1-2.
Yep. Yeah, Opor now trying to at least stay alive in this match here, bringing that T100. Ketzai, you said it, he's going to cross directly. He's going to have his CS buddy to back him up. Holovnici not showing any interest whatsoever in the island part of the map. They're just going straight towards that middle, and they're going to find a lot of M4s as well as an IS-7 directly aimed towards the cross here. So yeah, that's why we see Sokar stop to not get completely taken out of the game right away. And Holovnici seem to be content with what they have achieved here. Mentos does take one by Ketzai though.
Yeah, Ketzai there with a cheeky little shot in the T100. The issue comes forward though that they can, like, this is the moment. There was a possibility for Holovnici to really punish this crossing, but they missed out on it because Fury and Conrad got away without taking a single shot of damage. That was my worry, because you do need to get tanks into the hill at some point.
Yeah, Sokar now establishing hill control. And the thing is also that Opor right now, they don't have a tank in like the K4 to K6 area, so he can sort of peek, not freely, but he can gather a lot of information from that hill. And now both Never and Monster spotted on the island. They need to be careful, because that line of bushes and rocks, it does have quite a few openings for the defenders to shoot through and punish tanks that are coming through the 1-2. Ketzai now taking that bush at the F2 position in like the lower side of the hill, so he'll spot any kind of rotation that would be coming either from or to the island area. And Holovnici, they seem to be content right now with having taken the hill and having middle presence.
Right now it's looking good for Opor though. If you look at it, Ketzai spotting the crossing, they have recheck on 1-2. The Holovnici lineup is not one that can really push 1-2 anymore because the early info is there, Dsec is there, DJ is there, Orchek from the base can shoot it as well, recheck can shoot it, Ketzai can shoot it, so 1-2 push is very difficult to pull off. So they have to start thinking about what do they do, but they don't have that IS-4, for example. I remember yesterday when we saw the cap pressure on the 9-0 line. That was with an IS-4.
Yeah, with the 277, obviously the problem that basically if you try to side scrape, then you expose your shoulder plate of the hull and you can get penetrated. We'll have to see, because right now I think the 2 cap is not really an option for the attackers, just because, well, they would pay so much on the cross, and they don't even have like the appropriate tanks to cross over with. Yes, they have double 277 and the TVP, but that's about it, and they would eat so much damage. But the 1 cap is not really viable either, because the T100 is going to spot all the rotations, and as soon as the 277 and the TVP start rotating away, then the jig is up and Opor would know that it's a 1 cap play actually. Now Piotrix does get spotted on the cross. That should give some kind of hints or info to Holovnici as to where that T100 actually is, and ooh, he even fires one, I think. Oh no, that was the CS. Never mind, he does fire.
Oh, and the fire! T6 sets him on fire! That was the first shot was fuel tanks. The second one from T6 was the fuel tanks being set on fire. And Holovnitsi here struggling. They're on the struggle bus because Piotrek is one of those tanks that could push 1-2 if they want to try it, but he's not pushing anything anymore anytime soon.
Yeah, exactly. That is just 2 M4 shots away from dying here with 924 HP. Finally, Ketsai does get found, but the thing is he does spot out Monster, and he even trades favorably. And Monster, he can't really leave right now because there is going to be so many guns trained at that. And Ketsai seems to be pretty happy with just trading away against the TVP now because, well, they can trade it out. And at the end of the day, Ketsai is going to be on like 600 HP, but Monster is going to be dead.
Exactly. So Monster even missing one more. That's why Ketsai took the trade. He has enough HP to withstand the clip from Monster. Picks him up. Monster down and out in the TVP, and that is already a major blow on the attacking side of Holovnitsi, who now have 3 minutes and 30 seconds to think about how they're going to get through this, because I don't see it.
Yeah, I also don't see it happening because they don't have the assets anymore to go for that 1-2 line commitment with the 277. The TVP is now dead. Never just took a shot, had to repair his Emmerich, so he doesn't have rep kit for the next 90 seconds. And Piotrek, he's just so low, like he would just die on the cross, and as soon as that happens, Rishek and Ketsai with the T100 and the CS63 respectively should just be able to win the fight straight up. Yeah, I don't really see how Holovnitsi breaks this one. Middle push is also not an option because you would be pushing into Crossfire and like Haldon tanks. And one cap, well, how?
Yeah, I don't know how, Key.
Yeah,
you tell me.
Yeah, no, I think Opor is firmly in the victory this round, and if Holovnitsi, that is, don't get like double Emmerich or something, then I don't see any way out of defeat for the attackers here.
Well, the issue is that they can't really pressure the Scap right, Kian. Because when we saw it yesterday, we had a nice 4 push up to this building here to pressure away the M4 that was here. While in return, you had the E5, which was scapping here, right? But they don't have this. I mean, they have the E5. They just don't really have the IS4, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And that's probably why we see Holovnitsi not really taking a lot of action right now. I think mentally they've already conceded this round, and they're already talking about how the next one is going to go. Viable, obviously. But yeah, Opor, they are probably as happy as ever to just let the time tick down and talk about the next game too, about their attack, which is going to be the more difficult feat to pull off. On Mainz, obviously, and they will need to do it against that match point, which Holovnitsi right now is not able to convert, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I don't think even Holovnitsi is going to push out of this.
No, Holovnitsi, they know they're probably beaten. I mean, yeah, Sokar does get one shot into DJ, and DJ, yeah, now has repaired his Emmerich, but in the grand scheme of things, there is no way that Holovnitsi with only 6 guns chew through 16,000 HP here.
They shouldn't be, Kihan, but stranger things have happened.
Stranger things indeed have happened in the past.
Sokar dive bombs off the cliff into Conrad, blows them up on the way.
And then
Orchek
Roundhouse kicks Ozek out of there. Yeah.
Orchek makes a disaster speak. Sokar taps him in the fuel tank, which then sets him on fire, which then leads to his Ammonite detonating from the fire. -2 kills. Oh, here we go. That's the start. That's the start. It's a failed dive bomb.
I mean, yeah, Sokar probably knowing that it's over, and Conrad is going to be able to pad his stats a little. I know what Conrad is doing. 5-head.
He's turning the tank so the timer resets.
The timer resets so he can farm more damage.
Oh look, he blew Sokar up, dude.
Yes.
It was the story that I told, but then in reverse.
All right, Bark is now also finding himself in Crossfire, down to 174 with his Amarak damaged. He is going to be able to pick up at least that pesky T100, and now does get picked up by Rishek. So yeah, a bit of fun being had by the players here, but obviously both teams just knew that, well, the game was over, as we now see that the game is actually over, and Opor able to stay alive, at least for now.
I think you should always try, even if you only have 6 tanks.
I mean, yeah, sometimes maybe you catch the opponent on like an unlucky rotation, good timing, stuff like that.
Well, I mean, Opor wasn't going to rotate, but we've seen teams lose matches that they should have won, so, you know.
Even in this, Even
I'm
in
always
this
a fan
match,
of trying, you know?
Yep. Okay, I mean, yeah, the T100 actually on top, Ketsai here with 2.5k damage, but yeah, in the end, this battle was won by time, so obviously the damage numbers are not going to be as impressive as if it had happened by kills. Now, 3-2 the scoreline. Now it's going to be Holovnitsi's defense. How would you approach this? Would you go like, let's contest the hill, let's try to finish it fast, or if you have just been outcamped, I guess, would you just say, yeah, we'll treat them with their own medicine?
I don't think Holo is going to push off their defense here. I think they'll just sit and wait, because you could see like it can be really, if you put up a good defense, and this Opor defense is pretty good because they go close to the middle. So if you push 1-2, they overpush the middle straight. There's no delay in that, so they're always on the hill. So if the triple 277 times down 1-2, you lose the hill in return. So there's always like a backup plan there. So I don't think Holo will be attempting to tempt fate by going on the hill. We saw it yesterday already, that going on the hill from south, you should always lose, because the North team brings that faster lineup with, for example, the 277s that can shoot SCS. Not the greatest shot, but it is possible. So you should always lose the hill.
I mean, yeah, we saw yesterday a couple funky games with triple CS from like both sides, and then just the shootouts happening, and obviously the team that does lose the hill needs to overpush middle, but then the CSs can farm you. So it is quite a gamble to do that as the defender, and if you take the hill straight, you also, as you said, you don't have the assets in place to punish the 1-2 line cross. So you need to be wary of that, and if you are not able to punish that, then basically 2-cap control goes over towards the attacker, and there is not really a lot that you can effectively do, except, I think, who was it that we saw yesterday with the IS-7 providing those resets? I can't recall it as of now.
It was Phoenix.
Phoenix,
With Kitty.
Oh yeah,
Kitty
yeah,
was doing
Kitty
that.
as well. So yeah, you need to obviously keep that in mind. That being said, I think the easier option is probably always going to be just, you know, park the bus, get your tent, and, you know, sit that one out. That being said, we have to see, and maybe Holovnitsi surprises us, who knows.
I mean, that is option number one, to sit in the base and defend, but you're my option number one, Kian.
Aww. I just grew by like 2 centimeters. I'm now even taller. Anyway, Holovnitsi coming into this one with triple M454, triple CS, and Piotrix sporting the TVP.
Well, Opor with the triple 277, the 3105, and the triple AMX M4, so a lot meatier. But the Holo has that triple CS. They have done triple CS before on Mind's Def and not pressured the hill with it. But you know what, Kihan? They're going for it.
Yep, Holovnitsi driving towards that middle, and to be honest, I think they would win a straight-up fight, especially since the only fast tank that could take the hill from Opor is the AMX. That being said, though, Opor has different plans. They're sending the 13105 to scout out that K-line cross. Obviously, no one crossing there, and now the tanks are starting to approach the 2-cap. Obviously, no one has crossed yet, and I'm not sure if Ketsai would get spotted there, actually. We'll have to see, but yeah, triple cap does get started, so not really a lot of time to react here for the defending team of Holovnitsi, and so far a lot of info actually being exchanged out, but not all the necessary info right now in the hands of Holovnitsi. They don't properly know where the 13105 is. They are missing still the info on 2 M4s, and time is ticking. 15 seconds. They're gonna have to commit in at some point in time.
And they're gonna have to use the M4s to actually pressure forward. You can see big damage being dealt immediately on towards Yuzek in that AMX M4, and the whole squad here from Holovnitsi is actually pushing, and they're trying to do something. I'm not sure what they're trying to achieve, because they have that CS crossing over on the K-line in the meantime, and Opor here far ahead at this moment in time. Monster trying to cross over in his CS. I'm not even sure if he's gonna make that. He takes 1, he takes 2, he takes 3, and maybe 1 more to close it out on that CS63 crossing over. DJV does it. And this is weird though, because you would assume that Holovnitsi would just use Mentos to get those resets after and stabilize the game.
Yeah, exactly. And now we can see that even the 13-105, the baby Batchat, is able to contribute onto that big blob of Holovnitsy tanks that are taking a lot of damage. Even Mentos not able to reset unspotted. And as the dust settles, I think the positions here as well as the HP are vastly favoring the team of Opor that currently have tanks that can free farm basically onto Barkis with Orzek. Katsai leaving now though, getting spotted for that one, and Piotrix reshuffling to the hill. Right now they are not keeping up the cap pressure.
It's not over though. It's just weird that Monster crossed over because they have Mentos in that CS that cross the K line, which is what they need to do. They need to make a distraction play, trade away HP so Mentos can actually get into a position where he is able to...
Mentos took a lot of damage there.
He just needs to live though.
Yeah.
He just needs to live.
Vishek now down to a one-shot here. Orzek with another good one into, I think that was Barkis. And yeah, Never is also able to, I think, even shoot unspotted from there. He just passed the 3k damage mark. Conrad now down to 542. DJ Wheat and Piotrix now exchanging spots, and from the island, from downtown, in come the shots here, reducing Piotrix to a very, very likely one-shot. And now DJ, he can just, you know, drive up there because all of the other tanks are spotted. They're now trying to collapse onto Conrad here. They do get the pickup, but at what cost?
Yeah, and DJ here trying to fire towards the water side and towards Mentos does not connect. Piotrix does not realize that this is happening though, so he's just chilling and waiting and hoping that somebody comes to help him. He does get one on DJ, might get a second one. He misses that one. Panzer Fury from the back, holding the angle, shuts it down. And Holovnitsy here with their 4 tanks remaining against the 6 from Opor seem to be in a lot of trouble.
Yep, DJ Wheat there now, a lot of HP still to spare, and Never even getting spotted for that shot onto DJ, so they now know where he is. If you take a look at the minimap though, that 13-105 at the moment rotating around, he'll just go to the one cap, I guess, and just, you know, chill and start capping. What are they gonna do? The vineyards there provide a lot of cover, so he could just be anywhere in the cap really.
I still think it's really weird that Monster tried to push across, because once Mentos is across, they are getting that resets with Mentos, Never, and the M4s, right? So they have 2 angles for reset, and they are getting them, because if DJ has another tank with him on the hill, they can actually do something. Like, they can kind of hold the hill together, right? And then maybe Never can rotate as well. So that one extra tank could have made a difference there for Holovnitsy.
Yeah, he could have made a difference, and now you can just see Opor methodically, you could say, trying to finish off this game.
Holovnitsy was so slow on rotating that they didn't have time to take K4. Like, as soon as they don't see a single CS there, they should be rotating to take back K2, K3, right behind the bushes to get resets. And it took them forever.
All right, Bak is now taking a big shot here down to 26 HP. And DJ Weed is the most crucial tank beside the 13-105, because he's just going to spot everyone that crosses over. Orzek the one to pick up Never here, and now 20 seconds left. Opor is very, very likely going to put themselves up to a match point of their own. They are going to force the tiebreaker. Bak is now trying to drive in here with his M4, but he's only on 26. T-Shek already encroaching onto Yuzek, and yeah, that's going to be it. But the second cap also does get started now, and Opor, despite all odds, winning their mines attack, they're going to be putting themselves on a tiebreaker. I think that one's Tundra, but yeah, Holovnitsy not really looking too good in that one, I have to say.
Ghost Town's going to be the tiebreaker
between
these two, where Holo has the choice of what side they pick, so they'll probably pick the defense. I mean, it makes sense, right?
Yeah, first of all, we have to talk about the reactions by Holovnitsy in this game, because as good as they seemed on the first map on Himmelsdorf, here on Mines, they just seem to be unable to react in a timely fashion to what Opor was doing.
Yeah, I don't know. First of all, I think our CS should be going back to K3 so much earlier. As soon as there's no CSs there for the side of Opor, like taking the hill, they should be going back with the very last one, just turn around and drive back. So they actually make it like narrowly at the same time to get at least one reset, you know? And then if you then have to drive down with the M4s, there's no reason for Monster to cross either, because that was just never going to work. All they really needed was the reset, right? Get to secure the reset and try and stabilize the game after that. But with the AAA MXM4 committed down, with the CS committed on 1-2, but never committed in the 4 on the 3 line. It leaves only Piotrix in his TVP on the hill, and he cannot hold it by himself.
Now, confirmation does go through Monster, or rather, yeah, they did select defense for the tiebreak here. That's going to happen on Ghost Town. Ghost Town, I wouldn't say hugely favored either way, attacker or defender. It's mostly about the lineup that you bring, about the reactions that you do to the information that becomes available. I am personally a bit sad that the immediate cap in the middle of the town, that those immediate commitments have fallen out of favor. I always loved that because it was action right from the get-go. Nowadays, it's mostly a trying to secure positions on the outer parts of the map, just trying to get your mediums into position to get those crossfires, to get that information, also eliminate the possibility of angles for the enemy.
Yeah, those initial plays, this initial aggression on the cap, people are just like usually very slower, feeling it out, going across the map, checking the north, checking the south, and then later on the cap gets committed. But yeah, you never know. Maybe a surprise comes out and they do something crazy.
Also, I like that both teams here have yeah, basically been going to a tiebreaker, because over the whole match, I would say they do seem pretty evenly matched, and yeah, it's always good to see tournament favorites battling it out and not, you know, one of them going down 4-0, and then you actually don't get a lot of content out of it. You don't get you don't get to see a lot of what they do.
Well, they would probably rematch in the grand final, probably. I mean, you gotta say, there's a big chance that this is the first and the last match of the day.
There is a distinct chance, yeah.
I
mean, the way the tournament structure works is basically we after this one we have the CSA against Goodnight Nomi that are going to battle it out, and they are fighting basically for the right to play against the loser of the match we are currently spectating. So either Holovnici or Opor. If you were either CSA or Goodnight Nomi, and assuming you just won the match that's upcoming, who would you rather play against in the lower bracket final?
I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. You play whoever you get.
You wouldn't have any favorite?
No, you have to beat everybody to win anyways.
That's true. That is true. Now, yeah, I think because obviously this upcoming game is a tiebreaker, both teams get a bit more time just to prepare, because going into this match they obviously didn't know that they were going to tiebreaker, and also which side they were going to play on. But I think rather soonish it should start.
Well, I can tell you, Kihan, that the battle in World of Tanks always starts after the 30-second countdown.
That is true. It is not true for Onslaught though. There you get the 60 seconds countdown. So yeah, we'll have.
You just had to be technically correct, didn't you?
Technically correct is the best kind of correct. I'll have you know. Okay. Sorry, me being German just comes through here.
That's what we call a nitpicker. Yeah.
You know how satisfying it can be to nitpick and go on to people's nerves.
Kihan's the kind of guy, dude. The class, when he's in school, everybody leaves the class and he's there asking questions for the next 30 minutes.
No, that wasn't me actually. I hated those people.
Man.
I hated those people. Or also, like, yeah, we can stop the lesson now, and then one kid is like, no, I still need to know that. Please, I just want to go home. Anyway, map video suggesting that we're about to see the last game in between Holovnici and Opor here in the upper bracket final. Holovnici bringing the M454. Then we have one IS4, one CS, and quadruple S-Conk.
Quadruple S-Conk versing the triple IS4, the singular IS7, the singular S-Conk, the singular Ban, and the MXM4 from Opor.
Exactly, and that leads us basically, how do those lineups stack up against each other? Holovnici with the hold down, yeah, I guess DPM power, and for Opor it's going to be more of a side-scraping approach with all of those IS4s, possibly even with the IS7. That being said, Rishek is being sent towards the north from the attacking team here from Opor to just generate information, whether Holovnici is trying to cross there, I guess, on the A line. That is not the case though. Monster being sent towards the south with that CS. is going to just make sure that no one is peeking or going on from like K4. So far, I would say by Holovnici, pretty standard opening, and by Opor, nothing out of the ordinary as of now either.
No, pretty standard from them too, actually. They leave the bat in the bushes to spot if they want to go to the north with the CS, but Holo is just doing the good old standard hold, right? CS, Skunk 1-2, Skunk on A3, and the rest hovering around the middle.
Now, Ketsai here, the most notable thing that happened as of now, he was trying to blind shoot possibly A4, but the Skong from Holovnici isn't even there yet. And basically, this A4 position that we do see the Skong in, that can be a very hard one for the attackers to dig out. We saw even 1 versus 2 wins there in the past, just because you're able to drop yourself down to get support by other players. First of all, the attackers, they need to make it up to that A4 position even. And Opar, the only thing they're doing currently is rotating around with a Batchat, possibly to generate info. They will maybe outspot the Skong. The Batchat from A5 is maybe going to be able to spot some tanks in the city, but right now, Holovnici is making a good job of running down the clock here.
Yeah, the great question is when does Opor make their move? Because they have taken every position they would have at this point. Now it's just like, what happens after this? Like, what is their next move? Do they get onto the cap with DJ, or what do they plan?
I mean, they are methodically right now taking position by position, but at one point or another, they will have to face off against Holovnici. Opor, obviously, because they have that meaty IS-4 lineup. They do have a tiny bit of HP advantage here, but not that it matters. Conrad now trying to find out if he does get spotted, and this is what we've been waiting for. Opor preparing a decisive move onto the 2 cap.
Yeah, Fury pushing up on the left, while you see Orchak on the right, trying to pressure the guns from Holovnici away from the angles, but now DJ Tisa coming in. Sokar, Barkes, Piotrik's gonna peek. DJ takes a big one for 618, but that's also it. As Never comes in from the back, gives him one more. Sokar, Barkes, Piotrik's gonna go for another peek. DJ again. DJ down towards 1k. Can they drop him lower? No, they can't. But the trade was pretty even. Most of the damage focused on DJ, while for the Holovnici team, it's more spread.
Yeah, and now the trade's still going on here. DJ and T-Sec doing a good job of holding on and holding strong against superior numbers, but keep in mind Orzek from the back lines and also Ketsai will be able to support if there is an overpeak by the defenders coming in. Cap now not really a big issue yet, 33 seconds remaining, but they can always sacrifice HP to get those resets. We will have to see a reaction though. We also have to take a look at the minimap where Conrad has taken a lot of damage in his IS-7 right now at the top of the screen for pushing here. Not sure why he feels pressured into that move.
He's crossfiring the guys. He's crossfiring Barkes, Piotrix, and Sokar from there.
And also we have Rishek here that is waiting until the overpeak comes in now. He does start peeking in the Batchat. He does have a juicy side and gets a blow up. It's actually going to be Ketsai with the kill, but Holovnici is not going to be happy with that one. They did get resets, but the cap is down to 20 seconds still.
Yeah, 20 seconds again here. They're going to have to make another commitment. The good part is that Rishek's on Vela though, but Yuzek can't do it. It's going to have to be Mentos and his Eskon who just arrived to the battlefield. 9 seconds left now. Look at the damage that Mentos took for this. He does get a good HE reset, but it's only 60 damage. In return, he bled a lot, but still, even trades here. Holovnici against Opor, just about even in HP. But the crucial factor here is Rishek coming back in with that bad shot clip. Cap back down to 30 seconds. Rishek coming in from behind. He's going to shut down whoever gets or tries to get the next reset. He's even going to go pick up Never while Panzer Fury just dueling it out against Yuzek, picking him up in the meantime. And Rishek here with the ignite, the fire on towards Never, who tries to turn his third, but it's not going to be happening. Now 8 seconds left on the cap, and Holovnici, who were on match point, seem to have fallen on the final hurdle as Opor here seems to be closing it out. 4 seconds left as Ketsai gets one reset in on him. DJ gets a reset, but Holovnici running out of tanks, running out of HP, and from 3-1 to 4-3, it's going to be Opor to move on to the grand finals.
Yeah, Opor here, definitely with a good execute. Ketsai shutting down Monster, and now Rishek, he's probably gonna come in with the ram. Piotrix there, Emmerich, there's nothing that he's going to change about the outcome of this battle. And Opor, they do make the comeback here. 4-3 the final scoreline, and you know what that means, Ducky? My prediction was correct.
Even a broken clock hits the right time twice a day.
But yeah, very, very even matchup regardless of how the last game went here, with a better end for the team of Opor. That means Holovnici does get relegated down to the lower bracket, and yeah, here are the damage numbers. Never not really with the best of games. But yeah, that crucial fire by Rishek, because I think the Super Conk was on like 1981 HP, and the Batchat has 1950 alpha. So yeah, players of this caliber will always try to aim for the engine, aim for the fuel tanks to just generate that additional chance that you get the fire. That's also part of the reason why we saw a lot of fires in this matchup here, especially on Prokhorovka. I think one team got 3 fires there or something. But Ducky, I think that is enough for from the two of us for the time being. Let's head over and see what the other guy that was correct with his prediction, Insane and Bunter, have to say.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. That's it for the first match of the day. Banter and Oppo taking the victory over Holovnici. 4-3 tiebreaker, very close match, but a lot of interesting games there, Banter.
Yeah, there was a lot of those rounds were on fire, which was it was some interesting games. A lot of RNG being thrown around. You and Kian got the predictions correct. Mine was wrong, but Daki just copied me. So if we're both wrong, I still classify that as a win. But yeah, some interesting and close rounds. Very close.
So yeah, Opor is going to be moving to the grand finals, and we'll have Holovnici waiting in the losers bracket to either face CSA or Goodnight Nomi, which is the next match we will be covering.
Yep. So, are replays ready, do we think?
I mean, they're gonna be ready shortly, but before that, Banter, let's take a quick look at the tournament bracket. As you can see, Opor waiting in the match 8, just like I said, and Holovnici in the match 7. We have to remind that the match number 6 and 7 are going to be BO7, but the grand finals, the match number 8, BO9.
Yeah, will be best of 9. I mean, Holovnici did very well, going up quite a few games. The Himmelsdorfs were solid. Me and you discussed those, but unfortunately still got knocked out at the end. Yep.
So let's take a look at the replays about that match. Banter, the first map, like you mentioned, was Himmels, and that was a really good showing from Holovnici.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it almost felt like Holovnici kind of hung Sokar out to dry. They almost left him there as bait to kind of attract the Opor tanks. And in the meantime, they did, as you can see, the 8-line repush it. It was a bit of a mess of a game. It was all over the place a little bit, but was still quite a fast pace and good one overall.
Yeah, even if they lost Soka there, in return Holovnici is actually capable of taking down T-Sec almost freely because of the overmatch of those 3 tanks, the double 50 with the clip potential. So good stuff from Holovnici. They were down a lot of HP, but like you mentioned, maybe Oppo was a bit confused where Soka was and how to play against it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this game was heavily about timing. A few seconds here and there for tanks being in positions could have swung this one completely. You can see how close it is on HP, but was a close one. Oppo, yeah, just going... Their only option was to cap, but it was almost over at this point just based on positions.
I think, yeah, not the greatest start from the side of Oppo, maybe a bit missing on the management on their attack, but the time especially, it's pretty hard to play with the 8 minutes. And next, you had Holovnici on the attack, Oppo on the defense, and that pincer movement from the hill and the banana.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing that Oppo kind of did in the previous game that Holovnici were doing here. Got a lot for free. You can see Monster took a lot running, but then they isolated Ketsai and DJ Weed here, which kind of swung it in their favor, even with the amount of damage that Monster took in that CS. This was a very close one as well. Just small micro plays that Holovnici made that kind of made the difference.
I mean, they had pretty much better positions. They had better control, even though they were on the attack. And from the side of Oppo, they tried some rotations, but that was not paying for them. And you could see at the end, Mantus over the courtyard with this 277 to get the right angles, the right kills. So good stuff from Olovnitsy, taking the lead 2-0, and then we had Prokhorovka.
Yeah, Prokhorovka, it was really nice. You mentioned it to me in the game, and I believe Daki Okian mentioned it. When the T100 of Holnowitzy does that mid-spot, Oppo realize they can just take the 1-2 for free, which gives them lots of nice map control. Here you can see them over-pushing Sokar and the engagement on the other side of the map. This one as well, with these two type of Polish teams, they play in a very interesting style, which is almost like creating little 1v1s, 2v2s all over the map, as you can see here between Monta, Mentos and Ketsai.
I mean, I think it's a bit of a mistake from the side of Ketsai to not just take distance and run back over like C1, C2, get the coverage of the AMX. At the end of the day, they had so much HP advantage, so it didn't matter. You could see even Mantus dropping at the end, but good stuff from Oppo, pretty much well reading what Olovnitsy is capable, rotating, rotations on point, the pick on A6 to take down one tank. They handled well the defense.
Yeah, had very good time management. Here in the next one, this was Holnowitzy going for a very off-meta lineup, double batch at CS268. These are very tanks we haven't seen in the meta for a while, ever since it's become, the meta, I think you'd agree, has become a bit more heavy, a bit more based on hit points, armor. We see S-Conks, IS-7s, M4s, but bringing it back, really nice use of the batch, as this was the game that was most on fire, I'd say. I believe we had 4 fires in the end. We counted 1 for Oppo and 3 against Holnowitzy, sorry.
Yeah.
And
Sokar there getting the double fire later on. It's going to be Bark is getting set on fire by Reshake. But what's interesting to mention here is the fact that Olovnitsy, they went for like some sort of aggro opening, possibly pushing with the batchats over the mids, getting the clip down and all the tanks picking. And instead, when they actually saw our Oppo with opening with some tanks on the mid, some tanks covering, they decided to completely change, rotate, push the 2-line. That's probably the right call because they won that.
Yeah, the first round of Mines, this was a little bit of a letdown of a game, a bit unlucky by Piotreks, but players of this caliber, especially from both these Polish sides, they're very experienced. They need to know that the capabilities of this T100. But at this point, one of the main pushing tanks losing so much health was just really created problems for Holnowitzy.
I think Ketsai pretty much winning that game on his own.
Yeah.
First of all, spotting that guy on the crossover the A line, getting the fire, a bit of a lucky fire, let's say so, but still using the right bush, and then later on taking the trades against Monster. He has up to 4 shots, he can bounce. Good stuff.
I mean,
convincing victory on their defense.
I wouldn't even say it was lucky. I mean, the CS yellowed the fuel tanks and Ketsai redded them. They both shot in the same place. I'd say,
yeah, that was good.
If anything, Piotreks was a bit lucky not to get 7-5 with the first one, but a bit of a letdown. I think Holnowitzy lost a bit of heart. I think when their pushing tanks lost so much health, you couldn't really come back from it.
Then he had an interesting way to attack, because I think Olovnitsy were not expecting that. They were all on the mid, they took a lot of time to rotate to the kill line, and then they went for that pick. You could see even Monster trying to get across the CS, but he got targeted pretty well, and he's gonna go down, and later on Oppo just has to retake the hill.
Yeah, I mean, we said it in the game, it's a nice opening by Holnowitzy. They can support the hill, and if Oppo push 1-2, they are in good position to repush the hill. But Oppo actually opted not to push the 1-2 immediately, just pressuring the cap. They knew that Holnowitzy would go towards the middle, and they wouldn't have the K3-4 position for decap. So quite like some very good reads on these mines by Oppo.
I mean, when you don't run that T100 on defense, you basically cannot cross with anything unspotted, so they definitely had all their tanks ready, pre-aiming the kill line. In case Olovnitsy would just cross the CS, they could possibly just take him down and rotate to the hill, or if possible just cap. So pretty standard but good stuff. And to finish that match down to the tiebreaker, it was on Ghostan, Oppo on the attack and Olovnitsy on the defense, and it was a pretty convincing way to attack.
Yeah, it was an explosive round, you could say. Lots of fires and Amarak. This was... sorry, I'm doing all the puns today. I'm getting a bit more comfortable with it. But yeah, I mean, this was a nice showing by Oppo. They rotated, like, really nice play by Rijek in the Batcha to get these additional angles. Felt like a bit of a mistake on the other side of the map with the IS-7, but you can comment a bit more about what's happened.
I mean, Oppo is getting the double S4 on the cap, forcing Olovnitsy to get the picks for the decaps. They have strong position. You could see Ketsai all set, the bad shots on the side to get the clips. He actually took down some tanks with 2 different clips. the cap going all the time, and Olivnici actually not really capable of finding the opening to counter that. They tried to actually push over the north, push over the south. They were not really grouped, and maybe it was much better and much easier from the side of Oppo because they played much more together.
Yeah, I mean, you could almost say quite an RNG-based round. Barkis losing his head and the fire as well, but I think in the grand scheme of things, it wouldn't make a difference. It was quite nice by the side of Oppo to bait the whole Novitsi tanks in to try and get those decaps. So strong stuff by Oppo, especially bringing it back. A little bit weak on Himmels, but not bad overall.
Yeah, good stuff. Oppo deserving their victory in the tiebreaker. And now it's time to take a look at the second match of the day. It's the losers bracket. It's between CSA and Goodnight Nomi and Bunter. To introduce that match, we have our amazing casters to do that. Kian and Daki, take it away.
Hello there, and welcome back. And as the analysts already said, we have our second match of the day on our platter here. It is going to be CSA against Goodnight Nomi. Community predictions slightly favoring CSA here, although I wouldn't discount Goodnight Nomi at any pace. But like yesterday, I think it's going to be about CSA having to surprise us here.
Yeah, because CSA's game there was also... I mean, they were pretty convincing against Valor. It's more like Goodnight Nomi was against Phoenix. Bit lucky to get out of that one. I mean, of course, they earned it themselves, but this Prokhorovka from yesterday with Goodnight Nomi against Phoenix will stick in my mind for quite a while.
Yeah, now we have the pick and bans, Murovanka and Steps being taken out, Himmelsdorf and Tundra, the first two maps that are going to be played, then Prokhorovka taken out once more. Mines is going to be the third map, and if we get to it, Cliff is going to be the tiebreaker, but I think the battle is already almost starting, so let's head straight into that one, as we saw Himmelsdorf going to be the first map here.
Caster predictions, all aboard this year. It's the same as last time, by the way. Me and Banter going for the 4-2 for CSA, and Insane and Ken going for the 4-3. So just like it's in the previous match. Lineups though, CSA 277, IS4, Triple M4, and an AMX 50B to round it up.
And then for Goodnight Nomi, we do have 1B, we have quadruple, M4, we do have one IS4 and the Batshot. Now, CSA only one autoloader. I'm not always a big fan. Like, either you bring 2 or you bring 0, is sort of my stance about it. That being said, CSA, they've been able to surprise us in the past, sending Sakalito and Ondra towards the 2 and 3 lines respectively. Everyone else headed through the B line, probably towards the hill, and for Goodnight Nomi, we see double B on the hill, and the rest of the single shooters are on the lower side.
This Sokol going where Monster was playing in the previous matchup to check for that 1-2 crossing to get the info that tanks might be going down 1-2. Sokol should be leaving now. He hits the timing there. Very good from Sokol. Realizing the 8-line threat is coming in pretty soon, and he makes it away. So good realization there from Sokol when he has to go and gets out of there for free.
Twist and Combat now exchanging spots, not exchanging anything else. CSA going into this one with a slight bit of HP advantage. That's obviously down to the Batshot being picked. And now rotation up the hill by Sokol and also Gursky in his M4. He's going to, or they are going to reinforce Minairos and Marcel that are already there and waiting. The Himmelsdorf changes, obviously, the first batch has already gone through, but the second one with the second approach to the hill not here yet, clearly, as we can see. And this forces Sokol to get the information the old-fashioned way, just, you know, going onto that pile of rubble. Spotting down the 0 line, doesn't find anyone, though.
No, but CSA is very ready for a hill push, though. Like, very, very ready.
They've completely abandoned the 1 cap. Holy crap.
I'm just a bit worried about Saka's position in that 277.
Yeah, he might get tagged from the hill quite heavily, but I think he's completely docked into that window. So at least right now, I don't think the Goodnight Nomi tanks have a good shot or have a shot at all onto his backside. The Batshot did go down the 0 line, did opt out of that one though. went back up the hill, and now Twist does get spotted on the cross here. The 277 tries to connect, is unable to, so Twist is making it through unscathed. But this obviously gives the information to the team of CSA how many tanks are actually gonna cross over, and based on that information we should be seeing the rotation coming through to reinforce the 1 cap again, because so far Twist's move is just getting mirrored by Tundra.
Yeah, I think the issue comes through if somebody tries to take the window on the left of where Jordan is to pressure Saka from there, so they can start creating angles. Good shot though from a 277, big damage, 556 and towards Jordan. I don't think Jordan has that good of an angle on towards the position from Sakalito though.
Yeah, we can see him taking shots at the 277, not connecting so far, and Twist, the only one that made it over the 4 and 5 lines so far, yeah, it's just taking more real estate, as Sakalito is able to put in another good shot. Or was that combat actually into Jordan?
That's combat.
So Jordan now down to 1800, not really critical as of yet, but CSA with the better trades at the start of the game. That being said, we already saw a game today where one team was opening with really good trades and then just completely threw their game.
You see Saka trying to back off from that window position though. Takes 1, takes 2, takes 3, 4, 5 actually on towards Sakalito. Seems to be tracked even down towards 62 HP. Oh, Sokol not connecting with the last one there on towards Sakalito, who's left on a sliver of HP with 62. And that is the worry about that window position. I don't know what Saka was thinking there, but he had to hold fast inside of it, because now Mineros, but HC is going to be able to pick it up. One more shot, man. I mean, yeah, if Saka penetrates one more shot, he'd probably trade it even, but it's always more important to have the gun in the game, though.
Sakalito not connecting, and Mineros is gonna finish off Sakalito. So the first kill of the game going in favor of Goodnight Nomi. They did take some bleed for it, but overall I think they're going to be happy with the outcome. And now Twist here starting to advance on the 1 and 2 line on the rails. Takes 1 shot by Ondra. Does get onto the cap though, so now the pressure is actually on CSA to sort of make a move, but Goodnight Nomi already with a preemptive reaction here coming down from the hill. They're going to have to deal with Lucker first, that is pre-aiming the B line. They do get spotted, but this move here through the courtyard is gonna find Combat in a very, very awkward spot. He's just getting tagged in the side by both of those M4s, and yes, he can try to retaliate, but that was a lot of HP for free.
Yeah, Miku and Jordan just getting a good shot there on towards that M4, holding the 8 line. Froley now joining as well, because CSA has to do something. They have to make something work for them, as Miku does get Ammo Active Repair Kit available, which is very important. Now the 8 line push coming out, Combat peeking with the rest of his team. Sokol in a little bit too deep, a little bit too early. Marcel's going to be leading the charge now, but look at that. Sokol down towards a 1-shot. Needs to survive this engagement for his team to be favorable, as in the meantime, Miku is getting clipped out by that 50B from CSA. So Goodnight Nomi and CSA still about even in HP, but as that M4 will fall, but Cosmo actually picks up Sokol in the bad. Lucker's going to do one more shot on towards Mineros. That's good stuff there. CSA pretty much recovering.
CSA right now recovering, as Mineros does finally pick up Lucker. And now Froley here in his 50B making a rotation. Damaged fuel tank does repair it here. I agree with that decision. We saw a lot of burns coming out right now, and yeah, he did take 1 more or 2 more shots actually into his backside. Ondra and Twist still duking it out on the 1 and 2 line, and now Goodnight Nomi with the scattered out tanks. They somehow need to make it work. Jordan, that's a good pickup onto Lukin, and now Cosmo is duking it out with Marcel here, but Marcel seems to only have 1 shot remaining, and Cosmo does not overextend into the gun of Mineros. That being said, Jordan picks up Combat, so kills going in Goodnight Nomi's favor. The HP dead even.
HP dead even. Cosmo now picks up Marcel though in the 50B, but the punish in return for that was severe. Gursky, Mineros both nailing him for about 1.1, and now Gursky just able to roll around that corner, pick up Cosmo in return for that. Ondrado picks up Jordan. Gursky not connecting. Mineros not getting pressured by Froley, and the time is running awfully low, Kihan, here, as Mineros is aware that Froley might be coming. He will give a shot on the crossing, but Froley does not miss those, and that is a disaster for Goodnight Nomi, because they'll never get that 50B again. They'll never be able to chase him down, and Twist needs Gursky to be able to win 1v1.
Yeah, Gursky does pick up Cosmo, but the 1v1 on the other side of the map is also still ongoing. Froley, ooh, I'm not sure he can actually make it through here, as Gursky will be able to have a shot at that B line, but the thing is, Ondra is now running away, has just disengaged from Twist, and they're not going to be able to find him. There might be an awkward timing where he does spot out the back end of Twist, but 37 seconds, CSA looks pretty ready here, and now Froley... the timing on that one. He does narrowly get away. Now Twist has finally managed to find Ondra again, but Ondra, he can just keep kiting. It's both IS4s and they probably are...
Can't kill him in time.
Yeah, if he doesn't get a blow up or something, he can't kill up in time, and Froley is the elusive man right now.
And somehow, after all, CSA takes it away.
Yeah,
which they really shouldn't.
CSA, like, yeah, Sakalito did get picked up, but they, with their, I guess, trademark patient gameplay style that can be very annoying to play against, they are able to just stall out the game for long enough. So I would say that was a trademark CSA win if we ever saw one.
I don't understand how Goodnight Nomi falls for this though. Like, they have the IS-4 pushed up in 1-2, they killed the 277, they know exactly where the rest of CSA is, and somehow CSA takes it away. I mean, also there's a big, like, sometimes missing 1 or 2 shots can be really crucial. And for example, Sokol was in so early that he lost his HP, that he was a 1-shot and then got picked up, which was not good when they pushed off of 0 line.
Yeah,
right?
that was, I think that was Cosmo that was defending their huge game by him, 888.
And then there's also Gursky, I think, missing 1 shot on Cosmo, which meant that Mineros didn't have any support, because if Gursky kills Cosmo immediately, he aims that crossing as well, and Froley never makes it. And then you still have Ondra though in the IS-4.
Yeah, exactly. So in the end, CSA with the first round here, Goodnight Nomi are not going to be like too scared by that as of now. Nothing critical happening yet. Obviously, they would have liked, and they probably should have picked up this round, but just unable to generate the overmatches in time. Because if the match had gone on longer, yes, then probably Froley would have fallen in his 50B sooner or later. But in the end, CSA...
The match goes on longer. I think Froley just goes to kill the IS-4 with Ondra and they still just win.
Yeah, also possible. Yeah, true. But yeah, CSA snatching victory here from the jaws of defeat, I would say. Now, second round...
They should be very happy with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, also, like, if that is the first round of a match, if you're the losing team and you know you should have won, that's always going to do something with you, right? You're not going to be happy about, losing in that kind of fashion. If you, like, lose convincingly, you're like, okay, maybe the strat was just better or countering ours. But if you lose like that, you're going to be like, yeah, you're just not going to be in a good mood after that one. CSA, on the other hand, are going to be very, very happy.
Yeah, CSA is going to be very happy, because I think they also realized they were in a desperate situation.
Okay, second round, CSA bringing a 50B once again, played by Froley, the triple M454. Then we have one IS4, one 277, and Combat bringing out the Batchat.
Combat and the Bat facing off against a very heavy lineup from Goodnight Nomi though. 4 M4s, 2 50Bs, and the singular 113. Please explain the 113 key. What does he do in this lineup?
I mean, the 113 is going to be that bit faster than the M454s. He also has pretty good DPM, not to take away from the M4, who also sports that. But yeah, he is a bit faster. He does also have the heat with that, I believe, 340 pen. That can be more effective than the 296 AP that the M454 gets at punching through those targets. That being said, the M4 is a very, very nice tank to play against the 113 with. Sakalito taking one big shot here in the 8 line in the meantime, because the 54 is so high, so they're always going to be able to pen the upper plate of the 113. And the alpha trades are going to favor the French vehicle, of course.
Yeah, they always... Oh, good shot there from Twist. Quick flick of the wrist. Spots out Cosmo as well. Spots out Lucan. So good info there. and the hill will be taken by Goodnight Nomi as a result of this, and that's going to be forcing CSA to make a big play very early on.
Alright, Combat does get the information onto Sokol, does not see Marcel however, because he obviously does decide to bail immediately, and this is forcing CSA into sort of a rotation, but they're taking damage already, transitioning into that 1 and 2 line, and you can already see on the minimap that the Goodnight Nomi tanks, they have managed to cross over Jordan full HP, Miko is sort of falling back a little, and from the hill, both of those 50Bs are able to exert punishment onto the CSA tanks that are right now crossing on the rails.
It looked like Lucker got tracked, got held, and got deleted by the boys from Goodnight Nomi, which is beautiful stuff from them, because Cosma is going to lose the 1v1 against Jordan. He doesn't have a chance at it. Ooh, actually, I take that back, though. He gets 1-2 tapped. He does give 1 in return, but Goodnight Nomi is just kind of able to repush at this point.
Tundra, not a good shot into Gurski. He had the side, didn't manage to penetrate. Lukin is going to be very important back there, what he does, but the thing is, Gurski also does cross over, so the overmatch here in the northwestern corner, again favoring the tanks of Goodnight Nomi. Yes, Cosmo is able to punish the cross, but Goodnight Nomi, they just have more tanks in the fight right now, and the double 50B that was punishing from the hill is also already on their way down here. This is not looking good for CSA, that are at half of the HP of Goodnight Nomi.
Nah, this is down and out for CSA. They were forced into a big play, like I said, because they would lose the hill, because they didn't have enough on it. Very good. I know we were sending like 4 tanks, so they would need a bare minimum 4 as well to hold it, at least 3 to even have a shot at it. And you can see the result of that, pushing down that 2-3 line, taking damage every step of the way. And then even worse, Lucker getting tracked. I mean, the 50B's already paid off by then. They both did like 2-3 shots on the crossing, which is all you need, because CSA was already so far down at that point.
Combat, the last, or second last tank here now on the lineup of CSA. Sokol doing a bit of body blocking here, not really sure. He's having the fun of his life probably, farming the budget here. And finally, the last kill does come through. And Goodnight Nomi, after a first round that they should have won, a second round now that they actually did win, and 11,000 HP at the end still. If you were able to like take HP into the next game, hell, it wouldn't look good for CSA. But yeah, overall scoreline 1-1 now, all even.
You could even say that it didn't look that good overall for like CSA. The 2 rounds now getting outplayed kind of. They did recover in the first one, but they were down a lot, and in this one, even worse.
Yeah, I mean, Lucker and Ondra both without damage. The 50B's just too brutal from the hill, and yeah, on the other side, then, I mean, there were no good options left, really, for CSA. Once they start committing into that 1-2 line, then, you know, Goodnight Nomi sees them so early, is able to punish, and still has the tanks available to just receive that push confidently. Yeah, it just went from bad to worse in that second game here. That being said, it was Goodnight Nomi's map pick. Now we're going over, transitioning into CSA's map pick, which is Tundra.
Tundra indeed is going to be played, which is an interesting one, right? Tundra, it's always a bit curious to see how the teams play, but Goodnight Nomi, they did do well on Tundra yesterday, Ian, if you remember. And that Minotauro pick that they had.
Yeah, then again, CSA probably, or it is their first pick here, so they're not picking the map for nothing. They will have something in mind how they want to play it. It is always this thing with CSA, time and time again. We say every tournament they surprise us. It's just going to be the question of do they positively or do they negatively surprise. So far, even though the scoreline is 1-1, I feel like we are not seeing the best of CSA right now.
Not yet, at least, because in a perfect world, Key, they're down to 0.
Yep.
And that's not what you want to see if you're a CSA fan.
Exactly, but maybe Himmelsdorf just isn't, you know, their favorite map to play. Maybe Goodnight Nomi, a Polish team, is just that good on Himmelsdorf. We'll have to see. Tundra is a different kind of ball game. Tundra, also one of those maps that hasn't been played super much, I feel like.
Yeah, teams stay away from it usually.
Yeah, so if you manage to find out something about the maps that, or the map, because it hasn't been played historically that much, then you're able to possibly exploit that in tournaments like this. Yeah, it's all theory crafting. It's all fun and games until we actually get to see the lineups here in between both teams. And there it is, the Mino. CSA bringing out the Minotauro, played by Froly. Then we have one CS63, one IS7, and triple AMX-M4.
Good Nomi in return though, playing their VZ Bat Rest M4 lineup. It's just the same as yesterday, if you remember.
Mm-hmm.
They also played that lineup, and it was pretty solid. Like Phoenix went into the A-line push, if you remember, and it did not look very pretty. So let's see if CSA figured out a way to deal with the setup that Goodnight Nomi had. That was working for them very well.
Yeah, that one VZ played by Miku once again gonna go to the that F2-3 position. You just pick that to be able to punish the K-line cross, just 1k damage, especially with those M4s that are very, very tall, have very large sides, and then the iffiness of the gun of the VZ doesn't matter as much. CSA not going for that K-line cross though, sending what seems to be standard play now, sending a CS in towards the southern part of the map just to, get information on where Marcel is. Froly immediately being sent up here with the Minotauro as well. Doesn't take the lower approach though, goes with the higher one. We'll have to see how that one all plays out. The I7, that is Sakalito and also Gursky exchanging spots. Gursky taking a shot of damage here as well. Nothing critical as of yet though.
Yeah, he took one from Lucan, who was on A9, got spotted out by Sakalito in return, and then took one shot of damage. Doesn't really change anything. We'll have to see what happens when Froly gets in position. You can see Mineros is now relocating back towards the rock for him and Marcel to crossfire the Mino. They want to keep that Mino down in the bottom pocket for the rest of this game.
I don't think they really know about him yet. I don't think Froly has been spotted. Obviously, sooner or later, some tank is bound to appear there, just because, D5 is such an important position from which you can control a lot. But, yeah, Minairos being forced off an angle now takes one shot of damage as well.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened to Mineros there, but all in all, still fine for Goodnight Nomi. They have taken 2 shots. The CS also took 1 shot, though. Combat, because Sokol pressures them off. Sokol's been doing that yesterday as well, pressuring the CS away and then taking the bush up there to get the info on the south. And then they're pretty happy with the positions they have because the bat gets a lot of info early, so they can just focus on the north hold instead.
Yeah, also the fact that the CS has taken a shot and was not in a full engagement with the Batchat is very important, because now Sokol can just reload and then combat will be a 1 clip here. You can see Sokol already has reloaded 5 shots available, so if he so chooses, then he could try to surprise the CS on the hill. There is no need for that as of now yet though, because why would you risk that if you're the defender? Now, Froly getting found here, but Minairo's shot does not connect. And now Lucan, Lucker, and Sakalito, they seem to be very much wanting to pull off a north push here.
Yeah, Froly's just taking all the attention from the entirety of the team, and even Miko not connecting with the 2 shots. Sakalito gets spotted out now, though, in his IS7. Gursky gives one already, his second big one coming out. Now, though, Ondra Cosmo pushing up as well. Mineros, does he stay on the rock? Does he try to back off? Because they haven't spotted the commitment on the lower side just yet.
Finally, they do find out about it, and this should spring Goodnight Nomi into action. Yeah, Minairo is now trying to cross away, does get tracked though, I think, does take a lot of damage here, and is immediately being picked up, so not what he wanted there, but now Goodnight Nomi, they're trying to take map control everywhere. Even the Batchat has gone further, but now Marcel here also getting tagged heavily. Froly, though, down to a 1 shot in his Minotauro.
Yeah, but you can see Marcel's actually in a very strong position. He also has Jordan covering him, Miko covering him, Twist covering him as well. I think Marcel's pretty fine right now. Sokol needs to be careful though in the bat shot. He doesn't want to overextend. But this CSA push, it was great in the beginning. They got Mineros, right? Good stuff there. But after that, it doesn't seem to be paying off that much. They seem to be getting stuck and be grounded down by the guns from Goodnight Nomi. Sokol is going to be running away now. He gets spotted out by Combat, who's going to be chasing him down. But already you can see the relocation. I think that's Twist in his AMX M4 moving over towards Sokol to keep him alive, So I don't think Combat's going to be willing or should be chasing for too long.
Ooh, Froley there might get spotted on the rotation, takes one into the back. Marcel, that is by Combat though, but yeah, Combat realizes now that Sokol is probably going to be reloaded soon, and now Froley on that lower side does get a good connection into Marcel, who is now on a one-shot. But yeah, the fact that Sokol is reloaded is terrible for Combat, because he will be able to one-clip, and at the moment he's lacking the critical info. Finally, they proxy spot each other, and Sokol is able to get the jump onto that CS of Combat.
Yeah, but Combat does it very well. He's in a kind of a position where he can pull back and be safe. Lucky enough for Sokol, though, he has his big brother, you can even call him Big Daddy at this point, Twist, with a very healthy M4 coming. If Twist can connect the shot here on Combat, doesn't look like it. Combat's pressuring forward, though, against Sokol. Sokol should be taking the engagement here, trying to clip out against that CS63. He needs to be careful from Froley, of course. But Sokol does it well right now. He's still not a one-shot for the CS in a normal scenario.
And now Froley does get spotted here by the M4. They exchange spots, but Froley also only has 2 shots, while in the meantime Cosmo is able to pick up the AMX. I think that was Marcel, but now Combat does get killed, and Froley, within the long intra-clip reload that the Minotauro has, does get picked up as well. This is bringing CSA into action. They have less HP right now. They do have an even amount of tanks, but they need to make the commitment happen here, the overpush. But Jordan and Gursky, they're not going to give up themselves for free.
Nah, even Miko gets 2 in from the back lines, and you can see they're just getting rounded down like beef into a patty, as Lukin, Saka, and Lucker are trying to do their very best here to push forward. But look at that. Twist and Miko in the meantime going to converge on Ondra and Cosmo, with the bad Sokol from behind as well. Even if CSA wins this North engagement, even when they do, they lose Ondra, they will lose Cosmo as well, because he can't withstand all these angles as he gets deleted between the 3 of Goodnight Nomi. The last 3 from CSA here, all stuck behind this corner, and it's not looking like it's gonna happen.
Yeah, no, the MX tanks here, not the CSA tanks here, not even taking favorable trades. Yes, Lucker is starting to push around to generate an additional angle, but is it going to change anything in the grand scheme of things? Nope. You can already see as Gursky picks up Sakalito that from the back lines, Miku with that BZ, with that 980 damage in his clip is coming in here. Does pick up Luckers, but he has one more shot remaining here as Gursky rams Lukin to make him a one-shot, and just like that, Goodnight Nomi on their defense, they show a dominating game.
Yeah, it was looking like okay for CSA there, right? With Mineros fallen and couldn't get up. I think they put too many tanks where Froley was, though. Maybe one too many. That nobody to like really control the north, to control the bat, which means Combat had to go there. I think maybe like 1 AMX north, and then could fight in the north and get angles on Marcel, because Combat did find angles on Marcel from behind. Then I think they would probably be okay. I like their game plan, I like their start, but maybe too much to protect Froley.
Yeah, also the push that CSA did in the north, it felt like they took a lot of damage, and yes, they did get some positions for it, but overall it just felt like they lost so much HP for that.
You have to push north, though.
Yeah, you have to bite the bullet, but I think they want to do some more action in other parts of the map first, that maybe the attention of the Goodnight Nomi players is diverted. But yeah, I agree with you, it was looking good for CSA until it didn't.
Yeah, and I just think that one more tank with Combat to pressure the north would have been fine, because then they can close out the kill on Marcel, while Twist has to still relocate. Just one more tank with Combat, and I think they close out the kill on Mineros, they close out the kill on Marcel, and then they don't have to push the north, and they can actually start working the angles, you know? Because Marcel was stopping 3 tanks there, together with Miko.
Yeah, also Gursky did a very good job there in the north, in my opinion, because he did get pushed by 3 tanks of CSA, but he fell back just in time, and he was alive basically until the end of the game, just, you know, giving up ground, but while doing that, actually, excuse the pun, grounding down the enemies just for every single meter that they take. He was able to punish them for that, and I think he was even able to stay alive. That being said, the Minotauro not really working out. I think it did 2 shots of damage. Yeah, it's very, very good hull down, but you have that super long intra-clip reload, so whereas other autoloaders are able to go into the fight and like immediately turn the tide of battle, the Mino is like, yeah, I'm here guys now, please give me time to empty my clip.
Yeah, but that's mainly for the armor, right?
Mm.
Because nobody's gonna really pen it. So
right. But yeah, I think we should see the lineup soon of the next game here. And indeed, both sides, this time with Amino, CSA picking for their defense of VZ, and then 5 AMX M4s.
5 AMX M4s. Well, good I know me though. Only 2 of them themselves with 2-7-7s, the Mino, the Eskong, and the CS.
Mm. So, do you think we actually get now the Mino on Mino action in like the D5 square there, where they're just going to look at each other, hold down?
I guess so.
Mhm.
I feel like it would make sense.
Froley already driving there, so at least one of the Minos is going to be there, unsurprisingly. Then CSA sending triple AMX M4 towards the north and double together with the VZ in the south. The VZ, interestingly enough, does not go towards that F2-3 area where you would normally expect them. Also, taking a look at the Goodnight Nomi lineup, you probably would want to be able to heavily punish that K-line cross, because those 2 7-7s together with the CS, they suggest that Goodnight Nomi might be eyeing towards that one.
Yeah, well, so far, Gunainomi's is just filling out the water though. Dipping their toes in and checking how cold it is. Establishing some positions. Are starting to take the sound though, slowly but surely, with Jordan there pushing up into that position to check for Lucker in combat's position, and Froley actually taking the first shot of the game here.
Yeah, the super conk by Goodnight Nomi. I think that was Miku able to get a cheeky one into Froley. Obviously, the Mino pretty healthy tank with 2.4k HP, so right now shouldn't be too worried, but we are going to get our face-off in between both of the Minos. Now, Jordan does get spotted in the south here, though, by Combat and Lucker, and doesn't fancy his chances here against 2 guns staring down his own 1 gun.
Yeah, he knows that Ondra could come through the south at any point and pressure him away from the angle, so he just gets the info, goes back, but nothing else really behind that, just so yet. So you see Gunai Nomi actually starting to rotate to the north, so a bit similar to what CSA was doing.
What exactly does the M4 in B1 achieve right now, by the way, Cosmo? Like, he's not really at the front line anywhere.
I think he's just covering against the Mino. If the Mino overpeaks, I'm pretty sure he can maybe shoot it from there. That's what Gunai Nomi was doing from their side as well. They had a tank there that was looking towards that area.
Alright, so Goodnight Nomi now, they did spot out the people in the south, so basically that defensive hold with double M4 plus the VZ, and it seems like they have decided not to commit for the 2-cap. Instead, we do see the rotation over towards the north, where it's mostly about that 1-cap. The second 277 still a bit behind, so I think that's what we're waiting on. But yeah, Goski and Jordan are going to meet up probably with the M4s, or are just directly going to cross over towards the A line, and then it'll be the question of how much punishment CSA is going to be able to do, like how that trade is going to look, give a part of the map control, but, you know, take HP from the enemies at the same time.
It's a big group of Gunai Nomi tanks. Mineros, Twist, Gursky, and Jordan going to be pressuring on towards Sakalito and Cosmo. We have to see how long it takes before they get spotted out, though. So far, Twist is the first one to get spotted, and then the rest as well. Saka connecting that one. He's not going to be missing that on towards Twist. And he needs to back off rather quickly. He's going to go into that little hold-on position there to hold off the Goodnight Nomi forces. But Goodnight Nomi still continuing through, though. They want to take him out.
Yeah, Sakalito backing up into that little corner does get one more connection, and so far Sakalito doesn't really take a lot of damage for this one, while Minairos is down to 1100 already, and I think Sakalito possibly will even stay alive. It's Cosmo instead that's getting pushed upon. Twist is just remaining here to take out Sakalito, but now in comes the repush by the CSA tanks. Cosmo hasn't really taken a lot of damage as of yet. Combat and Lucker both pushing in, and Sakalito possibly even winning the trades here, and in come the overpeaks against the Minotaur of Marcel, Lukin, and Froley double teaming onto Marcel.
Yeah, double teaming onto Marcel, while Mineros looks to get double teamed as well. Twist didn't even kill Sakalito. That leaves Gursky and Mineros in a crossfire of doom as Mineros desperately tries to back off, but backing off does not result into anything, as Goodnight Nomi also tried this north push in a slightly different fashion than CSA, but again, not working out whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, Sakalito does fall here for the side of CSA, but if you take a look at the HP department, and CSA firmly at Gurski, not even able to finish off Cosmo, and now Lucker as well as Combat seem to be reloaded. Now Ondra finding Sokol here, Gurski just getting triple teamed now. Cosmo the one to pick him up, so he didn't die either. And yes, CSA with a very, very firm, very, very good hold. Ondra finally able to pick up the CS, and now only Miku remaining here. And yeah, he has 2k HP remaining, but you know, there's a Mino coming. He does take one by the M454, and from the other side, Ondra is already on his way.
Yeah, I mean, Miku is just the last man standing. It's not gonna do much. 2-2 between these two teams, all even coming out of Tundra. But that is, I mean, fine for both these teams.
I mean, splitting it 1-1, and I think now the thing we have to talk about is with this M454 meta now, is Tundra actually defense-sided now?
It seems that way. The M4 is maybe just punished too hard for quick pushers with 277s. Like, I feel like 277 against AMX, your engagement is just awful. He shoots you for up to 700 and you're like, huh?
And you're like, here, 490. Anyway, not really any standout performances by any player. Yeah, Jordan, a bit unfortunate there with only one shot of damage. But in the end, I felt like, you know, Goodnight Nomi, they just pulled this north hold off against CSA, and they then tried to break it themselves, but they just completely fell flat on their faces. Just, you know, running into a brick wall over and over. And
they traded so well for Saka, even if he died, it was going to be like really hard to continue from that point.
Yeah, I mean, Sakalito, I think he just died because he exposed after the tanks had already crossed through. This means now that we are going to go into the next map, which is Mines. We already saw Mines for the first match of today, where Holomnici and Opor were battling it out. Now we say we are going to see the take that Goodnight Nomi and CSA have onto the map. Obviously it's being picked by CSA, but that late into the pick and ban, you can always assume that both teams are fine with playing it.
Yeah, it should be fine. Mines and Cliff should both be fine, because, you know, you keep those maps because you're down with playing them at the end of the day. Cliff probably the less likely wanting to play for CSA though, because Goodnight Nomi is a decent Cliff team normally. They didn't really have a good performance on it yesterday. But if CSA pushes it to tiebreak, that means they'd rather play Mines. Let's see what they have to prepare for us. Maybe they have something unique, you know.
Pun intended or not?
No. That's only Yukihan that does these puns.
I mean, you just did one without even knowing it, I guess. Anyway, map video, so we are going to see the lineups rather soon. And yeah, I think Goodnight Nomi is gonna defend first. We already talked about it. Mainz is one of those maps where it's down to the defender to actually, you know, decide how they want to play. CSA coming into this one with double AMXM4 though, double 277 and triple CS. So you could do either with that lineup. You could push 1-2 line. You could also try to, you know, take the middle with it.
You can do either thing with these lineups, although Goodnight Nomi's lineup is a bit slower though.
Yeah, I don't think they can really contest mid, especially since the bat shot's not going to be reloaded. And yeah, indeed, they are sending Batchat and CS63 down towards the K line. Miko is just going to be the sniper from the backlines, and CSA, unsurprisingly, going to take the hill. It's going to be the question if those VZs and IS-7s are actually able to punish. Doesn't seem to be that way. So hill taken for free by the triple CS of CSA.
Yeah, now we get into the part of the game where we need to just wait and see for CSA's move, right? They do have that 277s, but only 2 of them to really push 1-2 with, if they wanted to push 1-2. So it might be lacking a little bit of pushing potential for that. They don't really have the tanks for base number 1 though.
Yeah, they don't have the IS-4. available to them. They do have tanks that could theoretically cross over the one line still if you drop unspotted with the CSs, if you rotate the 277s. I mean, one of them is already on the island, but Minairos taking the bush that earlier today we saw a T100 playing in, just to be able to spot those rotations and possibly even punish them while Ondra and Sokol exchange spots here. So yeah, the timer is on for CSA to show us how exactly they want to approach this this camp by Goodnight Nomi.
I mean, for now they're rotating one bat towards 1-2.
Oh, Froley doesn't even get spotted for that one. So yeah, the bat shot with the low noise exhaust, obviously you want to take that just to be able to cross unspotted on the K line at the start of the game. That is why we see that module here being used by Minairos. And yeah, Froley rotating over, didn't get spotted, so yeah, he's going to be fairly happy about that. Minairos now driving away though from.
He's spotted Lucan.
Again.
He spotted Lucan,
Yeah.
and Lucan will know that, you know, there's only one or two positions where you can really get spotted from.
Yeah, and Lucan just blind fired the exact bush that Minairos was in. So a good job from either side, just, you know, anticipating what's going to happen, not taking damage because of it. So, yeah. That being said, though, CSA, with their trademark gameplay of, you know, slow and steady wins the race. But we'll have to wait if Goodnight Nomi can beat them at this pace, because CSA is not really getting a lot done, right? Yes, they did rotate over the CS to the island unspotted, but Froley did get spotted now. But what really, realistically, what does it give them even?
Man, it's CSA, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it's CSA. Just wait 2 more minutes and then you'll see something, okay? Like currently, Saka in his old age, he needs a little bit more time, you know what I mean?
No, that was you saying that. I take I take no part in this slander.
Slander, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Objection, hearsay.
Slanderous accusations against one of the key players of the CSA lineup, but yeah.
It might be key, but it's not very handy.
Oh. What did you say at the start of the game? I don't do those jokes.
Yeah, well, sometimes
Yeah,
you
we
gotta
see how
step
long
down
that
to-
one lasted.
Sometimes you gotta step down to the other person's level so he can beat you with experience, right?
True. But yeah, CSA now, I mean, they're trying to find hold-on trades with that 277 against the IS-7 and the VZ, but obviously it's not going to happen. Miku taking a blind shot by Combat, though.
Yeah, that's it. That's the game changer there for CSA.
Yeah, definitely.
that-
That was what they were waiting for.
That show was what they were waiting for. That changes everything. You may
The whole
think that
plan. It's
the
now,
whole plan.
everything is coming together now.
Yep, exactly. That's just how it is, man. That's how it goes. Dude. It's the one thing they needed.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was even a blind shot, but that obviously, that blind shot that did not impact the ground now sparked Ondra into doing that rotation with the 277. Everything is coming together now. See, even the CS is rotating. They did their job from the hill. Now Combat here, does he make it down without taking any damage? He does, and now the only thing remaining is that Cosmo repeats that feat, because we have seen very unfortunate happenings in the past here, but both of them are able to make it down without too much issues.
Yeah, without too much issues. He's making it out just fine. They're going to do the big 9-0 line push, and this one's always so hard to pull off IMO.
I mean, Froley still spotted on the island, though. I think he probably wants to get spotted on that island to signal sort of like, hey, we're here, and we do want to do something on the 1-2 line, while the actual plan we see unfolding now here. Sakalito and Ondra immediately getting spotted, though. Ondra taking the first hit here. Twist already able to reverse a bit in his IS-4, and this cross should be very, very costly for the tanks of CSA. And indeed, Ondra immediately getting deleted down and out of the game. Didn't even get to shoot here. The double CS does make it over, but Miko in the Super Kong should be able to cover Gurski here. I think they're trying to make it to the corner, Daki.
Yeah, but I mean, Sakalito has to keep driving up, though, because he's going to get pressured by Marcel, Jordan, and Twist. Cosmo and Combat didn't make it into the corner, but there's no cookies there, boys. You're going to have to fight for your life, because Gurski's just like, yeah, you know what? Let the double CS sit there. I'm going to shoot Sakalito, my little burrito, in from behind, and miss the shot. While I'm at it. So now Kozma and Kombat are going to start chipping away at this Gursky. Monero's there, not even with the greatest play, but Sokol on 1-2 line. Having a bit of a free one though there on towards Froley and Lukin. He's going to be just putting out the damage. They need to somehow kill Gursky though.
Yeah, they do need to somehow kill Gursky, while Froley takes a lot of damage there in his CS. Does he even make it out? I think Twist just missed him. And yeah, Gursky not really having the best of times there against the double CS that are able to DPM him down, and in now comes the repush into the middle of the map by Goodnight Nomi. They probably realize that, yeah, now the M4 behind them is going to be dead and the CSs would start farming them. But yeah, this is why we now see them here trying to fight off against Lukin, against Froley. Lukin even taking another one here. Does get picked up by Sokol, that is still firing from the island. And all of a sudden, ooh, good snapshot by Lucker here that is able to reverse back onto the hill probably safely. But in the grand scheme of things, CSA, they have 1 minute and 7 seconds to do something.
Yeah, 1 minute and 7 seconds to somehow kill the rest of the Goodnight Nomi team, which is often an issue with the CSA team, that they're a bit too slow. I mean, they are starting to chip away though at the tanks from Goodnight Nomi, but not even nearly enough. Miku here found a little bit of a side scrape position that he's using to his advantage. But the Goodnight Nomi tanks, they're already starting to disperse in the wind in every direction that is humanly possible. As you have a CS on 1-2, a VZ on 9-0 line, it's just not gonna be happening.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're not gonna find the full HP CS of Sokol that is even able to still punish Lucker here. Lucker now down towards a one-shot as well. And CSA, they've run out of steam in this battle. They've run out of HP. Yes, the CSs are able to punish the heavy tanks in the middle from the back, but that is only one CS remaining that's firing there. And yeah, Froley frontally against the hold down IS-4, not gonna have a good time either, as Sokol does pick him up. And only Cosmo remaining. Make that no Cosmo remaining.
Yeah, no Cosmo remaining anymore. They needed Saka to even drive into Gursky and stay alive there so they can kill him faster. Him staying on that slope to shoot at whatever was below the hill does not help what they're trying to do. So he has to almost keep going. They have to kill Gursky, then play from the hill. But Sokol was ruining them from 1-2 though.
Yeah, Sokol had continuous shots into that fight, able to focus out the low HP targets, able to focus out the one-shots. And this is, yeah, just how it sometimes goes. I mean, you can't fault Ondra for doing nothing here, because, well, he did drive in first, and, well, he did take a VZ clip, he took AMXM 4 shots, IS 4 shots. Yeah, someone's gotta be the first one to drive in. This time it was Ondra, and it didn't help his team win.
That did not help his team win. But sometimes you gotta be the player that goes first, that just leads the charge. And, you know, it looks like, oh my god, Ondra, what a bot, right? But you can't do anything about it. What? It's just the way it looks, right?
It was
Why?
just the wording cracked me up there.
Why? I mean, that's just what it looks like if you look at the post-battle stats. But the man went in first because, you know, Sakalito didn't want to go first. Why would he go first?
I mean, I guess Ondra, the team player here. But yeah, overall, good defensive hold by the team of Goodnight Nomi. Looked very, very solid. The reactions to what CSA was throwing at them were on point. It's kind of a new take to send that double CS into the corner. I feel like the teams haven't even fully explored the possibilities that come with it. Like, maybe even if you take the third CS, then you're possibly able to clean up the base sooner because you're going to be focusing the AMX first, then the Super Conk, and all of a sudden you got good angles into the middle where your tanks can hold the hill, but we'll have to see.
Maybe they send 7 CSs there.
Oh, yeah.
Then they can get surrounded and just attack from every direction.
200 IQ. Yeah,
Massive IQ. I don't think you can send more than 2. Because then Goodnight Nomi is just able to go everywhere else on the map and do whatever they want to.
I mean, already with them sending 2, Sokol was just able to wreak havoc on that one line. Just get those juicy shots.
If you had more tanks, maybe. But one of the 277s has to make it into Gursky and do a lot of damage to him. But even then, I think they just took too much damage initially to even utilize this corner.
Alright, now sides are going to be flipped. It's going to be CSA defending. Goodnight Nomi with a good defensive hold, and overall in this matchup so far, I would say that the wins from Goodnight Nomi were more convincing than the wins from CSA. Not that it matters when it comes to the scoreboard, but right now it just feels like Goodnight Nomi has sort of the upper hand.
We'll see though. Mind's attack is no easy feat for any team whatsoever. But maybe Goodnight Nomi could surprise us. I believe in them, you know? I believe in them. Why would I not?
Yeah, we'll have to see. CSA looked very, very good yesterday. In this match here, they've had not as much of a strong showing, but that still at the moment leads to them having 2 points on the board, only one more to force the tiebreaker anyway. Yeah, we're just gonna have to find out how CSA is gonna tackle their own defense, because obviously Goodnight Nomi is on a match point, so CSA cannot afford anymore to slip up. They need to win this to go to the tiebreaker. Yeah, overall, I think we should very, very soon see the team lineups, as I think the battle has already started. There we go, yeah. So lineup-wise, CSA defending with triple M454, 1 IS7, and triple CS.
Yeah, and in return you have this Goodnight Nomi team though playing with their double CS in E5 and S-Kong, double 277 and IS4, not a single M4 for them, not one.
Alright, Cosmo and Froley do get spotted on the cross, but no damage taken from by them. So that is pretty good. Also, though, Lucker, Lukin, and Sakalito, they were all pre-aimed for that 1-2 line cross after they didn't see any CS going towards the middle. And Goodnight Nomi, I mean, they sort of tried to counter that K-line cross with their opening, but they didn't get anything done with that.
This is awful for Goodnight Nomi.
I mean, CSA is taking the... Oh my god. What? How... CSA is able to take the hill for free with double M4.
That's awful for Goodnight Nomi. Really awful. They're forced to push 1-2. They don't have a choice. They're gonna do it with the E5 leading the charge.
Okay. I mean, the thing is, now that...
It might work though, because CSA... Hey, listen, Key, I'll say it might work because CSA... Yeah, they've taken the hill, but they've gotten complacent. They don't have that much tanks actually aiming at this, because somebody should die here, and they haven't. Like the M4s that took the hill, they just kept driving up. That is not the way it's supposed to go, you know?
Yeah, Froley now the focus here, but finally the CSA tanks from the hill able to start punishing those CSs. Sokol down to 500. Froley is on a one-shot here, but Binairos in the E5 is taking a huge amount of punishment from Cosmo and Combat. Obviously, also the tanks from the hill able to farm here. That being said, though, cap is on, and it's 18 seconds remaining here.
Yeah, Ondra does shut down Meneros in his E5, but there's also this issue here for Goodnight Nomi that there's nobody left on 1-2 to actually cover the boys that are capping, and the M4s are just going to be driving towards the cap for free. The S-Con coming now as well. Saka picks up Twist. Sokol doing pretty well in the trade, so now these M4s are coming down. So I don't know for Goodnight Nomi. They're still getting their S-Con in position, but CSA is able to take a pretty clean engagement here. Using that M4s as frontal against 2-7s against the IS4s, that is not what you want to be.
Yeah, also the CS is still from those K1, K2 positions behind the stones. They're able to continuously provide fire support onto the tanks by Goodnight Nomi that did get pushed into the cap. And now CSA, they realize they don't even need to force this engagement, because now the Super Conk is obviously above them and is going to be able to farm them. But CSA, they still have those CSs that are able to continuously provide the resets here. Ondra getting left at the cap. Puts another nice one into Marcel, and CSA is so far looking good, looking strong on their Mines defense.
Yeah, and also CSA doesn't really have to do anything. They have the CSs that can reset unspotted. At least one of them can just reset unspotted. And the Goodnight Nomi tanks, they don't have a choice but to just sit here and accept that whatever is happening is happening. They can't do anything against it, and even Saka is just driving behind them. He's going to be able to pressure Miku from the side, which is going to put another Torn on the side of this Goodnight Nomi team. He's even going to be able to peek towards the cap if he wants to, push up towards the rock. And, I mean, this should be all she wrote for Goodnight Nomi.
Yeah, Goodnight Nomi finding an engagement onto Ondra, though. They are going to be able to pick up that M4 at least. Yeah, Gurski does put the final shot in there though, but now the Goodnight Nomi tanks out in the open, out in no man's land, just taking hits left, right and center from every possible angle. And Lakako already doesn't really care about Marcel anymore. He wants to pad his damage. He's going for the high HP target. That is Miku in his Super Kong.
Miku now, the last and remaining person here, and for CSA, this was a very easy defense, let's be honest. I mean, they got to drive on the hill with AMX M4s for free, while, you know, good I know me. I think they thought that CSA was challenging the middleman. And they're like, okay, let's go 1-2. And then they saw double CS crossing, and they're like, oh no.
Yeah, I mean, this match was just, decided by the openings. I think Goodnight Nomi, they probably would have had a better time if they just had tried to contest the middle, because I mean, after this opening where basically the CSs make it across for free, you have the AMXs taking the hill. It's just catastrophic, right? It's unrecoverable. But yeah, damage dealt by either side. Yeah, Jordan this time the one with the unlucky lowest damage, but that was the first time, and I hope for everyone's sake that it was the last time that we do see an E5 trying to do the 1-2 line cross on mines. Like, please no. The tank is not made for that.
The E5 is not known for its 1-2 push abilities. Let's put it that way.
Even if you put a turbo on it, no.
You can put grouses on it as well and feel like...
Alright, that means we do get ourselves a tiebreaker in between CSA and Goodnight Nomi. It's going to be on Cliff, and I can already tell you that Goodnight Nomi basically had the decision, and they picked defense.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah. I mean, why would you want to fight against the time if you can just have it in your favor instead? Cliff, obviously, yesterday, a very, very interesting map to watch. Because we did see a lot of interactions with the hill. We did see some migrations onto the hill even. That, had both of us in disbelief as to what the teams were trying to achieve. We'll see if we get the same kind of gameplay. CSA is known as a team that, prefers to slow play it, to methodically take positions and then work the angles. Goodnight Nomi, a Polish team. Polish team is mostly known for, aggression, and if that doesn't help, you follow it up with more aggression, because then it suddenly starts to work. Yeah, I'm curious what exactly the teams have prepared here.
I think Goodnight Nomi will have learned from yesterday's disaster with the little hill adventure that they went on through the cliff.
Yeah, I think Goodnight Nomi, that was that against Phoenix or against Valor, where we basically watched the same round twice. Yeah,
I think it was against Phoenix. Oh yeah.
That was something else. Definitely rewatch those rounds, by the way, though, if you haven't seen it. It is worth watching. It's interesting, but at the same time, let's hope for Goodnight Nomi's sake that they are not going to repeat that. Then again, I don't think CSA is the team to immediately call that overpush in the middle onto the 2 or even 4 tanks. I think they would try to slow play it and possibly lose it after that.
We'll see, though. What kind of a... I don't know. I don't see CSA as the kind of brawl middle and win kind of team.
Mm. I mean, obviously they have the player skill for this. It's just not their style.
Yeah, it's definitely not their style. Which... I don't know. I feel like we could see a slow game from them. I just don't think that Goodnight Nomi is the kind of team that allows them to do this kind of slow style.
Okay, so CSA coming into this one with WoT7 and 5 CS. On the other side, we have Goodnight Nomi with 1 M4 and 6 CS. So that is a total of 11 CS tanks in the decider here in between CSA and Goodnight Nomi. CSA, slow playing team, yes, but they do respect the meta on Cliff.
They do respect that meta. They have the WoT7, which I don't know if it's really that good anymore, now that I think about it.
I mean, it is that bit faster than the M4. It does have higher alpha than the medium tanks.
But it loses on HP, alpha, gun handling.
Yeah, also you have the heat that, has the annoying habit of getting stuck in space armor. We'll have to see though. Double CS being pushed towards the middle by Goodnight Nomi, while 4 CSs are making their way through the 1-2 line, and they immediately spot out Ondra and Lukin. Now all of those tanks trying to go up here. We'll have to see where exactly the CSA tanks decide to drive up. Prichpan already taking a huge amount of punishment, but Combat also very, very low in HP, and they do take the safe route, CSA that is. They do take the route that is not, that cannot be covered from the donut.
Yeah, Sokol's just bailing off of this one though, and Goodnight Nomi is going to have to make a big reaction here because CSA is currently winner of the hill and no repush is happening just yet. It's weird to me that teams keep driving to F3 with all their CSs, but not a single one going towards the left to just cover, you know? Because they're going to make a big difference, and CSA currently in the driving seat. Sokol, I don't know where the man's going to go because it's not looking good for him whatsoever.
Yeah, Sokol just took another big hit by Sakalito, I believe, and the problem also is that CSA has the hill, so he cannot even leave those houses. Minairos, in the meantime, though, he's gone on an adventure.
I mean, he's taken the base. He wants to get in a position where he can crossfire the middle. So he wants to get that CS. I think it's Cosmo sitting on the ramp there. He wants to pressure him, but in the meantime, Sokol, though, our boy Sokol, is getting pushed by one of those 277s. There's not much he can do. He is kind of safe though right now, Sokol.
Oh, Ondra does get the fire onto him, so now we find ourselves in the situation where Goodnight Nomi, they have lost 2 guns, they're down a bit in HP, and realistically speaking, what does prevent CSA from just taking one of the CSs, rotating around the hill and taking the 2-cap? I don't think there's really anything that you can do. That being said, Marcel is being pushed up, but the problem is there is so many guns trained at him, down to a 121, and Cosmo is able to secure the kill. 3 unanswered kills by the Czech team here.
Yeah, and CSA now just rocking as they are attacking. They can just put the cap pressure on. Nothing will stop them from that. They try to get Marcel to force Cosmo's hand to put him under pressure, but, you know, Marcel just went down for that, and now there's no saving here for Goodnight Nomi.
Yeah, the thing is, they didn't take a CS. Instead, they took Sakalito in his 277. He, by the way, doesn't have a medkit. That's why his driver is continuously dead. But yeah, he is capping, and for that, you don't need a driver. Now, Goodnight Nomi here. I mean, the HP is not looking too bad, but the positions are atrocious at the moment.
The positions are more than atrocious, Key.
Yes.
It's like whatever is beyond atrocious, it's a disaster.
Exactly. Atrocious, disastrous, terrible. Miku does outspot Cosmo though, but yeah, now he had to reveal himself by shooting. Cosmo is now just able to drop down to force Miku to peek up even further. But if Miku does that, then the people from the hill, Lucker, Combat, Froley, they'll be able to punish him for this. That being said, Jordan is being pushed through the middle, and Minairos is able to pick up Combat. So finally a kill for the team of Goodnight Nomi. They're also finding Ondra right now, but in return Jordan does fall, and Cosmo and Lucan, they'll be able to help out their buddy Ondra against Twist here. Yes, Twist does get the kill, but the HP that they're bleeding for it, it's yeah, terrible, atrocious. We're back to those words.
Well, it's going to be back to Goodnight Nomi to go to the drawing board on Cliff. Not what they want to see in this tournament. And the Czech pride of CSA is going to be continuing one more round as they needed a tiebreaker. But this round, it was clean. They made the right reactions, the right rotations, and are able to close it out. Sakalito is still on the cap. It's going to be closing it out that way in 15 seconds. It is going to be CSA to move through the lower bracket.
Yeah, CSA, the team that was the old Czech-Slovak army guard here. Those veterans able to pull it over the finish line as Lukin on a nice end note does secure another kill here. But Sakalito does cap through here, does secure the win, and CSA does make it one round further, but yeah, the hurdles, the obstacles for the Czech team, whose journey continues, do not stop here.
No, it does not stop here, but they're gonna meet a fierce opponent in the next round, okay?
It's not going to become easier. They were able to best one Polish team, but
You gotta best 2 more.
You gotta best 2 more if you want to win it, exactly.
Behind every corner, there's a Polish team waiting. You open a door. I would like to open door number 1. Ah, A Polish team. I'd like to open door number 2. Guess what? Siema! I'd like to open door number 3.
Witam.
Hello!
All right, yeah. The damage numbers here don't really matter in engagements like this, but yeah, good job to CSA for at least securing spot number 3 here. They do want to go further though, but I think for the time being that's enough from us. Let's head over to Insane and Banter and see what they have to say about this one.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And Banta, that's the second tiebreaker of the day. And it's CSA taking the victory, but that was pretty close.
Yeah, some pretty close games there. There were some fairly good games. We got to see some Tundras. The mines as well were quite close. CSA falling apart a bit on some of the games, but at the end came out strong against Goodnight Nami. So solid performance, really.
I mean, we'll have the summary about the match when the replays will be ready. But before that, let's talk about the next match coming up. It's going to be Olovnitsy against CSA. And the question is CSA capable of having still some steam against this team that was waiting?
Yeah, we'll need to see if they can take that Thunder a little bit. I mean, they took Goodnight Nami's Thunder, and we'll need to see if they can... If we won't get another Polish derby in the end, it would be nice to see CSA go through, but they've got quite a mountain to climb before they get there.
I mean, we gotta admit that those two teams from the upper bracket, Opor and Olovnitsy, they are the stronger teams. They have been showing it. We actually expect a rematch in the match number 8. Opor obviously waiting there. CSA is gonna have to possibly even change their tactics. We know that that's sort of the team that is capable of doing that, but they are comfortable playing the same.
Yep. So shall we go into the replays then?
Yeah, let's take a look at the replays and Banter. The replays were starting on the first match of that. On the first map of that match between these two teams. It was on Himmelsdorf, and you could see that initially Sakalito went down with his 277. It's a good opening from Goodnight Nomi.
Yeah, I mean, big mistake by Saka. We've seen it in previous tournaments, the 277 going in that window. It gives you good information, but you can get crossfired in that position. Saka just a little bit caught out. Lucky to even survive the double clippers of Sokol and the 50B, but still gets picked up. In the meantime, we see this push coming in. This was quite a sloppy game, considering how much Goodnight Nomi got for free, and it got so close. Just quite sloppy, actually, by Goodnight Nomi.
I mean, this push from the hill was pretty late. I think they were lacking some information and it took too long. It was like Luca, the AMX constantly had just taking the pick. They were maybe a bit scared. And because of it, CSA actually, they were kind of losing this round. They were down one tank, but they managed to recover with this repush over the banana.
Yeah, as you said, the repush was a bit slow. Sokol peaked as well, so got spotted quite early, which gave the information that CSA could repush this 8 line. And CSA did it nice, like down from 6 guns, making it nice and close, focus firing well. You can see really nice team play in between the CSA team in this engagement and in the match in general.
Yeah, and at the end, you can see that CSA is actually winning that thanks to the time. It was very close on HP. Goski is going to pick up Cosmo, Twist in the 1v1 versus Andra, but Frawley with the 50B is going to go on the hill, running for his life. 1 minute left. Good stuff. Next up, we had CSA on the attack, Goodnight Nomi on the defense, and they actually went for the hill straight, which worked pretty well in their favor because CSA was left pushing the 1-2 lines, and that was catastrophic, the amount of damage they took.
Yeah, it didn't work pretty well. It worked very damn well. Got a really nice clip. Locker just straight back to garage already, and then it was kind of a bit of cleanup from there. They did so much initial damage on that crossing, taking out 1 M4, doing a lot of damage to the IS4 as well, and you can see it in the HP. This was a rout. This was a complete rout.
Yeah, I think you said it perfectly. That's the round where the HPs were so much in favor of Goodnight Nomi. Double the HP, 14k against 7k, complete domination, completely outplaying CSA on the opening, taking the hill, having all of those tanks doing a lot of damage on the push. So good stuff from the Polish team recovering.
Yeah, it was all about opening in this round. Getting those 50Bs up on the hill, spotting out that 1-2 nice and early, so they made the clip, made an initial kill, made lots of damage. Not only the kills, it's about the damage as well that they did on this 1-2 line push. And at that point, it's fair to say it fell to pieces for CSA. It was just down and out at that point, and now we just see the cleanup.
I think the conclusion is that on that map you cannot give up the hill that easily, that early, because those teams actually pushing it get pretty good outcomes out of it. But next we had Tundra, and on this map we have to admit that Goodnight Nomi is one of the most impressive teams we have.
Yeah, true, but I mean, I analyzed some of the CSA games against Hive in the group stage, and they performed very well. And this was CSA's pick, bear in mind. They picked a map where Goodnight Nomi looked strong on yesterday, so they must have had something on their sleeve. Yes, they picked up Menairos here, but pushing this kind of A, B, C, D line is always a bit bloody. You're pushing into crossfire. Marcel has a really nice angle here. It was a strong showing by CSA, but Goodnight Nomi definitely held strong with these AMX M4s.
I actually want to add something. We almost don't see any VZs in this tournament, but they're still a very strong pick. You can see it the way Goodnight Nomi is using it with it the VZ.
Using it on defense?
Yeah, on defense.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty impressive the amount of damage you can do, the double tap potential, and that's a tank that should be played pretty much more on that map. But you could see Goodnight Nomi on the attack going for the standard no push, and this time CSA was well prepared for it. Good amount of damage on the crosses.
Yeah, it was really good amount of damage on the cross here. Menairos took a lot, and the shooting on the move really wasn't there. Menairos and Twist did pen their shots, but Gursky and Jordan didn't with the more inaccurate 277, so Saka gets out a lot more damage, and it's, yes, Goodnight Nomi have traded HP for position, but it was too much HP for the amount of positions they gained, and it was a solid showing by CSA. Really nice reactions, bringing in the VZ, Lucan and Frolly here, going for that isolation. Andra fighting with Sokol on the other side of the map, and Miku just completely out of the game. A complete slow S-Conk, just really not in the engagement at all.
I think both teams did show up with pretty good passive defenses.
Yeah.
It was like, it was clean. They were ready for all the pushes. We have seen like 2 times some A-line pushes though.
But bear in mind,
maybe
this map is defense attack biased, though. I think attack has about 60% win rate.
Yeah, I would have liked to see some F-line pushes actually over the water, because I think that's like something that is very strong. And we saw Goodnight Nomi slow playing, if you remember yesterday with the 277, getting to F2.
Yeah.
And that made the difference. Maybe they had to try the same against CSA.
Yeah.
But next up, Bounter Mines. This time, Goodnight Nomi on the defense, and they had all the positions of the world they could want against a lineup that is very, very light. Triple CS, 277s, AMXs, and you could see this initial opening, this initial push, they are bleeding a ton.
Yeah, I mean, this whole round felt a little bit shaky for CSA. It took them so long to make a decision. It felt like at one point maybe Saka went to the kitchen to get a cup of coffee, but they eventually do push, but it's even pushing the 8-9 line is very difficult, but with so little time remaining, it makes it even harder. It just adds pressure. This felt like more of a desperation play than anything else.
I mean, I guess they didn't have much options. You had the Bachat and the CS that had the control over the 1-2 lines initially, no initial damage, and Goodnight Nomi comfortable on their defense, holding strong on their positions, slowly and surely getting the kills and damage done. So good stuff from the Polish team, getting on match point.
Yeah. Really nice getting on this match point. I mean, as we said, it was just... Goodnight Nomi had to do next to nothing in this game. They literally did next to nothing. And CSA just rolled into them, and as I said, CSA felt very shaky in this game. It felt like they didn't know what to do. It felt like a desperation play more than anything else, and it it collapsed. It was like the Himmelsdorf, it just fell to pieces, really.
I think the issue for both those teams was probably the lineup they did bring in attack. You could see it there. Goodnight Nomi trying to go for the 1-2-3 lines engagement over the base 2, but CSA crossing with the double CSs, having the tanks ready over the mid to get the pick over the base 2. Pretty solid defense, standard, working. Not enough damage on the cross, I would say, but combat reinforcing crossing.
Yeah, I mean, it was a strange one by Goodnight Nomi. I mean, I think this is the first time I ever saw an E5 on the island. Yeah. I think for CSA tanks in the middle, it's like a game of whack-a-mole, see if they can hit the E5 Cupola on range. But it was a strange one by Goodnight Nomi. I felt like they were expecting CSA to do something. They didn't do it, and they were caught out of position because of it, and had to make this kind of 1-2 line push with an E5, which is... There's a reason we never see it, because the tank is not good at it.
Yeah, that was definitely not the right pick, and at the end, CSA, they had the 2 tanks in the 1-2 lines alive. They had those AMXs here to just pick and force those tanks out of the cap, so pretty comfortable. pretty confident on their defense. Both of the teams having good control over this side and not showing up anything strong in attack.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the games. A lot of times in 15-15 and 7v7, it's spoken that CSA are quite slow, but in that Mines, they were very, very quick. But going into the cliff, you can see the really nice reactions. Again, this speed by CSA, knowing that Goodnight Normie are playing the lower side with some tanks, so they go onto the other side. It keeps them safe from the tanks on F3, and it's just a really nice play overall by CSA.
I think both of the teams made the right call, the right play. You had the CSs from Goodnight Normie going up the hill, the CSs from CSA going over the other side of the ramp and just chasing them. And we can pretty much say that CSA won on opening. At the end, you had that kind of questionable repush to the mid from
Charge of the Light
Marcel.
Brigade by Marcel. I mean, as you said, like there are some maps where everything is dependent on opening. It's a little bit of a gamble, and Cliff is definitely the map that personifies that the most. It's all about what you do initially, and the immediate reaction based on the information you get when you get to the middle. Like Cliff is a map of just like almost nano decisions. The moment you get info, you need to make an instant decision based on what opening you have, otherwise you just fall to pieces. But CSA performed, so well done to them.
I mean, we have seen Phoenix play that way also on Cliff, have all their tanks on the mid, go for the brawl, take the ramp, take the hill, go across to their side to chase the CSs. So pretty standard, but this tactic has been working a ton in that tournament. So good stuff from CSA.
Yeah, Phoenix were definitely, in my opinion, the team that performed strongest on Cliff. They really used good team play and player skill to great effect, really, having really nice reactions. They beat, I believe, Oppo in the group stage, so they really did perform very well, but unfortunately they're out. So we'll have to see going into CSA and Holovitsi.
Yeah, but before that banter, we should showcase something. We will have some changings happening on Sand River shortly. That map has like a lot of spots that are going to be changed. You can start from the north. Rocks are going to be added there. It's going to be giving the base 2 a lot of like advantage now, because initially they couldn't cross there, but now you have some coverage.
Yeah, I mean, Sand River has been typically in WoT7, but it got removed for this tournament. But now, potentially with these new changes, might change something pretty major, actually, being able to take this north free of taking damage. It also provides a hold down, which can suppress tanks. It's a very nice change, adding these more safe ways to maneuver your tanks.
We also have a lot of changes. That a pretty like standard campy position that is used from base 1. Now you will have a road added to directly drive there. Initially, the tanks that took actually long to get there, and you could take some extra damage. But that's actually much easier to go here, so that's actually boosting again the base 2 and making it harder for the base 1 to defend.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is going to be a massive change in 7v7, 15v15, and maybe also EBR races as well, because this position is very oppressive in 7v7 and 15v15. So having a direct route, I can imagine the future in 7v7 getting double 277 to maybe cross this and dump in the bowl to eliminate an IS7, an S-Conk or whatever. Before, it took so long. If there was a tank in that bowl, it meant you essentially couldn't push it. But now it provides more options, and I think it's a fantastic change, really.
And also, one of the biggest change on that map, the middle banter. That's like pretty usual to see some teams push there. And now you have ton of coverage, ton of rocks that were added, so it's going to be much harder for the base 1 to have the necessary amount of damage to punish it. Initially, that was pretty much needed to have the reactions, tanks driving from the kill line to cover it, or tanks from the base or initial spawns to get some damage output there, but now much easier from the base 2 to advance.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to change the whole dynamic of Sand River. Before, pushing the mid was a risky affair. You could get repushed and you didn't have that much cover. Now, with these changes, the increase of rocks, the amount of cover there is, you can push, you take less damage on the approach, and you have a more safe position when you arrive. So, very solid changes on Sand River will definitely change the dynamic of 7v7 and 15v15.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, those changes are gonna have an impact on randoms, gonna give the opportunity to actually, let's say, advance slowly on some position that usually you would not. The north, the middle, it's gonna have an impact on 15-15. We could possibly expect the base 1 to go back as the defending base, because we did change on Sun River and we have the base 2 as the defense base for 15-15 tournaments, because it was possibly more balanced because the base 1 was too strong. Not the case anymore. And in 7v7, the map was removed because it was like very dev-sided with 8 minutes. But now, with all of those changes, that could be interesting.
Yeah, it could definitely be interesting. As you said, the map was a bit too biased towards the one spawn, so many good positions along the K line. But with these middle changes, can really turn the map a little bit on its head. And there might need to be some rethinks about whether reversing spawns in the competitive game modes. But hopefully we'll see Sun River in the next WoT7.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be interesting to see. Also for the 15-15 tournaments. That being said, Banter, that's going to be pretty much it for that segment. But you have to make sure to be there for the next another segment, because we'll have a pretty spicy announcement, right?
Yeah, should be. It's going to be an interesting one. You definitely don't want to miss it.
All right. So now it's the time, probably Banter, to introduce the next match. It's all of Nitsi against CSA. They had time to do the bound pick to get prepared, and we have our lovely casters to introduce that match. Kian and Daki, take it away.
Hello there, and welcome back. Yeah, those Sand River changes moving forward are definitely going to be interesting. And Insane already spoke about the option to basically in 15v15 just swap it around so base 1 is the defending side again. I do agree with their sentiment that it makes the bias of the map in 15v15 sort of go away a little. I'm personally not super sure about 7v7, how it would impact that, but yeah, it all remains to be seen. That being said, you can already see above me, we have an upcoming match here, CSA against Holovnice. What's your take on that one?
I feel like CSA is going to get rolled.
I also have that creeping, like, not suspicion, but I am in fear a bit here because, yes, Holovnice did lose to Opor, but they did so in the tiebreaker, and 35%, like, I don't want to be mean once again, but I think Holovnice is a slight bit more favored than 65% only. Only, obviously, in quotation marks. That being said, pick and bans for us here. Tundra being taken out of the picture by Holovnice. CSA banning out Mines. Then we have Himmelsdorf, the immediate pick coming out from the Polish team. The Czechs responding with Murovanka. Then Cliff being banned out. Probably Holovnice, you know, looking at what CSA just did to Goodnight Nomi, and are like, okay, let's not play that one. Then if it comes to it, steps, and the tiebreaker, the possible one, if we go to it, would be Prokhorovka.
Yeah, Prokhorovka the closest match out, if indeed we do go all the way, which I don't really see happening. I'm sorry, Ki. Holo just looked like a better team than CSA did in their match, and CSA, you know, they did win, but it wasn't like, I wasn't like super convinced by either of the two teams.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we had 2 matches so far, both of them heading to tiebreaker today. The first one in between Opor, that are still the reigning champions, possibly after today, not anymore, but they are already waiting in that grand final, which will be played later. Now we have the lower bracket final, and yeah, I do agree with you so far, and the past tournaments as well have shown that both of the Invil teams are, yeah, just on a different level. So it is up to all the other teams to basically show us that, you know, Invil players can be beaten.
But we have to see that first.
Yes, yeah, they need to show us that, and the Invil players obviously are having a say in that matter as well. Yeah, I think regarding predictions, I personally think I went with a 4-1 for Holovnice. What about you?
I went with the same.
Okay. Yeah, so both of us not really confident in CSA's ability to put up any kind of fight even against Holovnice. That being said, though, they are warmed up. They are coming out of a tiebreaker win against Goodnight Nomi, so you know, they probably had a few minutes now to calm down, and they will be ready to go on the side of Holovnici. You have a team that just was able to wait out a full 7-game match and, just sit back, relax, and watch, and probably take some notes about what CSA was doing there. But I think that's starting to go into the, copium area where you're trying to make out an advantage where there probably isn't one.
Yeah. I mean, the only way that CSA did a good thing by going to tiebreak in the last match if the Holo players fell asleep.
Okay. I mean, sometimes when CSA plays, that can happen just because of their methodical and slow style. But it did get them this far, so you gotta give them this. And sometimes it can be unnerving for the teams that are playing against this. That you're used when you're playing against other teams. You're used against this immediate aggression, immediate action. You need to make split-second decisions, and CSA has always been the team that's like, no, let's take a chill pill. Let's actually, wait it out a bit. Himmelsdorf, one of those maps where you can immediately aggress, but you can also play a slow game. We will have to see. Obviously, Holovnici, they could in turn just, force the aggression directly at the team of CSA, force them into a sort of reactive role, and they have been very, very good at that. Just, don't let the enemy play their game. We're going to force our game onto you.
But Holovnici is one of those teams that can force CSA in a position that they may not want to be, though, if you think about it. So...
All right,
lineup so.
Is CSA 150B once again played by Froly Combat, whipping out the Batchat again, then one IS4, triple AMX M4, and Holovnici, Daki?
Holovnici with the 50B, the triple M4, the IS4, the 277, and the Batchat.
So both teams actually bringing 2 autoloaders, 50B and Batchats. Those can be, they can generate synergies. Then there's only one 277 basically being traded for one M454 that is Mentus. Now CSA, they are doing sort of their standard opening, I would say, on Himmelsdorf, taking 1-2 line immediately.
Yeah, taking 1-2 line immediately with the majority of their tanks, 6 of them driving down the Batchat of combat. Going to be going towards the 5 line to spot the crossing. Monster is going to be going towards the 8 line where we saw Sokol in the previous match to spot the crossing. He's going to spot out Froly. Froly might even clip towards that. No, Saka spotted Cosmo, Locker, looking the whole squad, all 6 of them except for combat are spotted, so that it gives a lot of info to Holovnici.
Yeah, basically all the information they could ever want. The only tank they're not aware of currently is combat in his Batchat that is starting to make his way away. But here the problems start already for CSA, because they haven't seen anyone yet. They will probably know where Monster was to spot them. I think Tundra was even trying to blind shot there with his IS4. But the thing is, Holovnici, they can just take the northeastern part of the map completely. Monster already starting off the cap, and all of those tanks by CSA are completely out of the fight. They will have to make a very, very hurried repush, and Holovnici now, they have all the time they could ever want to just freely set up for this one.
Yeah, and CSA is going to be doing a full A-line repush, but it does seem like Holovnici is pretty prepared for this and pretty ready even as well. I mean, Stokar is watching the courtyard, so he knows nothing's coming. Piotrek is going to be boosting the cap now a little bit in his 50B. Even Dries might do it, and that will speed up CSA's progress here to push the A-line. No, Dries not deciding to do that. Never coming closer, though. And it's good for CSA if that IS4 is also moving closer.
Yeah, I mean, CSA is now fully going to collapse into that A-line Mentos with a tracking shot onto one of the tanks. And now Holovnici just backing up of the cap and bringing their tanks into a position where they will be completely able to farm this push. You see 3 tanks just aiming for that crossing. Laka getting set on fire. Not lucky today, is he? Just completely after one cross, one of the CSA tanks annihilated.
Yeah, Lucker is not lucky at all, as you said. Ondra is not very lucky either, as he's left behind in his IS4, and he gets beaten from the entirety of Holovnici. He is down and out, and you gotta say CSA not looking good here. They tried to repush across because they feel like otherwise the cap would just get started again, and we can see the result of this. Down 2 tanks, down HP, down positions even.
Yeah, and I mean the 50B and the Batchat from CSA are trying to, with a valiant effort here, to cut off the rotations for Holovnici, and now CSA here with triple AMX M4 are actually starting to force an engagement with superior numbers, so they are going to pick up Mentus, but from the backlines already Dreiser and Piotrix coming to even out the numbers in those positions here, and as the dust settles, Holovnici here with a 1.5k HP advantage, and they do have one more tank.
Yeah, that was a bit overeager from Mentos and his friend Never there, even giving CSA a chance to possibly come back in this by allowing them to pick up Mentos. Looking now is the focus though for the boys of Holovnici. Whoa, Sakalito though with a big snap on towards Monster, and the Batshot picks him up. That is very important. Sokka in the meantime really went down to low HP as well in his AMX M4, and Sakalito might be able to pick him up as well. He gives one towards Combat. It's not over just yet. The Saka and Cosmo are just trying to run away, trying to readjust, trying to make a different angle here for their team to support them. Barkis though with a slight low roll on towards Sakalito, not picking him up, but never closing it out in return. And it's still, even though Holo got a bit overeager, still looking good.
Yeah, still looking good. 4 guns against 3. Yes, Barkis is Emmerich, but it's not really going to matter as they are collapsing onto Froley here. Combat with his Batchat from the backlines, trying to do what he can, but Dreiser stays alive, crucially, on 20 HP. And now Never is going to peek around the corner. Ooh, Combat does get the pickup here onto the 50B, but yeah, Never should have the reload here onto Combat. Does reverse with his tank, so it isn't completely aimed, but he does get the crucial shot into Combat, and this one's probably going to, yeah, secure the game for Holovnici. That, you said it, they did end up being a bit over-eager at one point in time, where it felt like CSA somehow was able to pull it back a little. But yeah, in the end, 3 tanks still alive. They still have 2.5k HP. And yeah, Cosmo left with, I would say, an impossible task of, yeah, trying. Good snapshot by him. But yeah, Cosmo was
closer
never
than it should have been.
with 3.
Way closer than it should have been. Holovnici had such a massive lead. But then Mentos dying there, Monster dying in the bat. Like, there's a few minor misplays that brought it closer. Because if Holovnici just takes a combined 3 push onto the A-line, I don't think CSA ever comes back in it at all. Minus 2 tanks.
Yeah. I mean, CSA, they sort of gambled with their opening, right? They went completely towards the 1-2 line, and then Holovnici was able to capitalize completely on that. But yeah, Monster only 1 shot of damage, not really where you want to be, and Lucker, I mean, he just got, you know, torn apart on the cross. CSA forced in that repush that they didn't want to do, and yeah, in the end, the fact, though, that we speak about small misplays completely being punished and it almost turning back in CSA's favor means, though, that, you know, CSA is here to put up a fight, and they are even punishing those small mistakes, and they only need those small mistakes to make the rounds close. So that is sort of more than I was expecting from CSA.
Well, now that's mean. That is not very nice. Look at that cheeky little grin. It's like he's 12 again. And he just stole a candy from the drawer that he wasn't supposed to touch.
Big candy, though. But yeah, fact remains, Holovnici able to pick up their round. It wasn't clean. It wasn't probably, like, you know, it wasn't the best of efforts, but able to power through here. The individual skill probably also, we keep talking about it, the team cohesion carrying them over the finish line, and the fact that they at the start were able to completely blow up a tank for free did help.
Yeah, it's good that CSA at least is able to punish those mistakes and almost get back to it, but you know, Holovnici they're far ahead in that round, and I just worry for the rest of this match already. If the first round starts like this, kind of get outplayed quite a bit, that the rest...
On tactics, completely outplayed.
Yeah.
I mean, the opening, it was horrible. Like, it started off bad, and then it just, you know, went off worse. Like, the fact that Monster in the Batchat is able to get the information freely on 6 out of 7 of the enemy tanks. And then they're just able to roll with that one to just secure all the angles. I think Holovnici had like 30, 40 seconds where they could just freely set up all the crossfires at the cap. I was... yeah, not really nice to look at if you're a CSA fan. Now though, CSA is going to get another swing at beating Holovnici, and they're going to do so with a 50B, double M4, double IS4, 1277, and the Batchat once again.
Yeah, Holovnici with a more simplistic lineup, double 50B, 4 M4s, and a CS63.
Now, yeah, Holovnici going to be defending. I'm wondering very much how exactly their opening is going to look. I don't think it's going to be as one-dimensional as CSA's 1-2 line opening in the round before. That being said, the CS Mentos is getting sent towards the 3 line probably to spot the 8 line, courtyard, all of that good stuff. He has one M454 to back him up, and everyone else is getting sent towards, you know, the east 0 line. CSA though, sending a lot of tanks through that K line. They're all gonna get spotted probably. I don't know who exactly spotted Froley, to be honest.
That was the CS of Mentos driving across the D line.
All right, so CSA is able to actually rotate all of their tanks through the K line without getting spotted. That is good for the Czech team, but they do need to capitalize on that. And so far, yeah, obviously they need to be very wary of where they push, when they push, how they do it. Combat and Mentos about to find each other. Oh, Mentos does get spotted, takes one by Combat. Good stuff from Combat.
Yeah, Mentos checking with the gun first, but peeking a little bit too early in his CS for the spotting track. And then takes one from Combat, which is good stuff. Combat holding the hill soccer. Big shot on towards Tundra there, 557 on the crossing. That always hurts. But, you know, the hill is open here for Holovnici if they want it.
The hill is indeed open. We can still see Combat up there. Currently on reload, still holding the angle, still providing the information. And Ondra now, oh, with AP, he tried to get a nice cheeky shot into them for it. Did not connect though. But this is going to force Sokar off the angle here if he doesn't want to take free shots by Ondra. Lucan and Cosmo now getting pushed through, and there is no 50Bs on the hill that could exert punishment onto that cross here. Cosmo looking into that 8 line currently, and Lucan coming close with the IS-4 on towards Sokar. No one on the cap as of yet though.
No one on the cap as of yet, never getting spotted out in his 50B. Ondra crossing over. This is looking not that bad for CSA at the moment. Look at Rise, look at Barkis. They're coming unspotted. They want to crunch this group of tanks here from CSA, knowing that CSA might be a little bit split overall. Barkis is going to have to make a big crossing against Froley though in that 50B. He does, he takes one. Froley is going to do another one here on Dries, but now Barkis and Dries, and the blow up on towards Cosmo. Not that it would really change too much, Kihan, because Barkis and Dries were coming from behind. They do pick up Sokar, but this is a good realization for Holovnici, realizing that CSA is split, realizing that the tanks are not in position to deal with it, and they've called 4 of them, and they're gonna kill them all.
Exactly. Holovnici right now on the rise here. Now Mentos even with those crossfire angles onto Ondra and Lacker that are just in the middle of what seems like the entire remaining team of Holovnici just getting torn, just getting shredded to pieces. Ondra now remaining on 1300, but as soon as the reloads come through here with the 50Bs, with the CSs, he's also going to bite the dust. And yeah, Froley is now trying to come in with that 50B, trying to get something good about this horrible situation for the team of CSA, but he's not even going to find Barkis because Monster starts pushing him away. Also going to get focused out, and now Sakalito and Combat from the backlines. Yeah, they were just, you know, relegated to watching their team crumble, I guess.
Yeah, that was a good move from Holovnici though. Recognizing the split, that was an effect. You know what was actually really crucial in this round? No, we didn't talk. Sokar peeked out from C3 to check if there was a follow-up behind Ondra at E1, and he spotted the rest of the team actually pushing up. So without that spot, Sokar would have gotten pressured really quickly, really early, but he really made that peak worthwhile.
Yeah, now Piotrix here in that 50B chasing Combat that is running away on 36 HP, but Bark is able to secure it here. And just like that, Holovnici with a show of dominance. 6 tanks alive at the end of the round, and the scoreline now 2-0.
Yeah,
It's hard.
it's looking worrying.
It's looking looking harsh for the team of CSA that did come off, you know, a tiebreaker win against Goodnight Nomi, but both of those teams, you said it didn't look super convincing. And yeah, Holovnici just showing what they're made of here. Just overall, the reactions so on point by the team of Holovnici in the first round, just getting handed that win, I would say, almost by the opening from CSA. That was too one-dimensional. And here in that second one, just getting the information, coming in clutch, and then recognizing the splits, able to focus out the tanks. Yes, there was one ammo rack,
It wouldn't change.
but yeah, in the long run, it wouldn't have changed anything. Okay, so after the first map, which was, to CSA's credit, I guess, Holovnici's pick, we now head into Murovanka, a map that has recently been changed, and I think yesterday on Murovanka, CSA had, did they? I'm trying to remember how exactly the games went yesterday for CSA on Murovanka. I remember them playing there, and it wasn't the worst, but it wasn't super convincing as either, I think.
Yeah, but Holo had a really good showing on Murdo, if you remember.
CSA picking the map, though. They are more confident on that one than any of the remaining ones. So we'll have to see. Also, the mines ban by CSA, a pretty curious one, because obviously going into this, the CSA players are going to know that they are not favored in this matchup. So a classical 1-1 map, you do normally want to pick that up for yourself.
I just don't know if they're going to pick up one round here. Because Holo had a good defense. They did use that one bush that, you know, it's not going to work again to put Mentos there. But that doesn't mean they may have something else prepared.
Exactly. I mean, Murovanka is a map where, you know, the gardeners are not out, the bushes are not really getting trimmed. That makes the houses, I guess, seem a bit smaller than they normally would. That being said, though, 2-0, the current scoreline in between Holovnici and CSA. And yeah, Holovnici just looking strong. What do you want to say?
Yeah, indeed. Holovnici just looking strong, steady, cool, calm, and collected. And they're going to be doing it with double M4, an IS-7, double S skunk, SCS, and a T100.
Exactly, and for the side of CSA, we have triple M4, 1 IS-7, 1 277 combat, once again in the bat chat, as Cosmo also with a T100. So I guess the meta now firmly on Murovanka in a way where both teams need, or feel the need, to pick a T100.
Yeah, it's complete meta for both teams to have a T100 nowadays on Muro. They both do it. And Mentos, we'll see where he goes this time. He goes to knock over 3 usually at the house, and then we'll see what he does after. He's going to do that right now. There's no way he plays the same bush, though.
No. He probably has like 4 or 5 bushes to choose from. For the side of CSA, though, pretty big split going on. 1 M4 going to passively hold at C4. There's 2 more that are going to cover him. And Mentos, let's see which bush he takes. He does knock over that tree. So right now, only preparations ongoing for him still. Monster, the first guy to get spotted in his CS at the 1 cap, and we can see the meta here. Holovnici, the defending team, they need to respect the danger of just a CSA full commit onto that cap. That's why we had so many tanks there right at the start. But now the team in red sort of relaxing again, and yeah, that is a different bush.
It is a different bush, but I don't know if it spots all of the cap, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of bushes that are in between Mentos and the cap right now. Cosmo now with a spotting run, trying to find out whether he does get spotted or not. So far, not the case yet. And the other CSA tanks, you know, just waiting right now for what Cosmo is actually able to achieve. Cosmo even able to fell the trees in the cap if he would like to, without getting spotted, it seems. So that far back bush from Mentos doesn't seem to be providing that much information. He doesn't even see Sakalito yet. There is going to be an angle if Sakalito moves up, though, to spot him. Now Cosmo, you can see him already knocking over those large trees. That did not change with with the map changes. And already blind shots coming in. Ooh, Sakalito with a good shot into Never though.
Yeah, the i7 getting spotted out by Cosmo actually. And this is not that good for Holovnitsi if you think about it, because Cosmo is just able to knock over those trees, creating a large surface area for him to just play behind. And I'm not sure if they properly tested Mentos' bush, because it does not seem to be working out right now.
No, doesn't seem to be working out. That being said, the T100 of CSA is not on the cap yet either, so possibly Mentos has a different set of bushes, different line of bushes that he could transition into. This could be detrimental for either team though, because Combat is right now driving through the village here, and Mentos doesn't have spots on towards the northern part of the city, so Combat could freely advance, and then if they both proxy spot each other, then hopefully for Mentos there's a lot of Holovnitsi guns aimed at, at the village.
I wonder what they're still afraid for the side of CSA to start the gap. Maybe that the light is hiding behind the house instead?
But then, if the T100 actually manages to go into the cap, then he should be safe from spotting.
Ooh,
that being said,
Lucker.
Lucker taking a lot of damage for advancing on the one line, not what you want to see, and this is immediately sparking a reaction by Holovnitsi that are also taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, but I think they want to try and take out Lucker, but they have decided against it. Lucker is in the position, we respect that, but now they're doing good damage, so that being CSA on towards those tanks. Froley now moving under as well. Mental still in the, no man's land kind of by himself. Cosmo sitting in the open of the cap. Froley being under. I don't know if this is this good for Holovnitsi right now. Oof, nice connection though from Piotrix.
Yeah, Piotrix is able to reduce Lucker to a one-shot, and now Sokar the one to pick it up. Cap has been started, but not a huge issue as of now, as Holovnitsi are able to secure their first kill of the game. Mentos, though, still not really spotting Cosmo, and this allows Holovnitsi to just, freely rotate their heavy tanks again. Also, notably, the Batchat is not in the... good shot by Froley. The Batchat is not in the city anymore, so couldn't directly counter the T100. But I think they still don't know where he is, so...
Right, the Mentos at some point will just drive out and spot, and then they will hope to kill Cosmo. Oh, Mentos sneaked bushes, and he actually spots Cosmo. That's awful. Mentos sneaked bushes and was able to spot Cosmo, because Cosmo doesn't want to sit in the trees.
So yeah, now reaction coming out by Holovnitsi. 4 tanks converging onto Froley. That desk immediately set on fire. Buck is probably going to pick it up. Never mind, that was a bounce, but it's not going to be long until Froley bites the dust, as Holovnitsi just wants decisively overpeak. Yes, they invest some HP, but in return they do secure the second kill of the game.
Yeah, now Ondra pushing up to E1 is a bit annoying for them, but losing Lucker in that fashion is just not what you want to see. I don't know if Lucker was just not playing the correct position or what happened there, because normally you're quite safe behind that house, and I just feel like he didn't play behind it whatsoever and was able to get picked up, which is odd.
Yeah,
very odd.
Combat. He doesn't even see Mentos at that range. Cosmo now finally coming in. He does spot the T100, so they are aware of him. But the problem is that there are more guns shooting at him. And Mentos now safe behind the house. So Combat is not able to finish him off with the last shot in his clip. And meanwhile, the aggression by Holovnitsi on the western part of the map just in full swing. They were able to clear out Ondra in the 277. And now you can just see the high HP tanks, Dreiser, Barkis, and also Never just able to focus out Lukin together. 3 guns more DPM than 1, obviously, and Holovnitsi, they are looking like they are making it work on their defense of Murovanka.
Yeah, they're indeed making it work on their defense of Murovanka, but weird moves. I don't think Lucker was fully behind the house and then got picked up. I think he should be just hugging the house and be fine. I would assume. Not sure what happened there. And then Cosmo not sitting in the trees when basically everybody was spotted shooting at Lucker is also pretty weird, because he knows that a T100 will be forced to make a move if he's just sitting there, because there was nobody to blind shot the long trees at that point. So it doesn't really make sense why he would be sitting in the open. But good stuff from Mentos though, to sneak into that bush to spot that part of the cap. Maybe that's what it was for Key, spot that part of the cap, and if he's not there, he's just in the bush. But I feel like CSA just handed this to them with a Lucker Froley combination with not enough coverage.
Yeah, exactly. And now Holovnici just reaping the rewards of their round combat, Amorect, and yeah, he was in reload as well. Monster the one to pick it up, and 7-0 for Holovnici in round number 3 of this lower bracket final. So yeah, the Polish teams so far just showing, at least the Indel teams, just showing that they're on a different level right now.
Yeah, that's 3-0 is just... Whew.
That is, yeah, hard. Now CSA needs 4 rounds in a row if they want to get to the grand finals here, while Holovnici only need 1 more. And now we do see the post-battle results. Lukin, they're able to farm a lot of damage, but yeah, in the end, beautifully played by Holovnici. Gotta give it to them, obviously. They are able to pick this one up clean. And also, that is the play, how Mentos played that one. That wasn't how we so far see it. So far, people are mostly like sitting in a bush and just passively always spotting the cap. That's a new approach to basically, you know, not spot the cap, and then at some time during it, just tell your people, yeah, start aiming now, and then we... and then you have a timing window, because remember the 6th sense for the T100 in the cap is only going to activate after 3 seconds, so you even have some time to aim there. So good stuff by Holovnici, convincing as well. And now CSA is facing, yeah, the Abyss, is facing tournament elimination should they lose 1 more round.
Should indeed they lose 1 more round, then they will be facing tournament elimination, and we'll be getting a repeat of the first match of the day. And they just pretend like the 2 between just didn't happen. They were just filler content. But stranger things have happened, Key.
Stranger things indeed have happened, but I don't think that the Holovnici team have Hive players, do they? So full-on remontadas, pretty unlikely against those. We'll have to see though. Let's not count out CSA, and for the sake of the match, I hope they are able to put 1 point on the board here on their own Murovanka defense. That being said though, we said it yesterday a lot already. After the changes, Murovanka...
It should be attack bias, but Holo won both of their defenses they played on it so far.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that just means that Holo is super good on their defenses, though we'll have to see. I think we're just about to hop into what might be already the last game in this best of 7 here, as Holovnici and CSA take another go at each other. And yeah, here are the lineups. CSA trying to stay alive, trying to keep their head above the water, and doing so with a 113 triple M454, 1277 a CS, and unsurprisingly by now I would say 1T100 LT.
No surprise there for the T100 LT. Facing off against the double AMX, I7, double S-Skunk, CSN, T100. Let's see what Holovnici does here on the attack against CSA, right? Let's see how they figure it out.
Indeed, as we do see Combat immediately boosting Sakalito in his 277 towards that 1 cap. CSA obviously respecting as well that there might be immediate 1 cap pressure after the rework of the map. Holovnici doesn't really seem too interested in that though. Cosmo also now coming with his T100, does immediately get spotted by Mentos though. Spots exchanged here, and Cosmo doesn't want to sit around. He doesn't know how many tanks by Holovnici are actually in the forest and aiming at him, so good decision by him to bail immediately. He is finally unspotted though, and now he can probably get to work on what he wanted to do. That being said, Mentos is very far up in the forest and will probably be able to, you know, prevent Cosmo from doing any kind of shenanigans.
Yeah, I think Cosmo wanted to knock over the big 3s, but he just didn't have time with how aggressive Mentos
Sakalito
drove.
just took humongous amount of punishment, by the way.
Yeah, running away from that position. I think he got shot by both the S-Skunks and maybe or the CS and S-Skunk combination. But yeah, Cosmo did not have time to knock over too many 3s with the initial aggression from Mentos.
And Holovnici so far able to keep their HP together. Meanwhile, Sakalito minus 1k already. So not the best of openings for the Czech team. They have their most well-known ally in their favor though, the time.
Yeah, time is indeed on their side, but if Cosmo gets figured out, oof.
Yeah,
you can also see Holovnici rotating everybody towards 1-2 though slowly.
Yeah, and the thing is also that Cosmo isn't really in the most, you know, in the most unknown of pushes. That position is very, very obvious. Might even get blind shotted. CSA now waiting for what the next move by Holovnici is going to be, and yeah, we see on the minimap the IS-7 is already rotating. The AMX stopped its rotation, and it is now more going towards the E7 position, but the CS63 is also getting moved over. Dreiser now moving in with his AMX, or starting to at least, you know, feel out the waters. Froley and Mentos immediately exchanging spots. Mentos is not going to be particularly happy about that, but it seems like no one from CSA is able to punish it. Now Piotrix with a good connection into Lucker.
Good and clean stuff here, though, from the side of Holovnici, just taking that map control slowly and steadily in their favor. Oof, Andrado, big beacon towards Piotrix. Big damage as well for that.
Yep. Now, though, the cap does get started. Dreiser and Never there on the cap, and you can see the heavy tanks, they do have armor. None of the resets connecting, and Piotrix does make it behind the next house. Does pay a bit of HP for that one, though, but he is going to be able to stare down any of the people that would be coming close, or if Lucker wants to peek up. The trade starting to erupt here. I think CSA is pulling the trigger on the reset.
Yeah, CSA here with the all-in play. Their tournament life is on the line here. They peek the corner, they try and do the damage, but the Holovnici tanks just so fast at pulling back. Hucker, Sakov trying to push Piotrix in the meantime, but Hucker's going to be pushing himself to the grave, as Sakalito might make it across, but a 277 does not win a TPM fight against an S-Hook, and even some shells coming in from behind. I think that was Dries or Never, but here comes CSA with their final push, their final attempt to make it work on towards Never, on towards Dries, but the crossfire from Holovnici just too strong at this moment in time. They have the positions, they have the angles, they have the shooting to make it work, and CSA making their way through the lower bracket are going to be running into the indestructible wall of Holovnici, who give no quarter, no mercy, as they will pick it up 4-0, moving themselves against a rematch against Opor.
Exactly, Ondra even getting set on fire. CSA tanks on Murovanka being on fire. Name a more iconic duo, but yeah, CSA's defense just completely falling apart. Holovnici just showing that they are indisputable at this point in time. The better team, just straight up combat. Yeah, he's trying to pad his stats, but Bark is there even with good HE connections into the CS63. That does get one more shot of damage. Bark is not able to finish off combat as of now, but it should be just a matter of seconds until Holovnici lock in their 4-0. I guess you have to call it a stomp.
That was rough. That was rough to watch. You're gonna have to cut it out of the VOD because it's not gonna be allowed to be uploaded to YouTube.
That was just utter complete domination by Holovnici, that while doing that secure their spot in the finals. They're going to be able to go up against their clan buddies from Invil, against the Opor team, for a rematch of the upper bracket final, just showing why in the group stage both of those teams were, you know, in first place, why both of them met in the upper bracket final, why both of them are now going to fight it out against each other in the grand finals. And yeah, CSA, I mean, that was the last game. It didn't really seem like they had a proper match plan, to be honest, or a proper game plan on that Murovanka. Like they just started losing HP for free, and then in came the commit onto the cap, and they didn't have an answer. Or rather, the answer that
Holo had every answer to what CSA was doing. They had the initial positions, pressured the way the T100. They didn't even need the south. They came through the middle because CSA had nobody at the church. Then they took the cap. Then they took E1, and then
yeah, the answer that CSA had then was pushing into crossfire, which rarely works. Anyway, yeah, that was a rough one, but let's see if at least our analysts are able to make out a silver lining for the Czech team here.
Well, yes, thanks a lot, guys. And we had 2 tiebreakers, and now for the third match of the day, Banter. That was a very convincing victory for Holovnici. 4-0 over CSA that we have to say goodbye to.
Yeah, I mean it's a pity. I always root for CSA, but I mean they were the underdog, and then as like you said, there's not really a polite way to say it. It was a bit of a rout, but we'll get into that a little bit later. Bit sad to say goodbye. I'm always a fan of CSA, they're the old breed, but what happens happens, and I'm afraid they're out. So we'll be seeing the match 8 that we keep seeing.
I mean, the rematch, that was the upper bracket finals. Very close match between those two teams, and Olovnitsy is going to get a second chance against Opor. About that match we have seen, we expected that. We expected CSA to have an all-time against Olovnitsy because those two Polish teams, Opor and Olovnitsy, they are dominating the WoT7 format. They are probably the best. They've been proving that for the past WoT7 tournaments, and they're going to be battling in the grand finals now.
Yeah, they really are. We live in a time of Polish supremacy, but I mean, we'll see it again. Hopefully, Holowitzy can perform and not, let's say, I wouldn't really say choke, but I mean, they were up against Opor and threw it in the end, which is a bit of a shame. I do like, because Holowitzy are the underdog in this scenario, so I do hope they can bring it back in the finals. But yeah, we'll see.
Well, let's take a look at the replays about that match. It was quick, but it was starting on Himmels, and we had Olovnitsy on the attack, attacking over the base 2. Then CSA trying to go for that beeline repush, but the Polish team very ready for it.
Yeah, you can see Lucca was very unlucky. He got set on fire on the crossing. He got sent back to the Shadow Realm there. I mean, for such a... Holowitzy made such a nice advantage in this game. One completely free kill. And it ended up a lot closer than it needed to be. There was a little bit sloppy. Even you could say 2 free kills, actually.
Yeah, 2.
I'd say Ondra was
definitely 2.
Yeah, definitely 2. Like, and even then, it was closer than it needed to be, which shows a few mistakes by Holowitzy. But I mean, at the end of the day, this was a strong showing. Holowitzy pressured the cap. They forced CSA to rotate. They were in control the whole time, even if HP looks pretty close.
I think this... Maybe the small mistake from Olovnitsy is like Monster dropping with the bat. But other than that, you mentioned it yourself, like the early advantage on this 3-push, taking 2 free kills was just enough for them. Later on, they had that 3-push of the A-line. You had 2 tanks out of the fight from CSA around B4, so pretty easy, pretty convincing from Olovnitsy to start
out of the
attack.
game. They were giving clips, but you could say HP was out of the game. They were giving damage while Holowitzy were crossing the 8 line, but they were out of the game in reality.
And then CSA, they actually used the pretty much same attack that they had that didn't work against Goodnight Nomi, and once again it didn't work against Olovnitsy. The rotations were on point, they completely ignored the heal, and you could see a bit of damage on the cross, not too much, but that 3-push and the Amarak.
Yeah, Cosmo had a bit of stress, and I think he lost his head there. But sorry, I'm doing good today. But I mean, CSA did make some improvements. They had the batch shot on the hill, so they didn't lose the hill this time. But as I think Daki and Kian said it best yesterday, it's the definition of insanity. You do the same thing and expect different results. It was a slaughter yesterday. Today, a little bit closer, so the strat has been improved. But at the end of the day, I still wouldn't call this close.
I think that was a good overmatch from Olovnitsy. They had 7 tanks pushing together, taking down the CSA one by one. Indeed, the Amarak helps a lot, and you can see that the HPs were still pretty close, even though Olovnitsy were like 4 tanks up, 4 tanks more alive. You could see at the end Foley trying to get some kills and even failing at it.
Yeah,
but
he tries to help Ondra, tries to save his friend, but he's just gone.
But to be fair, convincing victory from Olovnitsy again, just playing well on the basis of this game, just having more tanks at one side together. And you mentioned it, the Bachat this time, he was forced to go down the hill, so he couldn't really help his team. They had some tanks covering from like the 1-2 lines at the house, but their HPs were not involved, so good stuff.
Yeah, so going to Murovanka, a map that, as it's new, teams have been very sloppy playing with it. Yeah. And I believe you'll talk about this one-line play. You mentioned that a MXM4 is too tall to play there, so he takes a heavy amount of damage on the crossing, and then he can get Cupola sniped. You need to play something like an S-Conk there. I think, what was it, yesterday we saw an E5 there, today an M4. It's S-Conk supremacy. It's British supremacy that needs to play in that position. But yeah, it's not great by CSA, but very good by Holowitzy.
I mean, even if that light play from Mentos is fantastic, taking like a very passive bush and driving to other bushes to get a spot on the base 2, and CSA was completely clueless about it, you have to keep in mind that that map is not just that. They could have taken E1 with an S-Conk, get him to play hold on with some HPs, play over the base 1. They had other plays, but due to the tanks they used, the MX on E1 dropping almost instantly, CSA was out of options, and all of Nitsi convincing defense. That's a very attacking sided map, but they did well.
Yeah, they did it really well, and you can kind of see Holnowitzy. They've learned from the mistakes. They have an S-Conk in that position, and it's just I think CSA tried something. They have a similar defense to how Holnowitzy did, but I'd say worse tanks. 113 in this position. It doesn't have the gun depression. They do have control over, let's say, the 2-cap, but at the end of the day, it's just the 1-cap play. It's been said the attacking side is better if you lose your it's not necessarily a 1-for-1 map, but most of the time it is, because the attacking side is just, it's so strong. You have such nice positions in the 1-cap. You can cap there safe with a T100 or even an IS-7, and you can see Lucca pushing out to Sakalito, but Lucca's just gone. He's not even in this game anymore. And just really strong by Holnowitzy.
I think that's the thing. You could see Piotrix there. The S-Conk. He's actually gonna leave. He has his teammates getting the angles to cover, and he's constantly holding the crossfire with this position. So CSA, they were constantly down HPs, and they were down tanks pretty fast. That double cap pressure with all of Nitsi on the edge, they kept using the T100 to spot the rotation. They didn't need to have him in this hole on the cap. That way he didn't take any damage on the cross, so good read, good stuff, good attack.
Yeah, but convincing. You can see Holnowitzy, like the reactions are what's pitch perfect. They didn't stay in the low ground. They went up in the high ground, took the higher position. So CSA were essentially encircled by Barkis on the right, Sokar Dry as a monster on the left, and even Mentos wins this 1v1. CSA lost every engagement. It didn't matter where it was, they lost everything. And it's sad to say, but you can really see that kind of the player skill and the team play that Invil are well known for, really just coming out so strong. The individual micro decisions, you can almost I almost call them nano decisions, because you make them in such a short space of time, but they make such a massive difference. Really coming out so strong for Holnowitzy.
I mean, I don't know if you remember, but when it was like against a team like Phoenix, for example, yesterday when they had to play in Ghost, and Phoenix was the team actually going aggro and trying to make plays and not let all of Nitsi just play their own game, steady, slow. It actually worked in their favor. Like CSA is a very passive team. Like usually they have this play style which is very slow, and it actually is working in all of Nitsi's favor because they like having their time. They can analyze, they can make the right rotations, take the right positions. So I think CSA, maybe they could have risked a bit and play like a different play style, maybe play more aggressive, try to go straight to the cup. Didn't work for them. They still made it to the finals of the losers bracket, so you gotta give credit for that. Third place there. But now Banter, it's gonna be Opor against Olonitsi, the big finals, the rematch of the winners bracket finals. But just before that, we covered Sun River. Changes in the last segment. Now we're gonna be covering the changes that are going to be happening shortly in-game on Fisherman's. You have a lot to say about that, right?
Yeah, I do. I mean, so Fisherman's not a map that's played in 7v7, but is played in 15-15. It's very defensive bias, so the what you call the North spawn is the 1-cap. It's very defense-orientated. It's very difficult to push, and you can see here a lot of changes being made in the city. A bush removed, so you can't spot the city approach now from the housing positions, and also a lot of house changes, so there's a lot more cover if you push this city. So these are going to be some very big changes in competitive and definitely randoms as well. City is very difficult to play. I think most good players would agree. They tend to more mingle around the middle and support both sides because it's a good area to get damage. But I think this is going to make the city a lot more workable.
Actually, most of the time I've seen people play in 15-15 on that map. I've seen some mid plus 1-2 aggressions more than the city ones. But now, even though you don't have the bushes to spot the approach anymore, I think it's actually in favor of the attack. Also, you can have way less damage on this cross. You could see those buildings there. You don't have the damage taken from the mid anymore. So maybe it's going to encourage the teams to actually use the city more in attack. Maybe the defense has to also change the way they are playing on that side, reinforcing this side more, because usually you had a lot of teams having a lot of tanks parked in the 1-2 lines.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, 1-2 being played a lot more. I mean, there are multiple reasons for this one. As you said, pushing city, you get the damage on the crossing.
Yeah.
There's also, in competitive, we rely much more on 279s, as you know. And 279s are shooting heat. There's a lot of indestructible, or let's say destructible items, little fences, bushes, pieces of house that eat up heat rounds, which can make fighting in the city a little bit awkward. But they've removed quite a lot of the clutter, added a few more safe defensive positions. So if you take damage on the approach, you can go safe, as you can see here on screen. If you do push this city and the enemy are there in force, you can dive in safe. It gives you a lot more options, and it's a all-around solid change on the map.
I think you mentioned it also, where it's played a lot on that map. It's the middle. The city was changed, you could see that, but also the middle has been changed. We had a lot of like houses that were added. You could see like the few changes there, the house of the city with the church. But on the middle banter, we got a lot of houses that were added, a lot of coverage.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big thing in competitive. If you're caught out in the open, you don't make it to a house, you just get kind of oppressed by the tanks that are above you. You can't really go forward because you'll take heavy damage. You can't stay where you are because you'll die over attrition. These nice little defensive positions will allow you to stay much safer in the mid. If you get over on this middle, you can pull back to another position. It allows you an almost second chance, because if the enemy go more aggressive in the mid, maybe in 15-15, if you take a turbo and a grousers, you get there first, you get the higher, more aggressive position. These defensive positions now give you a second option.
Yeah, it's going to be the case for competitive. It's going to be the case also for randoms, actually giving some opportunity, because whenever you have a team completely dominating the middle and managing to get across and use the bushes, you don't really have any positions to back off. Now you'll have some coverage, so not necessarily bad. I mean, it's going to change a lot for the competitive, but the teams are going to have a bit of time to adapt. Those changes are going to be coming shortly in the game, and they're going to be probably live for the next tournaments. And you also have in the water that change. I mean, that's one of the ways you were usually spotting the city push. Now you have a huge rock here. You don't have the bush anymore here, but you still have the tree and that slight bush. But that's pretty much it about the changes for Fisherman's banter. And that being said, it's probably the time for us to announce our big announcement, our spicy announcement that we were talking about earlier. What is it, Banter?
Yep, so these are the dates for the upcoming Clan Showdown tournament coming November 5th and 6th. It's very early. Normally it starts at the end of the month. Now it's going to be starting at the start of the month. So very early Clan Showdown. I know I'll be playing it, so unfortunately you won't be seeing me in the analyst desk. I'm sure you'll find a charming replacement. But yeah, Clan Showdown. It's coming back.
So 5th and 6th of November, that also means that we will have likely the group stage on Sunday the 13th, yeah?
Yeah.
So 1 week earlier. That also means that we will have the qualifier even earlier. So it's actually coming pretty shortly, like in the matter of 2-3 weeks, we will have the first qualifier. So you need to make sure to prepare, get your thing set, start some trainings. As per usual, Clan Showdown tournaments. This time, that may be a bit different because we can have the Ukrainian players taking part of that tournament, not as Legios like before. You only have the Russian players possibly counted as Legios. So maybe some new teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a stressful week. After group stage, I got trick-or-treating, dress up in my nice costume, and then I don't know, you guys don't have it, I guess. In the UK, we have bonfire night, so we set off all the fireworks. We have a nice little festival, which should be quite nice. I'll get to play with my sparklers, and then we go straight into playoffs. So that's going to be busy times for me. I've got my costume all picked out. I'll show you it later.
Okay. Well, anyway, Banter, all of that being said, that's enough from the two of us. And now, for the last time of the day and the last time of this tournament, we have to hear what our casters have to say to introduce the last match of the day, our grand finals, Oppo against Holovnitsy. Kien and Daki, for the last time, take it away.
And welcome back. Indeed, for the last time of today, we have the match that probably most of us were expecting to become the grand finals. Obviously, this is going to be played in a best of 9, so not a best of 7 format anymore. The pick and ban is going to be slightly changing. Basically, Opor, because they were coming from the upper bracket, they didn't lose any match as of yet, as of now. So they get a slight advantage here. They get to pick a map before Holovnici actually gets to ban one. So possibly we will be playing on Holovnici's permaban. But that is just the advantage, the treat that comes with, you know, making it through the upper bracket. It's going to be a cracker.
Yeah, it should be. It should be. The ECT teams were really close in the upper bracket. But Gihan, to remember, we've seen it before where teams in the upper bracket go to a tiebreaker and then they get back to the grand finals. And it's just like they've run out of steam and ideas.
Yeah, the thing is, Opor did have to show a lot of tactics, a lot of strategies, obviously, in those 7 games against Holovnici, but Holovnici had to show 4 more now against CSA. I mean, the showing that they had was commendable. 4-0, that was a clean match if I have ever seen one. We'll have to see now. Both of those teams went to tiebreaker in the upper bracket final. Community predictions pretty even, reflecting that once again, 52 to 48%. In the end, you said it though, teams that did drop down to the lower bracket historically had a very hard time if they made it into the grand final, simply because, well, you're playing so often that you start or you tend to run out of steam. Now here, map pick and bans, obviously Opor with the first pick here. A Ghost Town, then a Murovanka seems to be banned, then Prokhorovka picked Tundra ban, Mines into Himmels, and possibly the Cliff tiebreaker. Ghost Town, we didn't see it that often this tournament yet.
No, we didn't. But we did see Opor beat Holovnici on it in the tiebreaker. So they're obviously feeling pretty good on that one. Want to have another crack at it to bring it down to Holovnici. So, you know, this first pick has an advantage. It's like a good and a bad thing. Because imagine you pick a map and you lose 2-0 on it. You're like,
That didn't work out. Yeah, we'll have to see. Obviously, them picking it suggests that they are very comfortable with the map. Historically, those city maps, Himmelsdorf, Ghost Town, all of the inbuilt teams excel on those. It's going to be the question how played and how warm the Opor players actually are. Because, well, they started off the day with a pretty banger match in between both of the teams that we see here again. But now they had like, what is it, 2 hours or even more of, you know, just waiting around, sitting around, probably having a few snacks while they were watching the other teams battle it out in the lower bracket. They themselves did not get to play, while Opor is, Holovnici is coming off of a 4-0 clean sweep.
Yeah, Holo didn't have to put too much effort into the last match, though. Let's be honest. It didn't really take them that long. So I feel like both these teams, in terms of like warmed up, Holo might have a slight advantage in that regard because they did just come off a match, which they didn't have to show many tactics either because they only played 2 maps. So that's good for Holo that they took it really clean, because otherwise, if you come out of a long match, you got to go straight into another one. It can be annoying, but I don't think they have an excuse in this regard.
Yeah, also we have to keep in mind how the tournament structure is actually working. That basically, if you're on day 2, then the first match that you play is the upper bracket final. So then the team that drops down basically has one match that is the lower bracket into the teams that are coming through from the matches of day 1. They first of all play it out. We saw CSA besting Goodnight Nomi there 4-3, and then you get your shot if you're dropping from the upper bracket. So I agree with you that Holovnici probably, you know, they are coming into this one not too tired, I would say. I expect both of their both of the teams to play their A game. That being said, my prediction though was 5-2 in favor of. Oh, I see you went with the same one. So I guess I don't need to explain it to you, but rather to the viewers why I went with that one is basically that historically the teams that made it through the lower bracket final, they are just meeting a team that is just, you know, very fresh and didn't have to show a lot of strategies.
So the predictions are all again in favor of Opor. Nobody expecting a tiebreaker this time, though, Key. Last time, huh?
Yeah, last time I did predict the tiebreaker win for Opor. I'll have you know. But yeah, let's head into the grand final of the WoT7 number 8. It's going to be Opor against Holovnici, and Opor for this first game here bringing triple IS4, 1 M454, 1 IS7, 1 S-Conk, and Rishek in the bat chat.
Yeah, and Holovnici facing off against it with the double CS though, double S-Conk, IS4, and double M4 on their defensive side.
Okay, and now opening-wise, we are seeing Holovnici sending Monster towards the southern part of the map here, while Neba is heading towards that northern A4 position. Mentos, very, very aggressive with his CS, respectively. And also we have to talk about double medium tank against a single one. Rishek now with the Batchat trying to spot up that southern cross, but I don't think Monster is committing to it. So, yeah, he's not going to see anyone as of now. But that double CS by Holovnici on their defense, it does give them the priority on the outer parts of the map, because it's simply going to be a 2v1 of the mobile tanks. Although, Mentos here in his CS is currently not on the outside, but rather right in the middle of the city, where normally you would expect the heavy tanks to brawl it out.
Yeah, it's real cheeky there from Mentos to try and even go for that. Rishek does get spotted out as well. That's also by Mentos. But now you can see this approach from Opor, taking all the positions, taking all the angles, trying to edge their way towards that cap slowly but surely. And with Mentos being spotted, that's good for Rishek though. He doesn't have to be afraid that the CS sneaked through A-line.
That obviously does give information. Information missing though onto Monster. They don't know where he is currently, and you can see the Batchat at the moment on the minimap on the 0 line on a very, very long rotation up towards the north. He can't really go up against the Superconk though in A4. And now Conrad with the IS7 moving down, so the attacking team of Opor with the first move. Monster unable to connect a second shot into the IS7, and that hold down, it does give nice, good shots into the city, but for those to actually take effect, they would need to spot the tanks there.
Yeah, it's good though for Opor. Last time they got Conrad there, he took a lot of damage for it. This time he gets it pretty for free. Rishek here is facing off against Mentos though, needs to be careful not to get spotted out, but this opens a nice approach onto the cap though for the boys of Opor.
Yeah, exactly. Opor now, they have the complete control of the southern part of the map. Monster just, acknowledging that he can't really face that hold down IS7 in the position that he's in currently, so he's going to get rotated over. The thing is, though, even with both CSs, Holovnici could not contest the 0 line against the Batchat, because all of those heavy tanks by Opor would have shots onto the CSs if they decide to commit. That being said, Never now being also... Ooh, Sokar taking 860 damage in his IS4. Normally, you wouldn't expect that much, and that is going to enable T-Sec and DJ to go over there. Oh, good punishment, though, onto T-Sec, taking 1062 damage.
Yeah, it does take 1000 damage, but the most important part here is that the cap is secure. Mentos and Rishek spot each other out as well, so Rishek is going to be taking a 0. He might take an S-Kong shot on the crossing. For that, it actually takes 2 for that. Down to 1.1 there, Richard in the bat. He becomes a bit of a null factor now. It allows Mentos to close up towards the cap and help out his teammates if they want to. And Conrad, in the meantime, getting repushed though.
Yeah, 2 tanks against 1 of Opor, and Conrad still unaware, aiming in towards that middle. Monster connecting his first shot. Now the trades at the cap sort of going in Opor's favor. Cap is down to 27 seconds, but everywhere else, Holovnici winning their trades. They just need to win them fast enough so that they can come back and actually contest this cap. You can see Katsai already contesting the next line of defenses here. Never taking a huge shot. Conrad is gonna get picked up by Monster, but Sokar, he cannot sustain those trades.
No, he cannot sustain those trades at all, but Fury in the meantime pushing in. This may be a mistake from Fury to come over here to try and get that angle this early on, because he just got obliterated for this. I don't think this was the play for Mr. Fury, as he's going to fall here against Mentos in his CS. And so far, Holovnici seem to be doing a good job at holding on. Rishek's going to pick up Dries though, and that leaves Barkis and his fellow Never kind of exposed if they could keep T-Sec alive, but I don't think that's going to happen, as now Never is going to get focused out. DJ needs to pick it up, but in return DJ will fall as well. I mean, DJ falls, and this is good for Holovnici.
Yeah, Holovnitsi right now with 1k HP advantage. The problem is that Barkis is gonna fall soon. This battle is all over the place, and as the dust settles, both teams are actually like 30 HP or something apart, but all of them still a 3 versus 3, and in the end that should favor Holovnitsi right now because they have those mobile tanks that can just scoop around. But the thing is that if Opor actually manages to get onto the cap, not lose a lot of HP there, then you have Rishek with the autoloader thread, and also you force those mediums into a frontal engagement with, naturally, the heavy tanks Accelerate.
Ketsai gives a really large shot to Piotrix. For about 500, but now Orchak just gets to take the cap key. And you're talking about the mobility. The mobility here gets like kind of nullified by the fact that they have to play against an M4 and an IS4 with those CSs, and those CSs will have to aim every single one of their shots very carefully. Ooh, Rishak getting outplayed by Monster though. Takes one for that. It's not what you want to see in that bat. Double cap pressure though. Ketsai and Orchak, they spot out Piotrix, so they know where 2 out of the 3 tanks are for the side of
Mentos is going to get the jump onto Rishek here, I feel like.
Yes,
and that is not going to be good. Yeah, he does roll only 382, so Rishek possibly not yet a one-shot, but that is a huge part of the autoloader threat gone. And Mentos is just going to be able to get side shots into the heavy tanks now, and they see their opening here. They're just committing onto Piotrix, 2 shots connecting, down to 237. But that Super Conqueror, it also does reload pretty fast. Monster picking up Ketsai, and all of a sudden, as Orzek picks up Piotrix, the DPM from the mediums is coming in handily.
Yeah, now Orchak against Monster in the 1v1. Monster does have that CS gun that has a nice alpha, has nice reload as well. Orchak is going to try and block Monster, try and stay alive, and Mentos is coming as well, and that will just leave Rishek. Ooh, good shot there though. Bad shot actually from Monster, good shot from Orchak. Monster should pick it up, and that will be Holovnitsi holding on to the game here as Rishek is coming in. He might even get rolled. No, he might pick up Mentos before though. He will pick up Mentos, but it's going to be Monster to close out the kill in return. And that is it. Holovnitsi picking up the first round against Opor with just 831 HP remaining.
Yeah, just one tank, just one gun, just 831 HP for Holovnitsi, but that is all you need to secure the round for themselves. Holovnitsi putting themselves up on a 1-0, but what a messy game. The action was all over the place.
Yeah, I think there's a few key factors there. I mean, Conrad was always going to get pushed on and die, but I think Fury could have done so much more with his S-Kunk. Like, he kind of just drove forward and died.
Yeah, we can see here Conrad only 540 damage. That was less than I expected, to be honest. But yeah, Fury only 1200 as well, only able to dish out 3 shots of damage, even though with the Super Conk normally you have a very, very quick reload. And yeah, Orzek trying to do what he could, put the team on his back, but it wasn't enough. And on the other side, we have a smiling Monster greeting happily, staying alive to tell the tale of how they went up 1-0 in the grand finals here.
I really think this was Opar's game. I don't know why. I just feel like it was their game. They had the cap, they had the angles IMO. This Rishek taking a 0 costed him a lot of HP. To be honest, costed him like 800 something HP, which didn't help because he could have been a much larger threat in that game if not for that. But I really think Fury could have done a lot more to protect his teammates. He just drove forward, got shot by everybody, kind of died.
Yeah, the thing is also, like, that is one of those games where basically the analysts later will be able to go ham, because if you rewatch a game like this, and you're able to think what is happening and not just trying to consume what's actually happening on stream, then you will find a lot of openings, a lot of decisions that if the players would have made them different in the brawl, that would have probably enabled, I mean, either Opor to win or Holovnitsi to win more decisively. It was super close. I mean, 830 HP at the end and only 1 gun, so either team could have won. But yeah, Holovnitsi, right now at least with the stronger willpower, I guess, to just bully themselves through and get the first point on the board here.
And that's important for Holovnitsi, coming in strong in this match on Opor's map pick. The map they always got to pick no matter what, right? And they just beat them on it once.
Yeah,
already.
they just came into that one and said, well, we don't care what you pick. We're just gonna, you know, play better. That always helps. And they're able to secure it. Opor now, they need to convince us that, you know, their map pick actually is worth it. And Opor coming into this one once again with quadruple S-Kong, so the brutal hull down DPM power. Then one CS played by Rishek, we have one IS-4 and an M4.
And one M4 only. Holovenitsi though, double IS-4, double S-Kong, one M4, one IS-7, and a BAT to finish it off.
Exactly. Now Opor's CS, Rishek, is probably going to have a... Yeah, he does have a hardening, so the Batchat is not able to one-clip him here. That is very, very important to keep in mind. Monster not with the hardening, 1800 HP, and the split by Holovnitsi is basically, well, send our medium north, and everyone else drives towards the south, never with the cross towards the K4 position, I believe. We can see that mirrored here by Conrad's Super Conk that is going to A4, and now we'll just have to see. I don't think Monster will be getting any kind of information with his Batchat here. There's just no tanks close that he could actually spot. And that CS in K1 is going to be rather annoying for Holovnitsi if they don't properly manage to just push him out of there. Although he is pushed up very far, so this means that, you know, if Never just drives down, he would be able to get into that 1v1, and then T-Shek would need to help out Rishek.
It's the bait, right? They want Never to drive down, so Rishek can just farm him from above. But they can't forget about the cap in the meantime. We've seen this before, and then somehow the team lost the cap fight, and they won K1. So it's not just that needs to work out for them.
You know what we also haven't seen as of yet today?
A Yak Panzer.
That as well.
Type 5.
Okay, dude. I was going for Monka steering and CS's flipping, but you were also correct.
That's well, wise and wise. As a man once said, technically correct is also correct, right?
Technically correct is also correct, but, you know, correct is the best kind of right. Sokar taking one shot here as of now. Nothing else happening in the HP department. That being said, though, Monster with the Batchat in that south is taking a very, very forward bush. Doesn't spot anyone, though, despite the purple optics. I think he saw the Super Conk now.
That never already spotted out the Super Conk before, though, so they know about the Super Conk being there. And now they're starting to creep up on the south side of the city with the majority of their tanks. Monster crossing over, though.
Ooh, Monster crossing over. He's not spotted doing that, but he's gonna get spotted soon by the CS that is in proxy, that is just forming the trap. He does get one shot off. Yeah, Monster is going to retaliate, obviously, with his clip, but the problem is, as I mentioned, yeah, but you can see now Monster trying to aim for the engine here because he knows he needs a fire or something to bail him out of there.
You can just go kind of behind the corner. Oh, good peek from Rishek, though. Monster was not ready for that one. He will get the shot here, though. Rishek will definitely peek out. He's aiming for the engine. He doesn't get the fire, though, but Never's crossing over in the meantime. He only took one shot from the Kong, and that's Rishek dead. He's gone.
Yeah, exactly. Dreiser with the S-Kong from downtown are able to pick it up. And that is a very, very low HP Batchat, yes, but he can just peel, he can just fade, he can just, you know, drop away and generate map control somewhere else, because there is no tank anymore from the team of Opor that could actually contest the spotting power of the Batchat, especially since he has low noise exhaust, since he has purple optics. They're all going to get outspotted. And now we do see Holovnitsi springing into action with their heavy tanks as well. Monster creeping closer towards T-Sec. Not really sure I like that play. We'll have to see how it plays out.
It could work, though, but Panzer Fury, again, isolated in his S-Kong. He's like, guys, not again. This time around, though, Mentos, Piotrix, Barkis are going to make short work of Panzer Fury in that Conqueror. They're gonna take him out. Sokar, in the meantime, has been pressured back, has been dropped to low HP. The Ignite coming out from Barkis as well. And now Monster jumping behind T-Sec. T-Sec with the snap, not connecting it. And another engagement that's just being won by the Holovnitsi boys. Like, T-Sec is now forced to drive forward because Monster is just farming him. And T-Sec doesn't have a choice but to shoot Never on every reload that he has. But in return for that, I mean, the HP is even key. But 7 guns for the side of Holovnitsi. And they pick up T-Sec, and now they're moving on towards Ketsai in that AMX M4. If he backs up, he's gonna get shot from behind from Dries, and he does anyways, as him and Orchek are trying to face the horrors that's what's in front of him, but it's not looking good.
Yeah, it's not going looking good, and especially since that one line is now completely under the control of Holovnici, the Batchat can just grab another reload. The heavy tanks by Holovnici in the city, they can just stall it out, or they can just, you know, win the fight straight on. Another kill here. It's now 3 versus 7. Opor on their defensive side of Ghost Town, not looking good either. Yes, there are some low HPs on the side of Holovnici that obviously the Opor players would very much like to pick up, but as Mentos and Orzek both bounce against each other, the positions are just starting to favor Holovnici so badly. That Batchat is going to be a constant threat in the side. The IS-7 hasn't even joined the fray yet, and Holovnici is just, you know, methodically clearing it out. That being said, Konrad does pick up Monster though, but Orzek falls in return, and suddenly we find ourselves at 2 versus 6.
Yeah, and that is Opor's map pick, by the way. This is Opor's map pick right now. The one that they wanted to play 100%, and they are going to be down 2-0 against Holovnici, who are coming in really strong in this match to begin with.
Yeah, Holovnici looking like, you know, they took the match against CSA as sort of a morale booster after losing against Opor in the upper bracket. That being said, though, the upper bracket final went in a way where Holovnici also had a very, very strong start, and then suddenly Opor started winning.
Yeah, key, true, and it is best of 9, so it's not like you lose one more and you're at a match point, but it is not good when a team that has been ready and waiting and preparing for this amount of time comes in and loses their map pick that they 100% wanted to play. Like 100%.
I mean, a 2-0, and they probably counted on at least winning one round. So, well, they are two very experienced teams, but if you win, if you lose like your own map pick and the enemy wasn't able to ban that one in that fashion, you might start second guessing yourselves. And like this, the first one was like scrappy win, but here there was no doubt in anyone's mind at in the final stages of it who just, you know, had dominated in that one. And yeah, I mean, Rishek did some good peaks against the Batchat, but the IS-7 then also pushing him just sealed his fate. I don't think he's to blame for that one. Overall, though, Holovnici looking good.
The only thing you could blame Rishek for is not like constantly peeking Monster.
Yeah, the problem then again is if the IS-7 is actually in the forward spotting bush and
yeah, but Monster was too far forward. He should just, I don't know if it was on every reload, but maybe if he did it on every reload, he would at least kill the Bat. It's 1 for 1. Because now the Bat also got T-Sec killed. Because T-Sec wins that 1v1 normally in his S-Gun. But because of Monster coming behind him, he could not.
Alright, now we'll be hopping into a Prokhorovka though. We'll have to see. I mean, if you're Opor, then that is, you know, sort of a bad start, but it's not the end of the world.
No, but it could be the beginning of the end of this match, though.
Yeah, I mean, best of 9. We can start talking about it if Holovnici goes up 3-0. Then I think.
Oh, wait, Kian, I remember. If it's 3-0, you're not in trouble. But if it's 4-0,
then you're in trouble.
I remember this conversation with you from the 15v15 broadcast. You're like, oh, 3-0, no problem, man. No problem. 4-0, oh, wow, sweat. It's sweating, dude. Reality's facing me in the eyes, guys. I might lose.
Yeah, all of a sudden, that one game that you lose more, then the sweating really starts to happen. Anyway, I think we're just about ready to hop into Prokhorovka, and then we'll have to see how exactly that one plays out.
Yeah, we'll indeed see what they have in store for us. We saw it between these two already, Key, if you remember, the Prokhorovka. Remind us how it played out, Key?
Yeah, the Prokhorovka in between Holovnici and Opor? Well, it didn't play out the way anyone expected, but I loved the double Batchat and the 2684. I have to say it.
Well, there's not going to be a double Batchat and a 2684 for the Holovnici side, as they have double IS-7, double 277, an S-Kunk, a CS, and a T100.
yeah, the other side bringing a T100 as well. So I would say they are sort of even in the spotting department, but obviously Opor with that one heavy tank, more Holovnici, they have Monster that can scoop around in his CS, but in the end, the brawling power here hugely in the favor of Opor. We'll have to see if that translates into a victory, though, because Prokhorovka, one of those large maps where mobility of the tanks can be an incredibly valuable asset to have.
Yeah, and we can see here that Opor playing pretty similar to how they played it last time around, if you remember, Key. We're driving the I7s down the 2 line while having a lot of tanks playing in the middle of the map.
On the other side, we have Holovnici sort of dispersing. Piotrix is the first one that is here. Is actually the first one to take a shot. Does repair his Amarak though, and now the tanks by Holovnici will just have to cover Piotrix against all those peaks that the tanks of Opor can make.
Yeah, that's real scary seeing that.
Ketsai is spotted for this one though, finally he goes unspotted.
Yeah, but it's going to be a face-off between him and Mentos, because Mentos crossing back over as well. I mean, Sokar gets spotted out. Ketsai is not going to go further than this, and they have a pretty good chokehold here on the side of Opor, but Ketsai is just real greedy, man.
That is indeed excessively greedy, as Mentos...
He's gonna die for this. If he gets spotted and dies, even if they trade...
Finally, Mentos does spot Ketsai, and big punishment coming in. Ketsai taking a huge amount of damage, is on 276, wiggling left, wiggling right. Is he gonna make it out? Probably, yes, actually. That one was close.
Yeah, but Mentos wins this engagement by far. I mean, Mentos is full HP, Ketsai is a one-shot. Now DJ is forced to back off from the 1-2 line as well. You can see that I7, he's going to have to be going backwards, go into the hole with Conrad, locking him in there, going to take damage for this as well. 1 shot taken, 2 shots taken, minus 1000 on DJ. And that was just greedy from Ketsai.
That was very, very greedy indeed, because Mentos had been unspotted for quite some time, so you can't be sure that, you know, the enemy LT is not trying to make a counter-spotting run. We can now see Ketsai just completely reshuffling, going to the other side of the map. He doesn't want to be anywhere close to where Mentos might be. And Mentos basically just has free reign if he wants. He could even go through that 1-2 line, but obviously he doesn't know where the enemy T100 is. Never, on the other hand, is starting his advance on the 9-0 line. And yeah, he is super split off from his entire team. But because all of Holovnici got so much information, like they know how many other tanks are elsewhere. So there is not going to be a huge overmatch that is just going to pick him up for free.
It's a bait of some sort. They send in the 277 there. They're bringing the S-Kong towards the middle, and they might try and push DJ and Conrad in the hole, but I think Opor realizes as well. DJ's trying to leave now, though, in that I7. Does he take any damage for this? 1, 2. Oh, down towards 1000. Never now getting spotted out, getting shot by the S-Kong from the middle. That's Panzer Fury putting in the herd on towards Never. Never driving down. Takes 1 more from Fury. Good shooting there, for sure, from Panzer Fury. Wow, Never 1 more even on the way down. Good stuff there, though, from... good stuff, good shooting.
Yeah, that Super Conk obviously pretty accurate gun, so Pan's Fury not missing a beat there, but you can see Ketsai is just ever so afraid in his T100 because, well, he is low HP, but even if he was on 1 HP, he would still be very well valuable as he could spot. Basically, he's the tank that can do what no other tank can on his team, so that's why he needs to stay alive. Never now trying a different approach, spots out Tisek, who is on his way, and this is probably going to spring Holovnici into action on the other side, because the 277 is not going to survive, but now we see the trigger getting pulled against Conrad with his IS-7 in the ditch. Rishek also taking one, both of them Amarak, but able to repair, and now Conrad in an unwinnable 1v2.
Yeah, Conrad is never getting out of this hole anymore. Now, Mentos is going to go past them, ignore them, and move on altogether. In the meantime, you can see Ketsai sneaking on the hill, which is a correct play. Wants to get Never from behind, or put Brain on towards the S-Kunk in the middle, which is Dries, who is currently playing as Fury. Dries, though! That was not the peak, my man. He just lost 90% of his HP in like 1 go. That was an issue and a half. But the bigger issue here is Rishek and Fury. They can't go anywhere.
Yeah. Also, DJ and Ozek here, they're just gonna get completely outspotted by the T100. They are not going to be unspotted anymore. It's just going to be Monster probably going into a position where he can then farm them. Mentos even going close here, and you can see they're trying to blind shot the row of bushes. They're trying to guess where Mentos is, but they are just not finding him. Mentos now providing spots on Panzerfury as well, and now it's just a matter of waiting for Holovnici until Barkis and also Sokar have joined up and are just able to push that M4 and that IS-7. That being said, though, Panzerfury in the middle is able to generate some sort of priority against Dryzes just because he has so much more HP, and all of the tanks are now spotted approaching, so that's going to be a shot or two that the M4 and the IS-7 are going to get for free, but in the grand scheme of things, they should still be going out of that one.
Yeah, I mean, even Mentos is pushing from behind now. He's going to give DJ a shot in that I-7, makes him a one-shot for everybody except for the CS. Orchek there, shielding with his body, trying to keep his friend alive, but Monster Mentos from behind, pick him up, close him out. In the meantime, Barkis falls against Orchek though, which is an acceptable loss for taking out 2 more guns from Opor. And Opor here, this is looking rather poor, to be honest, as they have just 3 tanks left standing, of which one is that T100, and they you know, Holovnici is just driving at them.
Yeah, Holovnici now just driving in. Piotrix should be a bit more careful with his HP, though, being reduced down to 261. Monster also taking 1, taking 2 by Panzerfury, but Holovnici, they just at the moment feel like they have the HP to spare. I think that was a track shot by Panzerfury, but now the T100 even starting to engage from the side. Panzerfury is gonna die sooner or later. It's probably gonna be sooner rather than later, to be honest, as Monster starting to overpush here, and continuously the fire from that pesky T100 coming in from the side. Panzerfury was the healthy tank on the team. Yes, Dryzer does get out-positioned by Ketsai in his T100, but Cap has already started.
Yeah, all of this is starting to just fall apart after the misplay from the T100 of Ketsai. You know, going aggressive, not respecting the threat that Mentos could come back and clear him, and that's exactly what happened. I mean, he was running away, because at the end I think he expected it, but it was 5 seconds too late.
Yeah, and Ketsai now, well, I guess Monster and Piotrix both are one-shots, but he only has 17 seconds to do something as Triple Cap has been started, and yeah, I think he's just gonna be trying to, you know, generate the... Oof, almost gets Piotrix. He's just trying to, you know, get the maximum amount of time out of the game. Good push work by Ketsai, but it doesn't cover the fact that, well, he was greedy, and that was a huge part of what lost Opor the game here.
It was indeed a huge part of it. Like, everything else just started falling to pieces after. Like, they lost the info, DJ lost a lot of HP, then Mentos is able to sneak up in 1-2, they are able to repush the hole. Just a lot of good moves from Holo here. And, you know, once the T100 died, they lost all info on what's happening on 1-2. They didn't know that they were pushing up. Conrad gets pushed, he dies, then he's convergent to a 1-2 push. It just went from bad to worse.
Yeah, and this now means, as we obviously have the post-battle stats here, this now means that we're not in trouble yet. 3-0 the scoreline, though.
Fine. Yeah, we're not in trouble.
I mean, yeah, 3-0 obviously in a best-of-9 means that one of the teams, in this case Holovnici, just needs 2 more rounds to get it over the finish line and secure yeah, the crown of WoT7 number 8 for themselves. Opor, yeah, they did lose their own map pick 2-0. Now they are starting to lose Prokhorovka as well. The sides are going to be switched now, obviously, but not looking as good as they did in the upper bracket, at least towards the second half of that match.
You know, Key, anything could happen, but every round that's lost is looking more and more unlikely. Like a remontada here is starting to look against the odds.
I mean, remontada is always unlikely, but we did at least
unless
a small...
you're playing against Hive.
Yeah. Yeah, just yeah. Yeah, the problem though being that, well, Opor going into this one was favored, obviously, because they won the upper bracket final, but both of those teams were so evenly matched there that if one of the teams now just gets a 3-0 advantage just like that, that is a yeah, just crazy to see. Like, how do you explain that discrepancy of performance in
Unlucky.
unlucky? Like, how unlucky though?
Like Drakafa, unlucky.
Oh, okay, so copium.
Yep.
Yeah. Game number 4 gonna be starting rather soonish though, and then we are going to see if Opar is finally able to, you know, get their act together, get a point on the board, possibly start some momentum of their own, or if it's just gonna be Holovnici waltzing through here.
Let's see, Key. Let's see. It's not looking good for the boys from Opar, but you never know. You never know. Let's keep faith, and the faith is in the triple IS7, the 26, not the 260, the triple IS7, the S-Kong, the double CS, and the T100.
And for Holovnici, once again, 2684 and double Batchat. I love it. And they do bring also a T100 played by Mentos as well as triple Superconk. Now, these trades in the middle, triple Superconk against triple IS7. Who would you actually favor in that scenario?
S-Kongs.
Yeah, I guess. As we need to see the opening still by the team's Mentos in the T100 being sent towards the middle immediately together with Barkis, so one S-Conk getting sent towards the middle. This time around, the double Batchat and the 2684 not going towards that 1-2 line. Instead, we see a different opening with the same tanks. Always important for people to have different openings available to them. And they're immediately going to meet that T100 and that double CS who are booking it down the 9-0 line. The Batchats, one of them is spatted now. That was one shot into Rishek. The two Superkongs starting to farm here, and this means that Batchats actually do have the clip potential to focus them out. And the 2684 there didn't connect his shot, but that is two pretty low HP CSs.
That is not good for Opar here. That is really, really, really bad. I mean, the I7s are going to be joining, but already losing a ton of HP on the CSs, which is very valuable, while the double bat is still very healthy. Nobody on the hill either to provide crossfire. And look at Opar. They are forced. They don't have a choice. They're bringing the I7s. They're going to have to build a wall to go through it then to beat Holovnici, because already DJ, Konrad, Orchek taking damage, and now the slow climb begins. But it could be a climb into madness, as Tisek does take the zero line position, which is important, but does not do it without taking one more from Never in the 268v4. And that is now the I7s pushing up, but there is so many tanks available here for the side of Holovnici. The question is, do they pull the trigger? Do they go for the big repush? Even Mentos is joining in. They gotta make it work here. Dries is coming in as well. Holovnici seems a little bit out of touch here with themselves and what they want to do. Mentos joining in as well, just leaving Barkis in the middle. Panzer Fury Ketsai will definitely pounce on that opportunity there. Dries now joining Sokar from the lower side. They need to get these Batchats into the fight. Sokar is the one that takes the damage, but here comes Monster, here comes Piotrix. They want Tisek, they want Rishek. They're gonna try and drop off the cliff here into the water, but they're gonna get chased down all the way. Monster trying to get the gun depression, doesn't figure it out, switches on towards DJ Weed, and in the blink of an eye, there is no more DJ. It's an empty dance floor as Orchek and Konrad are gonna be joining their legs to the grave, and Holovnici here with a great read and a great opening against Opar to make it 4-0, Key.
Yeah, exactly. Score is going to be 4-0. The battle obviously not over yet, but Ozek in the middle of a wolf pack of Holovnici tanks. Yes, as you said, Panzerfury and Ketsai, they did pick up the opportunity to take out the Superkonk in the middle, but it's going to be to no avail as Holovnici on their defensive side of Murovanka. Perfect read, and that all-in strategy by Opar just completely blowing up in their faces. Those Batchats almost reloaded, hungry for more, but it's actually going to be the 2684 that is going to secure the next kill, and now Piotrix body blocking Ketsai from driving out of that one here. A lot of shots connecting onto the T100, and finally they also deal damage as it's going to be Piotrix that is locking in the 4-0 scoreline that probably no one saw coming.
Yeah.
Now we're in trouble. Now we are in trouble.
Opar has been in trouble for a while, homie.
Yeah, Holovnici just... what do you want to say? On a roll for...
I mean, they just completely read Opar. They fully read them.
Yeah.
Or at least had an idea of what was going to happen. Or they wanted to push over the hill and just got lucky in that Opor just drove into them. But once they commit the CSs, there is no way home for Rishek and Tisek. The only way out is into the water. And sadly for them, it's not deep enough to drown themselves in. So that's unfortunate. Banter knows all the spots to drown himself in. The Akpanzer, though, I think it was the Akpanzer, I'm not sure.
I think it was a Super Conk.
I
But yeah,
don't know, man.
Banter has made very bad experiences with Prokhorovka and water. We probably don't want to remind him. That being said, here we do see the scorelines of the tanks. The 2684 OG pushing tank. On top with almost 4k and 3 kills. Remember, a lot of kills with a high alpha tank means that you probably spend some of your alpha just to secure those kills.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it is what it is, Key. Trouble is upon us.
Trouble is indeed.
I did say that sometimes, you know, it happens.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one of those scenarios.
Yeah, sometimes it happens, and
as the mastermind Frugo would say, sometimes bad timing can really be bad.
that is entirely correct.
But he also said sometimes bad timing can be good timing, so it's like, you know.
Yeah. All right.
There's a lot of Frugo quotes around there in the world.
All of them seem to be very, very 5-head heavy. All right, pick and ban now. We are past Ghost Town, we are past Prokhorovka, and Invil Opor would probably like to go back in time. That is not possible though. Time travel in World of Tanks is not a thing. And now we are headed into a mines, a map that is normally considered to be a 1-1 split, and should that actually hold true, then we are not in for a good time for Opor. I mean, basically in that regard, bad timing is never going to be good timing for them.
Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah. Opor has a gigantic, massive mountain to climb. I hope they brought extra oxygen tanks, because it's going to take a lot of oxygen/scopium to really reach the top.
Yeah, they are probably on hopium, on life support at the moment, as they are just barely clinging on, not even able to get a foot into the door of this match so far. Just 4-0 clean gameplay, and mind you, this is best of 9. If this was a best of 7, like all the other matches, it would be over already.
You have that often, Key, that people shut the door on you and you're trying to get your foot into the door? Or is it just a general statement?
No. In general, people, open the doors wide when I am there and greet me with open arms. I don't know what you experiences have, what experiences you have made in the past.
I'm not the one that mentioned
such a thing.
I'm not the one that mentioned anything about foots and doors, buddy. So don't even try and swing that way. Alright, this is not a fun fair. You can't just turn around and spin it back on me, okay?
Who says that I can't? You?
Rules. Rules,
okay, yeah.
Rules of banter. I mean, not banter the analyst, like banter as in, banter.
Everyone knows that you just tend to make the rules up as you go, so I can do the same thing, yeah?
I think you're just like, I don't know, coping. But, that's okay. You're from Germany, Fabian's from Germany. Seems to be like a common issue.
No, but he's from a different kind of Germany. I'm from...
What? What? All Germans are equal, Key. What the hell? What are you doing? What? Cancel this man, dude. Anyways, battle number 5 between Opor and Holovenitsi. Opor coming in with the AAA AMX M4, the 2277, and the AMX 13105.
Yeah, we saw them playing that a lot recently as well. Holovenitsi, on the other hand, pretty straightforward lineup. Triple M4 as well, one IS-7, and then we have the triple CS that would grant them priority over the hill should they want to commit there. The 13105, obviously shorter reload than the tier 10 Batchat, so would be reloaded for that brawl, but it seems like Holovenitsi in this match is not going for a hill contest. Instead, Piotrix and Barkis are going to be aiming down the 1-2 line, where we as observers know that no one is going to be coming. Ketsai makes it up the hill unscathed. That is sort of weird, though, because if Holovenitsi commit in here with the CSs onto the hill, then the 13105 just gets rammed and is dead in the water. Ooh, good punishment, though, coming out onto Barkis.
Yeah, and I don't think Opor is going to wait too long with making their move. I mean, they got 2 good shots on Barkis there. Ketsai on the hill. It's a pretty standard def now for Holovenitsi. We see them do this quite often, actually, this kind of style. And sometimes they'll cross back the CS from K4 to K9 to hold a 9-0 line push. But so far, he's chilling.
Yeah, so far both teams, I guess, pretty content with their positions. Parkus is going to be a bit unhappy about losing so much HP early on. But in the grand scheme of things, Holovenitsi have established their positions. Right now we see the rotation by Conrad with the 277 over to the island just to open up additional angles, lines of fire. There is not going to be a 1-2 line commitment though by Conrad. He's just going to, start spotting out whether he will find Monster. Monster is in a bush there. Conrad does get spotted, so we'll have to see if they start blinding his position. But I think Monster is starting to drop down here.
Yeah, Monster is just chilling. Spots out Conrad. Fury is now looking towards the hill. They want to get T-Sec up, but, they're going to need Never to fire for that first.
Oh, Never takes a shot by Ketsai from the hill, so the 13-105 making his presence on the hill known once more. And this now leads to a 1k HP advantage for the attacking team of Opor as of now, but time obviously is in favor of Holovenitsi. 5 minutes 50 still to go, and they need to somehow find a way to effectively engage the Holovenitsi tanks, because, yeah, they have made some good trades here, but at that rate they're not going to win the match, or the game even. They need to become more active rather soon, I would say.
I mean, they have like 1 or 2 more minutes to decide where they want to go. But so far, it doesn't seem like they're doing too much.
Pan's Fury and Rishek now starting to peel off from the middle while Orzek gets pushed into the position that they were in. They are starting to rotate, I think, towards that 1-2 line. And, well, there is the double CS by Monster and Mentos. There is Dreiser who could shoot the cross. There is also Never who could do a shot. But after the triple 277 actually crosses over, then Never would be in no man's land. Monster and Mentos would be fighting it out against triple 277 plus the 13-105, and I think both of the M4s that are in the spawn for the defending team aren't even aiming there, so that would be snapshots by the M4s if they even get a shot at that.
If. It's going to be triple 277 and the 105. 105 is either covering or pushing down. Let's see how it goes, though. Rishek already getting spotted out. That's disastrous.
And Ketsai both, so that means that now the Holovenitsi tanks from the base, they can all reshuffle. Everyone is going to start training their guns here as Pansfury already takes one by Dreiser. And now the M4s from the middle. Only one of them connecting, though. But that push is a bit disjointed. But the punishment, to be honest, not too bad.
The punishment indeed not too bad, but Rishek is going to take some more because I don't know what Rishek is doing in this game. He's even lucky Never not connecting him. Never's just going to cross over though. Never here in trouble. Way too early, Never. Way too early. He pulled the trigger on that a bit too soon, and we can see the result of that. Never is going to go down and out, and Monster's trying to do what he can here, but Never in that I7 had a role to play, and that was not the role. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, no, he did get rolled for that one, though. But now Mentos and Dreiser still a commendable effort with their CSs of punishing the 277s. But that M4 from the hill is also punishing them. Conrad, in turn, does fall, though. And Monster is still alive and kicking in his CS. The HP right now favoring Holovenitsi a bit. 1 kill each. That is the situation we find ourselves in right now, and because Opor seems to be unable to overpush that 1-2 line as of now, that is why we see Holovenitsi not going for that Hillary push, simply because they don't need to. And talking about don't need to, Monster did not need to take that shot.
Yeah, Monster did not need to take that shot, but look, it's going to be DJ and Ketsai flanking from the 3 line. This match is not over just yet, because Ketsai is going to try and sneak behind them together with DJ to find an angle on them, but Mental's already there, spotting him out. Dries as well there. There's DJ flanked with Ketsai. Not going to result in too much, and I don't even know why Conrad drove down by himself instead of waiting, for example, for the 105 to join to help in that. And now Ketsai making a play. Mental's making a play as well, though, trying to drive through, and that's not going to be it for... Ooh, Ketsai deleted. And I think so are the chances of Opor in this game getting deleted. A big fire, though, from Orchek on towards Piotrix. That can count, but still, though, Key.
Yeah, still the fact remains that Holovnitsi has those positions on the 1-2 line with the CSs. Yes, Mantus is down to 530. Bit of unlucky timing there with the 13-105. Then again, those clutch shots onto the AMX, making sure that Monster is not gonna die yet. And now we have to sort of, you know, start thinking how Opor tackles this, because DJ, he's out in the open. The CSs can just freely peek him with that camo. Bark is even with a shot from the side. DJ now trying to make a game-deciding play, but he also is in the open now. Panzeri was trying to peek for Monster at the same time, getting punished by Dreiser, and I think Opor, they're trying hard, but I think they're running out of steam.
Opar might be running out of steam here, but they have nothing left that they can do outside of try their very best. I mean, DJ's on a one-shot, Fury's on a one-shot, Rishek is well on a one-shot now as well. The whole team is falling to pieces here steadily, but slowly, and Bryce comes in, picks up Fury. He's gonna probably pick up Rishek as well. Peeks out in the CS. If he connects it, he does. 3 kills for Bryce, shutting down all of the tanks driving down. Now DJ is flanking from behind, but he still has to kill Mentals, who is an average role for him. He shoots, he misses, Bryce scores, picks up DJ, leaves Orchek, leaves Tishek, and Holovnitsi here coming in with a vengeance in the grand finals of the WoT7 and absolutely wiped the floor with Opor, who's going to go back to the drawing board after this one because it wasn't pretty, it wasn't clean for them whatsoever, but in return though, Holovnitsi, what a showing, what a match.
Yeah, Holovnitsi coming in, as you said it, with a vengeance from the lower bracket and just 5-0. It's not the scoreline yet, but if nothing unforeseen happens, then it should definitely be the outcome of this match. That being said, Sokar not really trading well, but Piotrix and Barkis, they still have HP, and now Tsek falls, leaving only Orzek with 549 HP, 4 enemies remaining, and probably a dream turning away. That wasn't a pretty sight. He doesn't want to see that anymore. 4 HP separating him from death, and also separating Holovnitsi from crowning themselves the new champions of WoT7. It used to be Opor, it is now Holovnitsi, and my gosh, what a showing.
Yeah, that was, a little rough. I'm gonna need to give Rishek a hug, I think.
Yeah, he definitely needs one, together with the whole team from Opor. After, you know, the vocabulary you can use, it's brutal, but so were the games, just completely getting schooled by their clan mates here. Dreiser with 5,000 or 4,500 HP, 5 kills to his name. And on the other side, yeah, Tishek, commendable effort, 6k damage for him. But I don't think he's going to be happy about it, as that was just Holovnitsi, and for the third time, Holovnitsi in this match. Opor without a chance.
Yep. That's just rough, man. I mean, Holovnitsi played amazing, but Opor is just like it's rough to see any team go down that fashion. So
I mean, yeah. Holovnitsi now from the lower bracket with a 9-0 run, basically, coming into this one. So incredible stuff, unexpected stuff, but that concludes.
You know what's the quote of the day? At the end of the day, Invil takes it away, Key.
I mean, that was probable from the get-go. Anyway, thank you for casting this tournament with me. It was a pleasure. By the way, we are going to be raiding Ducky after this one, so if you haven't completed your drops yet, then you'll be able to do it there. Ducky, thank you for casting that one with me. I'll leave the last words to you.
Yeah, I'm Holovnitsi just coming in. What a show, dude. What a show. And just interesting matches, especially the meta shifts with the M4 have been pretty interesting to watch, actually.
Alright, I was gonna say I give the last words to you, so I expected you to transitions, but yeah, let's see what Insane and Panther have to say about it. See you guys.
Well, yes, first of all, thanks a lot, guys, for the awesome casting over the past days. And Banter, this is it. We have a winner, Holovnitsi. Fantastic performance to finish this tournament against their mates, Opor. 5-0, that was clean.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the first time in the whole tournament I got a prediction even close to correct. I was the only one who had faith in Holovnitsi. I did say 5-3, but 5-0 is good enough. I mean, it was just was solid. It really was solid. 4-0 against CSA, 5-0 against Oppo. It's dominance. That's all that can be said. I mean, Oppo had maybe like 2 hours to prepare. They didn't need to play extra games, and still the preparation just ended up as nothing.
I mean, sometimes when you come from the losers bracket, you have the momentum with you. You're ready. You are maybe on fire even. And Oppo was maybe getting a bit sleepy, especially since it's pretty late. But good stuff from Olofnitsi. I think they have been reading Oppo super well. They adjusted all their tactics. They surprised Olofnitsi. They had some great openings, some great rotations, and they completely deserve this victory.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, even in the last Minds game, we'll get into it later, but Olofnitsi just seemed like, no, Oppo just seemed very slow, very hesitant. It felt almost like they were tilted, and they took a very long time to make the decision, but again, solid by Olofnitsi. I think this is one of the few times it's very rare for a team in the lower bracket to actually take it in the finals, just because they have to play an extra game. It's constant, you know, it's a constant stream of battles when Oppo had a break, but 5-0, that is unexpected.
Well, let's take a look for the last time at the replays of that match. Let's give a bit of an analysis. And we have a bit of an issue because it's not the match we are looking for, I would say.
I mean, Olofnitsi
there. that was the last one between those two teams, the finals of the losers bracket. We're going to be covering the one between Olofnitsi and Opor. So yeah, that was a 5-0 victory for Olofnitsi. That was a convincing banter, and that was starting on Ghost Town.
Yeah, I mean, the Ghost Town was played really well. We saw the 1v1 between the 2v1, sorry, between the IS7, the Batchat, and the S-Conk on the side. Here we see the decaps. I mean, Olofnitsi tanks do go down, but they played it solidly, even with so much cap pressure. Really nice flank by Mentos. It was very good individual micro decisions that really won them the game here.
I think the defense that last time they played against Oppo on that map, they were very passive. They were really letting Oppo take all the positions they wanted, the cap pressure. This time they were aggressive. They were the one leading the dance. They actually took that aggressive position with Monster initially, covered by the I7, managed to get some good openings. That was good stuff. That was very close at the end, but that was like a very, very convincing defense.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say aggressive, I'd say more proactive, but in this game, like really solid timings. We saw early in the game Monster with the 1v1 against Reject. Monster, really the MVP of this specific round. He just performed really. But I mean, solid work by Olofnitsi, winning that 1v1 with the I7's help. Then in closing onto Panzer Fury in the middle, you see here, Tizek almost, you mentioned in the game he doesn't play with server reticule, so wouldn't have been able to hit that shot with the server lag. But I mean, solid, really, really, really solid.
Yeah, good stuff. You said it yourself. I would call it aggressive. You'd call it proactive. A bit of both. Good stuff. Olofnitsi. They actually played their game this time. They didn't let Oppo do what they wanted. They were constantly forcing them into making rotations they were not actually prepared for. And even on that Prokhorovka round, the first one, you could see Mantus completely outplaying Ketsai, rotating on time, catching him in the bush line. He's even going to be lucky here to live because Monster get an unlucky track shot here. But overall, you can also give a special mention for his 300 plays because he has been a monster today.
Yeah, I mean, he really has. It was a little bit lucky Ketsai left in between the bushes, so it was a bit of bad timing, but at the end of the day, Mentos just had better cover. It was very good timing, and it worked out well. And then when you get your light down to such low HP, Mentos has so much more freedom, which really opens up the game for Olofnitsi. And they really just showed it dominance. They did it step by step. They made the isolation onto Conrad in the bowl after DJ Weed left, and it was step by step, really. It was solid.
And then next, again, I mentioned it, adaptation, adjustments. That's exactly what Olofnitsi did. They have a lineup to play aggressive, but instead they went for that sort of passive-ish opening, countering the 7-8-9 line push, and that's exactly what Oppo went for. So that's a perfect read from the side of Nitsi, just countering straight the opening and straight being on match point.
Yeah, I mean, I said to you in the game, I felt like the bad chat should have immediately jumped on the CSs, but they actually waited, didn't go overly aggressive, just waited for the rest of their tanks to close up. And we even saw a 268v4, a tank we don't normally see anymore, getting over 4k damage, which was a solid performance.
And then to finish Banter, it was all of Nitsi on the defense. They get those CSs over the 1-2 lines without taking any damage. So Oppo actually going for the mid engagement, maybe expecting all of Nitsi to try to go for the hill. That was again a bad read. Mistake here, we have to mention it from Never, crossing here way too early, and he didn't really need to do that, especially with the CS reinforcing the 1-2. But overall, this defense works. There is not much options from the side of Oppo. You could see Ketsai trying to actually make some plays at the end, but the AMX roll is there to punish him. 684, I think it was.
Yeah, I mean, solid rolls, a bit of luck, because I didn't connect the first one and would have needed a high roll on Monster either way. Yep. But, I mean, it was interesting. Oppo took the same lineup they played previously against Holnowitzy, but did something different. For the first time, they pressured the cap immediately and played island. This time, they went for the hill. And when Holnowitzy didn't go for that initial hill brawl, they actually took the island, played it out like a standard defense. I feel Oppo ran a bit out of options. They pushed the island very late, only with 4 minutes to go. They took a lot of damage. Yes, they got Never for free, but at that point, it was just layers upon layers of CSs that they had to kill, and the bleed was just too significant. Solid. Really solid by Holnowitzy.
As I said, I think they possibly expected them to push the mid with the triple CS taking the hill straight, and they played around that. They didn't have any counters on the 1-2 initially, any damage there, so the CS making it the 1-2 lines unpunished here, full HP. Pretty easy defense. Later on, you have what? The 1-2 line push. You can push also over the city part, like on the right side. They still had a good setup. You have the MX, which is an amazing tank for that, like the alpha damage, accuracy, HPs, DPM. So solid defense, it worked. Good reads, good adjustments. All of Nitsi taking the victory. Congratulations to them. Well deserved. And from the side of Oppo, maybe a bit disappointing, that performance.
I mean, yeah, it's not nice to say, but it is disappointing. They were the favorites. They were, at least my favorites to win. They won the previous tournaments. They won the upper bracket. Maybe not disappointed about losing, but losing in this way. 5-0, it's convincing and it's crushing. That's all there is to say, really. Dominant victory by Holnowitzy.
Well, they will be probably capable of taking their revenge in the next WoT7 tournament, but before that Banter, we have to remind everyone that in a month we are going to have the next Clan Showdown tournament that is going to be happening the 5th and the 6th of November. So that's going to be our next tournament that we'll be covering on this channel. That's it for the WoT7 tournament number 8. Congratulations once more to all of Nitsi. And do you have anything to add?
I mean, it was a good day. A lot of fires, a lot of Amrax, a lot of blow-ups. I think later on, Daki will be telling me to take config on my M4. But, I mean, it was a good day with some very interesting strats, some strong plays, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. So thank you very much for having me.
Well, yeah. Congratulations to you also. Good job as an analyst. And that being said, we wish everyone watching the stream a great weekend. If you didn't get enough time for the drops, we'll be hosting Daki shortly, so don't worry, just watch him, mold, that's fine, and get your drops, and well, have a very lovely night, everyone.